cold at the touch, dead in the eyes, no signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more, no.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from a long, silent night as we're coming in towards Christmas indeed. What could be more fitting than ending the final round of the Virtual Belcar Series 2021, round 6, the 24 hours of Zolder. We've got 6 hours remaining. My name is Hesse Reumer. I'm back with Edward May at the controls here in the comms booth, and we are ready indeed to take you through what looks to be 6 brilliantly exciting hours of racing that has yet to remain here, and I think it's beyond our wildest imaginations here. We checked just before setting up the stream to go live and everything. The lead of BLC1 still separated by about 2 seconds after what 700 laps of racing around Zolder. That boggles the mind that it's even a possibility to have it this close after almost 18 hours on track. However, this is the reality that we're dealing with, and we'll get right into the fray of things. Again, Edward, did you have a good night's worth of sleep? I'm going to ask you first of all.
Good enough, but my dreams were filled with thoughts of racing here at Zolder. Virtual Belcar 2021, 24 hours of Zolder is well and truly in full swing and into now the final 6 hours. It's all to play for, of course. Plenty of action as well between Ricardo Ferreira and Fabrice Cornelis. Gap is now not only is it under 2 seconds, it's under 1 second now, so they are nose to tail here for the lead, and up to the stage when points are to be scored every 6 hours. We're approaching the 18-hour mark, so points will be coming through, and with the championship being as close as it is, I'm sure you'll be able to touch on that in just a few moments' time, Hesse. So much to play for. Simtag E-Team just ahead of Arnage competition, but as it stands, if Arnage hold on, it's basically going to come down to who wins the race is going to be the team rather that will win the entire championship.
Yeah, that is very true indeed. We do have the luxury of having points that's been counted out after 12 hours. That means that the last point where points were indeed given, the next one is going to be at the checkered flags. We're going to delve into that in a few moments. For now, let's just try to get an overview. Many of you will have been watching us at 2 seconds. It's rather 2/10 of a second between the two here. Ricardo Ferreira is finding his mirrors full of green, yellow, and orange. That's the Simtag number 2 Lamborghini. And right from the get-go, we're into the thick of the action here. 6 hours and 9 minutes remaining of this race. Incredible stuff here.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope you've all slept soundly, because your eyes are going to be glued to the screens for this final 6 hours of racing. Ricardo Ferreira leading the way, but only just as Fabrice Cornelis looks down on the inside, thinks about making a move, but chooses not to. Realises, though, that points are on the table here. It's less about leading the most laps, it's about leading laps when the points are counted, when the scores are tallied up. Simtag E-Team have done a very good job at putting themselves in those prime positions. Can say, though, at the 12-hour mark, it was Arnage competition that took the spoils. But at the 6-hour mark, don't forget, it was Fabrice Cornelis taking points for Simtag E-Team. So they've been chopping and changing all the way through this race. Gap down to, well, half a second, which a little fact that we're going to be speaking about probably throughout the whole of the evening, because it just shows how close the racing is. But when Fabrice Cornelis basically was right up behind after, what, nearly 18 hours worth of racing, average lap times will have been only 1,000 different from one another. So on average, Ricardo Ferreira would have lapped 1,000th of a lap faster than Simtag E-Team over the course of this race. That shows how evenly matched they are on pace to be where they are now.
And that just boggles the mind to get your head around, the fact that these two are indeed this close. Of course, my live timing has been shut down over the night, so I don't have the pit counter for the drivers anymore, which is a bit of a mistake on my part. I really should have thought about that. It would have been so nice to see and to be sure of the fact that maybe some teams are ahead in terms of strategy and such, but we'll do our best to get around everything in that sense here. But what is to see indeed is a great battle unfolding on track. They're not the only ones, though, who are indeed close, as there are several lead battles going on that is at least on the same lap of action at the moment. And in BLC 4, it's Jens Husens for Sim District TCR Green. They're still leading, but Flemish has made big inroads into the advantage overnight, and it's now less than a minute between the two cars. Mind you, Flemish were a fair bit longer behind on Sim District TCR Green when we signed off last night. So that's one to follow. In other news, the 11 car JWS Motorsports has issues over the night. They are out of the race, and they've been so for quite some time, I'm afraid. Now, this is one of the few cars that can actually... Yeah, it's one of the few cars who will actually be able to take such a hit without losing the championship fight. They'll still claim the title in BLC 2, but surely not the way they wanted to finish the season. The Data Network Esports BMW making its way through on the leading BLC 4 TCR Audi. And that's with Olivier Fenerk behind the wheel of the car at the moment. They are only 37 seconds down on the BMW B-Lux. So still a battle of the BMWs. Very much happening for second place as Adam Pinches comes into the pits. That means they're probably gonna switch around on positions, and looks like Data has had this pit stop already. A very good morning to all of you tuning in with us here early day. It is a grand pleasure having you all along, and we are in for 6 more hours of fun and giggles indeed, as well as doing our best to cover the more serious aspect of what's going on track here, which is indeed the racing, Edward. It's been grand, and sometimes when you come on after a bit of a break on an endurance race like this, you found everything has changed. Here, it's not to say that nothing has changed, but it's pretty much as they were when we left them. Now, we do have information that indeed our NAS competition is ahead on fuel, so they're about 10 laps ahead on the Simtag E-Team number 2 car. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how it indeed looks. Yes, the timing tower is having a terrible morning indeed. I'll see if I can my best just to reset things. I might have to.
In terms of the fuel strategies, you do all the resetting and all that work in the background. In terms of the fuel strategy and being a little bit ahead on the fuel, it's not the be-all and end-all. As long as Simtag E-Team don't need to make an extra pit stop, they could be a bit clever with when they come into the pits. Maybe going for a slight undercut, getting more free air and track space as well, because we have seen plenty of times where the drivers that go a little bit longer in the stint actually get held up a little bit more in traffic and lose out. We've already seen Simtag E-Team take good advantage of getting slightly earlier, getting into clearer air and making the gains on the competition. Could still come through yet as diving into the pits very, very hard onto the brakes for Reese Cornelis coming in definitely before the hour mark goes. So question marks if they can make it till the end of the race without needing one more pit stop than the competition. And that also seals the deal in terms of Ricardo Ferreira and Arnage competition. Expect to see them taking points, taking top honours for the third, third handing out of the points for this evening.
Oh, there's been trouble for Flemish Sip Sports Red. As you can see on the number board there, second placed in BLC 4. They had a bit of a moment. But I think they've just about managed to get away with that one. And this brings Arnage and Simtag on level terms. So the gap as we saw it, well, it might have been a little bit deceptive. The advantage for Arnage in reality probably a little bit bigger than what we've been calling it out to be. But that shouldn't take away from the fact that it's still very much an open race at the head of the field.
Neville, Flemish Simsports Black. Right up in behind. Good to see them doing a good job actually up towards the front of the BLC 3 class. And to be fair, it's been nothing short of domination for the Porsche Cayman GT4 car piloted by Neville at the moment, but every driver from Flemish Simsports Black has been very strong, all evenly matched on pace. And as a result, they are far and away the class of the field. Having a look at the time down to Olivier Van Herk, Theta Network Esports, that gap is, well, just over 6 minutes. Which is definitely a healthy advantage to have if you are Robin Deville and the Flemish Simsports Black team, to have that advantage going into the final 6 hours. Having a 6-minute advantage means that you can essentially take it nice and easy, hemorrhage around about a minute an hour. Obviously, you wouldn't aim to do that, but at least you have that in the tank available for you.
A very good point indeed, Edward. I'm just gonna cast my mind over to the standings as it is after the 12th hour of racing was completed here. Last time we had points given out. We have Simtag, the number 2 car, leading the standings by 3.5 points in BLC 1. So as you said earlier, Edward, indeed, it is whoever gets the win gonna get the championship win. It's all to play for in the final 6 hours of racing, as we've just entered just those final 6 hours of racing. And BLC 2, as I mentioned earlier, JWS Motorsports has amassed 145 points, and they can no longer be caught by the 999 Flemish Simsports yellow machine. But in BLC 3, it's still all to play for, except for the fact that indeed Flemish Simsports Black, as we mentioned just a few seconds ago, sitting on a 6-minute advantage that's almost 4 laps ahead of the nearest competition. So if it stands like this at the end of affairs, they will be picking up the championship indeed as well in BLC 3. And in BLC 4, it's a healthy lead as well for Sim District TCR Green. And not only are they leading the race, they're leading the standings and comfortably on their way to a championship win here as well, and a title in their class. With that talked about a bit, let's focus our attention on the racing here. We have Sandy Mitchell in the pits at the moment. He is 4th on track. The timing tower seems to be having a little bit of a fit here. It tells us that Sandy Mitchell is in 1st place. That is not the case, I'm afraid. He's about 5 laps down on the leader.
Sandy Mitchell. You can see up on the jacks, taking tyres. Fresh driver, fresh pair of boots on as well. Gets underway. Good stuff from Sim District GT3 to still be up the order. Definitely within the top 5 positions, which is they were definitely aiming for. Still doing a good job sticking to the plan thus far in this race. And Holman's Flemish Simsports yellow. Good stuff from the 999 car. Going back with a bit of a slide at the rear there. Hardmer power. Never get, you know, a bit of a drift. Celebrating the fact that he's passed the 18-hour mark in the first place in the class, bagging some extra points for his team. As look at this, the traffic still as exciting as ever. still just about as many cars that started the race as there are now. A few drivers, I think 4 that have fallen down out of the running. Still nice, healthy grid size, nevertheless, after 18 hours of racing, which I tell you is a testament to the quality on display this evening, Hassa, is that you haven't seen that high of an attrition rate.
It's true, and it's been given just how much of a challenge. We mentioned upon this at the very start of the race, Edward, that it's a huge challenge to take on the race in itself, the length, the amount of cars on track, and the difference in pace between the classes all make for a very difficult combo indeed, so that it hasn't been more atrocious. And we still have this number of cars actually running out there. Well, not to say I'm surprised, but it's impressive nonetheless. The 65 car has been withdrawn after a Stone Martin bit through the driver's main electric cable. Now that's a piece of luck that I can only describe as being particularly rotten indeed. And I think if you were to gather up the stories of the weirdest sim racing withdrawals and technical malfunctions and such, you'd get to some strange places. I remember having seen a Twitch clip of someone streaming his race, when he finds out a burglar's inside his house all of a sudden, or in his garage or something, whatever it is, there's a burglar. He sort of goes to fend him off and, parks the car in the grass and then comes back to drive on. It's not a retirement, of course, but certainly a weird situation, to say the very least here. Sim District TCR in the pits now with Olivier Bultink. Going to be taking over for them. And if they're on pit-wise on terms with Flemish, that might just mean that Flemish is actually ahead. We'll have to see if Flemish dives into the pits soon indeed. Afterburner, who is of course Koen Klopman, the teammate of Fabrice Cornelis, longtime teammate and partner in this series as well, and a great YouTuber as well in his own right. If you haven't checked out his channel, do yourself a favor and check it out indeed. I know Chess is a great fan as well. 7 stints in a row now for Fabrice Cornelis, mind you. That's 7 hours in the car in one long go. To me, that sounds absolutely insane, Edward.
That is, well, absolutely mental. Rivals the stints I'm used to doing in the commentary box, but I could never do it in behind the cockpit because it's a lot more exerting, I think, driving than it is commentating, because I've got good company with me that I don't have to talk for too long, because Asa, he likes to go on, and to be fair, I don't mind listening to him. It helps me out and gives us great things to talk about. Hopefully he has good company in his Discord chat, keeping him sane for the 7 hours of racing he's been trying to go through. And to give Fabrice plenty of credit, he hasn't been slowing down. He hasn't been making any mistakes. Still as quick as ever. Not been able to fuel save as much as he was hoping for, I think. He'll definitely admit to that. Pisting before the hour mark is never the plan in the GT3s. But maybe handing over to his teammate, you might see a bit of fuel saving coming through. They're going to have to do it if they want to get away with no further or no splashes and dashes in the schedule.
That's a very good point indeed. Now, looking at the last pit stop for Ricardo Ferreira, it was about 30 seconds shorter than Fabrice Cornelis' pit stop, so I think they're going a little bit longer on the tires. And speaking of the tires, let's just have a look at the conditions that the drivers are in them. Oh, that's a big moment for Ricardo Ferreira. That's the car going completely sideways as he came through on, I think that was the Duct Tape Racing TCR, but it was a scary moment indeed. Just goes to show how quickly things can change indeed. Anyone who's ever done one of these races knows that it can all go awry in the blink of an eye. I didn't mean for that to rhyme that well, but oh well. Poet indeed. But Ricardo Ferreira, 1.5 minutes is the advantage down to Fabrice Cornelis, which means that it's just over a lap now. He'll be looking to see if he can unlap himself. He'll be on fresh tires though compared to Ferreira, so there might be an opportunity to claw back some of the time.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Undercut coming through because Fabrice is going to having to come into the pits 10 laps before Ricardo, means that he has 10 more laps on fresher tyres compared to Ricardo. Now, Ricardo has 10 laps with a lighter car, so that could balance it out a bit more, but let's not forget the traffic playing its part. Fabrice is always good at getting through the traffic, nice and committed, very brave on the brakes is Fabrice. We've seen it all race long. He's able to get it stopped in time, send it down the inside. But also, let's not forget Hasser. The thing you mentioned about the difference in pit time is down to Ricardo Ferreira not coming in for his stop yet. 17 times into the pits for Arnage competition, as opposed to Simtag E-Team, coming 18 times. So we expect to see the 18th pit stop being made for Arnage in around about the next 5 or so minutes, depending on what they do with the strategy, depending on how the traffic materializes. They might opt to come in early. How? Oh. GT Racing then stay stationary for some time, taking on the fuel. Expect to see him up on the jacks, taking tyres. Plenty to think about in terms of how they approach the race from now on. They're in the podium places. Don't want to be losing out too much time. So as you can see, yep, up on the jacks, getting the tyres taken. They have an advantage to 4th place, so they don't really need to worry too much. But of course, sticking to the game plan and being consistent towards the end of the race, I think, is going to have to be the order of the day for car currently occupying in 3rd place. GT Racing, the 99 of Yana Howe, going to take control for the next 2 stints. You'd expect drivers with the track temps as they are, at least in the GT3 class, in the BLC1 class, opting for the double stint, which seems to be the quicker of the strategies between taking tyres every stop or letting them run through for 2 hours worth of racing, whereas the different story comes through in the TCRs. They have to take front tyres every single pit stop, but then the question is how the rear is like. Is it worth taking them if they haven't done so already, or do you just keep them on, keep the same ones on up until the end of the race?
And that's always the question, trying to time this perfectly, and there's never really a set answer because you don't know just how hot the track is going to get once you get into the morning hours and such. So it's right now a track temp of 22 degrees. It's already heating up, so to say. It's of course we're about what will it be, about 9:30 sim time, I think, if I recall correctly. I don't recall actually if we're 10 minutes ahead or behind. I'll need a bit of help here. Oh, I'm not that bad, am I? So indeed, it's gonna...
Oh yeah, Hassett. Sorry to cut across to you, but there's been drama in the GT4 class. Robin DeVille for Flemish Simsport Black has blown his engine.
Oh my word! So DeVille...
Huge moment. You can see it there in the pit lane. Smoke coming out. Car coming down off the jacks. This has only just happened. We're going to see if we can find a replay of this, Hassett, because this is a very, very serious incident and could gift the race victory
Look at
to
this.
somebody else. Look at them coming into the pits.
But
Not sure how or when it happened.
They were so lucky, though, Edward, that they were actually able to roll into the pits, not having to stop on track and take the tow. The thing is, however, that with a blown engine, if they have to repair it, they're looking at that's a hefty repair indeed, and that could change everything as well here in BLC 3.
If only they saved the fast repair. All drivers in this competition have one fast repair available to them. If only they had saved it, that could have been the difference. That could have saved their race as well. Huge drama late on. Well, the final 6 hours of racing here at Zolder as the drama continues to unfold in the BLC 1 class. Jimmy Tunes now behind the wheel of the Irish competition car, just ahead of Fabrice Cornelis. And again, the gap under a second, as it has been for a lot of the race. These two inseparable. I don't think they'd have it any other way. What a race we've been treated to. One of the greatest Virtual Belcar races, even taking away any of the other rounds. Definitely one of the greatest Belcar 24s we've had, Hassett, especially considering it's so close for the lead. Just sending it through back marker traffic, getting in the way, getting in the mix, shall we say. Next race on Luke Sven Calvert staying on the left-hand side, allowing the leaders past. Pitching the car into turn one. You can just see Fabrice Cornelis gets the apexes hooked up beautifully. Going to go on board for a full lap in behind just to see what it's like in behind with the dirty air. Seeing as well if Simtag E-Team are doing much fuel saving. Going now into turn four. Just trail braking onto the apex, powering down when you come to those anti-cuts on the inside. Careful not to hit them, of course. Gets the power down nicely. Out towards the chicane. Avoiding the first curb, hitting the second. Making sure the car's nice and set up the wheels straight as you bounce over the curbs, because you don't want to get spat out into the wall. Or have the suspension bottom out and spit you anyway. You don't want to be facing. We're feeling a very strong run from Julian Tunes, just cutting the corner lovely. And over the crest, down again. Definitely in clear air. Jimmy Tunes, at least on this time by, has the upper hand. His tyres slightly fresher by the tune of 10 laps. GT3 is having a rework this season, of course, with tyre performance, tyre modelling coming through on iRacing, which, for those who aren't aware, your tyres are taking a little while to come up to temperature in GT3s. It takes maybe 1 or 2 laps to get into the perfect operating window, depending on the circuit. And they stay at their peak for around about 5 to 10 laps, depending, of course, how hard you drive. And then they start to fall off before hitting a plateau where they stay at that same level of performance, getting at a nice even level for probably around about an hour or so's worth of running, maybe an hour and a half, and then the final sort of what you'd call the final half of a second stint of tyres, at least in this situation at Zolder, they will start to drop off a bit and give you a noticeable performance deficit, whereas before it was a steady decline. It has phases, much like a real tyre, where you can nurture it, get it into a window, nurse it through the stint before again it starts to drop off a little bit. So good little quirks that iRacing has brought in with the modelling of the physics, the model of the handling. You can see the exact difference being displayed here. Tyres definitely in favour of unarged competition, being that much younger. They've hit their peak, and it's worked wonderfully for Jimmy and Tunes, who's trying to extend his advantage. Just seeing Ronald Moons in the chat. Seeing no more fast repair. Yeah, we can see that those curves are very brutal indeed. And we are aware, Jakob, that there's a little bit of funny things going on with our timing tower. For some reason, when we started the broadcast, it was a little bit confused. Then it fixed itself, and now it's confused again. And now it's trying to fix itself, and now it's confused again. But we'll make do with what we have. We can obviously talk you through all of the action, all of the order, to make sure that it's all sorted out for you. You can just listen to me and Hasse ramble on, and we'll give you the long and short of current standings. And just like that, I think it's just about fixing itself. Yep, here we go. I think so. No, it hasn't. It fixed itself, and now it's broken again.
No, I shall step in to explain, if I may.
Hasse. Thank you, Hasse.
If I may, Edward. Got the pun? Listen to Edward screaming of laughter. I'm sure he's never heard that before.
Never.
My apologies for bad humor, dad jokes aside. It is because we have the timing tower set up to display in-class positions. But that does not explain why we have 2 second places in BLC 1. So indeed it is confused. I think if I set it to overall, the confusion at least stops. And even though we don't see the in-class positions as clearly as we would if it worked, when it doesn't work and shows us something that's absolutely bogus, like what we saw, I think this is what's to prefer. We'll do our best as to keep the golden overview for you all. Remember, there is a pinned chat message with a link to our live timing where you can gain that golden overview for yourself. Now, yet again, looking at a second and a half's worth of distance between the two leaders. That's, of course, Jimmy and Tunes has been in the pits. And Rob and DeVille, Flemish, they've been in for almost 8 minutes so far. So that is indeed worst of fears confirmed. They are
the lead
out
has been
of the class
gifted.
lead. Yes.
So this driver, Adam Rintex, the 100 car, the BMW, being driven by Adam, BMW Belux, ahead of Thomas Stockmans. And to be fair, it's all of a sudden a much closer fight for the class lead now, because Thomas is only around about 37 seconds back, and we've seen that gap come down, extend, depending on the drivers in the car, depending on the traffic and the strategy. It's not over yet in terms of that class fight. As into the pits, Eagle Race Simulators Esports. You can see Porsche Cup making their pit stops. Plenty of action all around, at least at the front. Just looking at the lap times coming through, it was faster last time around by Jimmy and Tunes, who, like we said, has got the tyres in the operating window, definitely at their peak. But Fabrice is definitely a little bit smart with how he races with the terms of the traffic, and is making sure that gap doesn't get too big to be concerned with. Definitely not great though, considering the way the race has gone for the aforementioned Flemish Simracersworld Black. Been involved in an unfortunate incident. I think it was looking at the car, maybe self-inflicted, shifting down through the gears a little bit too aggressively, or maybe monstering the curbs just a bit too hard. Can cause a break in the radiator, and all of a sudden car engine overheats and brakes on you. We've had that happen before to at least myself in older cars on the iRacing service. In the HPD, that was especially prevalent. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, Hasse, but in the olden days of iRacing, the old LMP2, the HPD, was very, very prone to engine blowouts.
Sorry, as I was trying to get my Nutella croissant down as quickly as I could. I'm trying to have a little bit of breakfast here. Didn't get around to that before the stream, so my apologies. I never really got around to driving the HPD, I'm afraid. But I do know that it's very much the same thing in the Dallara LMP2 car, which is also a rather fragile beast when it comes to the engine. And it's very, very easy to pick up engine damage by going over the curbs in a rough manner. And if you hit the engine itself, the underside of the engine, on one of these sausage curb, the sleeping policemen as they're also called, of course, it will damage the engine. And the thing is with this sort of engine damage is that it might only cost you a tiny... It's basically, sometimes we're talking maybe a percentage of a percentage. It's really not a lot of power that you're going to lose, but it might be what causes the engine to blow up after 18 hours of driving, which is such a heartbreaking situation to find yourself in. Because these repairs, well, it isn't a quick job like denting out a bit of a bump to the front end of the car or something. No, we're talking at least often up towards 30 minutes of repairs, sometimes even more. We'll see for just how long Robin DeVille and Flemish Simsports Black will be in the pits. They've been in for about 12 minutes in the pit booth, which means that repairs have been going on for 12 minutes now, and they are well down the order, I'm afraid. That also means that the two leaders in BLC3, the two BMWs, all of a sudden now separated by less than 40 seconds. That's also the case between the two Audis leading in BLC4 with the TCRs. So 3 out of 4 class leaders are on the same lap, and all of them are well within a minute of one another. As a matter of fact, it's 2.3 seconds from Jimmy and Tunes here to Fabrice Cornelis.
I'm having to think as well, Hasse, what does that do in terms of the championship standings? Of course, Flemish Simsports Black were ahead at the 12-hour mark in terms of the standings. You can see them ahead by a tune of 4 points compared to Theta Network Esports. Depending on where Flemish Simsports Black came out of the pits, if they can get back involved in the action, they might still be able to hold on to the victory in class, at least in terms of the championship, not in this race. Of course, that's probably going the way of either the BMW of Pinzex or BMW of Stockmans. And as well, let's not forget the 18-hour mark. Flemish Simsports were able to extend their advantage in the championship by coming across the line in the lead of the BLC3 class as well. But I'm not sure, Hasse, in terms of the numbers, the mathematics, if it is still on the cards for Flemish Simsports Black.
I think it's going to require a lot of good luck for Flemish to come back into that title fight. I really don't think... I'm going to have a look at it now. As I said, they lead by 4 points over Theta. So if Theta picks up the 25 as... BMW Belux is not eligible for points, so it's going to be Data for the 25 points regardless, and that's going to make it so hard for Flemish.
Because Theta or BMW Belux rather finish across the line in the class in first, does that mean that they would get 25 points, but they don't? But that 25 points isn't then given to Thomas Stockman's and Theta Network. Theta Network then get second place points. Because I'm trying to work out how that happens. Because obviously, BMW Belux can't score points, but are they able to stop other teams from scoring points for that position? And then that goes down to next. I think that'd be potentially how it works.
I don't think so, Edward. I think they just don't count. I mean, the points are going to be counted as if they weren't there. So they might pick up the win on track, but this in the point standings, that's how I understand it at least. It's going to be recorded as if they weren't on track in the first place. Sounds a little brutal, but I think you know what I mean. And with that, well, it's going to be looking like Thomas Stockmans and the Data Network Esports is indeed going to pick up the win here. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. And
see what Ron Moon says in the chat. The almighty information giver in terms of everything Virtual Belcar related and the championship organization wise. Could be the championship going the way of Thomas Stockmans, depending on how quickly Flemish Simracersworld Black gets onto the circuit. They have the advantage still compared to the Sim Racing GT4. So if they come back out, they're only 1 place behind Theta. And of course, let's not forget, at the 18-hour mark, they were 1 place ahead of Theta, so would have extended their advantage. All of a sudden, that's come back down, and of course, points given for fastest lap and qualifying on pole still need to be dished out as well.
So with 5.5 hours remaining, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Open unanswered questions, if you will. Interestingly, Jimmy and Toons has been stretching the advantage out here over the last few minutes. Not in any big increments or anything, but just a slight increase here and there. Doing a good job of it. And we'll see how it all plays out at the end between those two as well. There's so much to keep our eyes on. Regardless, I'm also interested to see if whether Data can win it on track, or if whether it's going to be BMW B-Lux. They've driven a really good race. That goes for both of them. The B-Lux BMW has had the pace, but seemingly carrying a bit more damage. Could also be the fact that I actually think that Data has used their fast repair. And I'm basing that off the fact that when you use that fast repair, the car gets cleaned up completely. All the rubber and dirt gets magically removed. And that's, for me at least, it's the easiest way to kind of see and figure out whether they have had their fast repair used. Now, of course, the B-Lux BMW could have used it early in the race and picked up dirt. And yeah, there are outliers, so to say, but if it's the case, they still have that fast repair available for them. That could really come in handy here as we come in towards the final 5 hours. There is a point as well for fastest lap. Indeed, we'll have to see who that goes to and where that goes at the end of affairs here.
Well, yeah, it's going to be intriguing, isn't it? So much to consider, so much to think about this. So Ron was confirming that there's no points for Belux, but are they going to theoretically take points away from Theta? That's the real question. As Flemish sort of like drop a further place, now down to 4th on the road, 3rd if the points are scored essentially from 2nd down. So 2nd will score points for 1st. In that sort of order. They're going to be absolutely chomping at the bit to get back out on the circuit. They know that anything can happen. They just need to put themselves in the position to capitalize should incidents come through for their championship rivals, or even cars in front of them on the road that they need to focus on getting ahead of to score the points. Flemish did have the pole position, so of course that's points coming their way, but will it be enough, Hasta? That's the real thing to consider. Are they going to be able to hold on to their very thin advantage?
Well, that is the question in the end, and it's not really one that I can be helpful with an answer for, because there seems to be a bit of things to figure out. Oh, 26 minutes of repair still remaining for Flemish. And Robin DeVille tells us that they are throwing in the towel, which I'm afraid I understand. It's such a blow to take, but no pun intended there. So I didn't really realize it before it had come out my mouth. My apologies to, because it's no joking matter really. Hearts will have dropped big time. And when it's not only the race, and I'm saying the race of the season in this series, that alone would have been enough to disappoint most. When you see a championship title that just turns into dust in your hands, less than 6 hours from seeing the finishing line in a 24-hour race, that is heartbreak in a way that only endurance racing can really produce it, I think. Motor racing in general, because it's the same sort of thing, Edward, in rallying as well. When you've seen, drivers comfortably in the lead of a rally, they crash out on the last stage, or they suffer a major mechanical issue or whatever that takes them out of contention. It's the same sort of thing. Whereas you don't see a football team concede 6 goals in 2 minutes and lose a game that they would surely have been winning otherwise. So that's really a point where motor racing in general just it's brutal and it's rough, and it's really not over till you see that checkered flag. And the more you race, the more you find that these are the realities of racing, harsh as they are.
It's unfortunate. So like you say, it's never pleasant, but it's part of racing drama coming through.
And yeah,
Robert
indeed.
DeVille saying that it just took the curbs like normal and never had any issues, but maybe it was just the attrition coming through, the relentless pounding of the Zolder circuit, and the car just couldn't take it anymore. It's something that you see happen in real life racing, of course. Cars that seem to be fine 1 minute, all of a sudden, you've been taking the corner normally, something goes wrong inside and it just goes. Yeah.
And it's it doesn't have to have been, Robin DeVille making the mistake that caused the error. It hardly even had to be a mistake. It could have been a tap from behind, from someone in traffic early in the race. It could have been just one slight, one time over the curbs where you don't hit with the tire but with the floor of the car, and the driver mightn't have registered if there's heavy traffic around. There's so many things going on that it's just brutal indeed. And it's heartbreak for Flemish. That's the only words I can really find to describe it. eSim Racing's up to the podium standings as well. Or the podium
never gets any easier, does it, Hasta? Whenever stuff like that happens, never gets any easier, those incidents and mechanical failures. So late on as well, into the final 6 hours, you can almost see the checkered flag, almost see the possibility of glory and class victory, and then all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it can all go wrong. Saying that, don't want to jinx Adam Pinchek's BMW Velux, but of course no one is immune. The class leaders all last place. They're all in the same level playing field. Sometimes in endurance racing, things can happen. So for Theta Network Esports, they know what they need to do. They simply must finish, pretty much. And as long as they come through ahead of all other cars that will be scoring points, which seems likely, they could and probably will be promoted as champions.
I'm just gonna look in because they would need to score those 5 points at the very least. And the question then is, how far up do they have to finish? I'll delve into the rule book, do my best to figure out and to come up with an answer as well. It's such a shame though, leading by 4 laps, being so comfortably ahead that you can cruise around, then all of a sudden you find yourself in such a position.
Oh dear, unfortunate again, but we need to focus on the positives, and that is the great race that we are being treated to all across throughout the field, and actually having a look at times going through, having a look at the race in TCR and Hines for Simracersworld Red ahead of Olivier Bolting. So all of a sudden, Hasser, things have changed around, because it was just at TCR Green leading the field by quite a healthy margin. All of a sudden, Simracersworld Red find themselves up in front, of course, down to the pit stops. Olivier Bolting coming in on their 638th lap, whereas Ben Science has came in around about 30 laps earlier. So I expect those drivers to be swapped around, but of course, depending on how the strategy falls towards the end of the race, Simracersworld Red could find themselves snatching race victory here.
Well, that's one thing we're just gonna have to keep our eyes peeled to as well as all the other things going on track here. Jimmy and Toons now, the gap's up to a 5-second advantage. In other words, Fabrice Cornelis may be feeling the effects of those 7 stints now, which would make sense if you ask me. That is a mad performance to put in. But indeed, I was looking at the points, and with 7 cars, even if they finished 7th, they would pick up 6 points, and thus winning the championship by a single one. You have to reach the checkered flag in order to score points.
I tell you what, I do like the look of that Simtag team car. Nice, simple sort of fade, isn't it? All across the car, but it works well. Definitely looks good. Races well with Fabrice behind the wheel. Just desperately pursuing Antunes, but I think the fatigue might be setting in just a touch, as that gap has definitely increased, hasn't it, between Arnage competition. But then again, I don't know if you'd be expecting anything else, because Fabrice is going in for his 7th hour in the car, and of course, because he's only taken tyres, he's going to probably go through for 8 consecutive hours of racing, Hassan, before handing over to his teammate.
which is
Nuts.
Insane. That's a third of the race.
Don't forget as well, he was in the car right at the start. Don't know if he's been able to get any sleep. Hopefully he'll be able to hand over to his teammate for the final 4 hours and put that car in a good spot. But I don't know what I'd be doing driving in the car for 8 hours. That is Yeah, especially at the circuit that we mentioned at Zolder. I said at the start of the broadcast, it's a struggle sometimes to even do 2 stints back to back because of how much it demands of you. Constantly turning, no time to rest, no time to think, constant traffic to negotiate as well. It's been an amazing performance. If we could give out sort of awards and medals for driver of the round, I definitely think Fabrice would be up there with this amazing effort. But you don't get any points for putting an amazing effort. You get points for finishing well. And Simtag E team, their focus is definitely going to be firmly on that, considering they have a championship to try and win. An Irish competition, and Simtag E team, essentially whoever wins this race wins the championship. That is the level that we are operating at. Those are the stakes. Couldn't be any higher if we tried Hassa. So it is a straight shootout till the end of the race, which makes it simple for us as commentators, because the driver who wins the race wins the championship. Makes it very handy for us and our smooth brains to comprehend.
Yeah, you don't say. That's something we can work with, and it's the stakes you want to see as well. Just the rhythm coming in here from Jimmy and Toons. Times the overtaking perfectly on corner exit. Knows exactly how to stay out of trouble. The G-Force car up ahead of him, it's taken a hefty knock. Oh, that's early on the brakes. I don't think Antunes was expecting that. Perhaps maybe just a lift off, but managed to get around it. Almost flat for this right-hander, which feels scary, and especially with the tires wearing out and such, you really have to stay awake. Sometimes it needs a bit of a lift. And then flat out underneath the banners on the bridge where you can cross in to the infield. Zolder, and I mentioned this every time we're here, but there's a not only motor racing going on here, but also cyclocross at Zolder. Cyclocross, of course, huge around Belgium and Flanders in particular, in which the Zolder track, of course, has its home, and not only cyclocross, but cycling generally huge in Flanders, and that's of course a thing that I share as a Dane. Of course, I think you as a Brit as well will have been catching on to that wave over the last 10, 12, maybe a bit more years here with the advent of British cycling Team Sky and all the success that's come their way, which is indeed great to see. Just a little bit of a sidestep, so we're still on board with Jimmy and Toons. Funny how a feather can become 10 moose all of a sudden. And just to show how quickly things could change track here. Into the hairpin yet again. Although one of the nice things for the drivers here around Zolder, it's a relatively short track, which means that you'll be seeing the same corners a little bit more often, and it makes it that little bit easier to sort of get in the rhythm and the groove on a track like this. Drivers often talk about it in correlation with the Petit Le Mans, because Road Atlanta, especially in the prototypes, is done in not much more than a minute in the end, and even though it's a difficult track to get right, the difficult parts come to you so often that you just get it under your skin in another way. The extreme opposite of it, of course, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where drivers from time to time find themselves asking themselves, where on earth am I? Especially at night. And that's not a thought that you want to have greeting your ability to concentrate and judge coming into a corner. Of course, that was one of those things making the Nordschleife the most challenging track still in use around the world. And in my opinion, Edward, I think the only real... I mean, there are some old public road racetracks that I simply don't know of and can't take into consideration. But the only real thing that I can think of that that has its place in mainstream racing folklore is the Targa Florio and the history of that race, which in itself is absolutely insane as well.
There are some amazing stories about the history of motorsport, and I have to say, Tiger Florio. It's a shame that it doesn't happen anymore, but obviously for good reason it doesn't happen anymore, because it was a bit nuts, wasn't it? Driving around country roads, through towns, through villages, through very narrow, basically village streets. Makes sense that it doesn't happen anymore, even if it is a big shame. Look at Jimmy Tunes, though, getting very close, even though he's in the lead of the race. In passing, low traffic getting through en masse. Easy little move, that one at the end. Bending margins to Paris Cornelis. Now the gap, now at 7.5 seconds. So Jimmy Tunes, he's gotten behind the wheel. Fresh tyres, a fresh pair of arms and legs behind the wheel is definitely helping out our large competition. Has got now Martin Kerfs into the pits for Flemish Simsport Red, promoting Olivier Bulsink back up into the lead in the TCR class. Looking very fresh, you got to say, on those sunglasses. Running happily because he's in the lead of the race. Hopefully he'll be a cool customer up until the end of the race to guide that car home in P1. Had some exciting battles earlier on, didn't he, with Naveed Hussain for the first 6 hours. And since getting into the lead, very strong, that Sim District TCR green car. Hasn't really had too many moments, which is good to see. Car staying nice and clean.
Martin Kerfs back out after his pit stop. A fresh set of fronts for him. If I'm not completely mistaken, I'd be surprised to see them change the rears, as Jimmy Tunes is making his way through as well. And certainly, as we're trying to figure out just where the TCRs really are in terms of strategy, I can't really get my head around who's actually leading. My gut feeling tells me that it's Sim District TCR Green still ahead, but it seems to be swinging back and forth, and it'll be easier to sort of do the maths up in the head and figure out just how it's standing when we get a little closer to the checkered flag. Matty Sufi's in for Flemish Simsports White. A driver that we know very well indeed here on Simracersworld TV, an absolute mainstay across many different series. And that 13 car doesn't look like it's had a lot of luck to me. Looks like something that's been to battle, come home, and then been to another battle. It's shruffed up there on the right-hand side, to say the very least. They're leading PSR, by the way, by about 20 seconds. The number 10 car, driven by Kenny Hermans at the moment. Just a look at the battle for the lead in BLC 3. There's been all this talk about points and such. But with the BMW B-Lux not scoring, I think we can safely assume that Data Network Esports will pick up 25 points if they finish where they are right now. And as such, I don't think there's a lot of stress for them, and they'll take the safe approach to the entire matter and keep the car as clean and pristine as it's looking right now. Into Villeneuve, ooh, a little late on the brakes there. Thomas Stuckmans manages to get it around safely. Then another two cars that are fairly close is the 667, currently driven by Jérôme Charvet and Michael Holsters in the Simtag 1886 car, separated by about half a minute. The 667, Edward, that we saw run very well in the early part of the race until they picked up a drive-through penalty. And from there on, they've just steadily drizzled down the order. Seems like they've had a few issues as well throughout the race. In terms of the car, maybe not looking quite as pristine as it did when they started. But it was impressive to see the pace that they had early day with Kenny Rosens behind the wheel of the car, taking the lead at the start of the race and keeping it very, very well for the opening stint.
It's been, a race ups and downs, especially for Belcar Esports by Francorchamps. Unfortunately, towards this stage, it's been more downs than ups that they were experiencing at the start of the race. Thank you for touching on there, Hasse. Still a good effort from them. Can see about creeping inside the top 5 places, but the gap to Tyres Mars for JWS Motorsport seems to be a little bit too great to try and overtake. That margin is almost 5 minutes. So instead, I think their focus is going to have to be on keeping Simtag E-Team in behind, who themselves are only 30 seconds back. Starting to see now at this stage of the race, the gaps opening out a little bit, Hasse, but that just gives us time to talk about various things going on in the world of motorsports and just the wider world in general, and hopefully involves some people in the YouTube chat as well. And speaking of, if you are in the YouTube chat or if you are taking part in the race, don't be sure to jump on down to the Simracersworld TV Discord, put yourself in the interview waiting room, and myself and Hasse can have a little word to you about how your team's race is going and find any other things to talk about.
A good point indeed. We're open for visitors. You can come give us a friendly knock on the door, and we'll drag you in, screaming and shouting. And a slight blink, and I might suspect that had been on my part, because all of a sudden it seemed that everything blinked, which is not what we want to see. Let's hope that it was a lonely swallow. Jimmy and Toons, Edward, is now sitting on what's coming closer and closer to a 10-second advantage, and with the fuel advantage they're looking at as well strategically, it could be looking difficult for the Simtag E-Team number 2 car in the end, but we'll have to see, because we've also seen that Simtag are indeed able to push out laps like no one else. And
They're doing a very good job, aren't they? Just pumping out the laps, keeping a good job up at the front. As consistent as we have a replay, Hasse. This is Andre de Broer. Oh, a little bit wide coming out of turn 2. Not doing the underside of the car any good there over the anti-cuts, the bumps on the exit. Very, very sort of damaging. See, the front of the car has already taken enough of beating the rear of the car as well. Not the prettiest looking Lamborghini Huracan GT3 that you've ever seen. This was, another incident for him. Tap of the gravel. And was that actually just before they ran wide? Was that maybe what caused them a bit of scrubbing of the tyres, perhaps overheating? Meant the car wasn't turning as nicely.
No, it was on the lap after, so I think he's just gotten thrown off and lost his groove, maybe a little bit. The nerves pick up as well here as Fabrice Cornelis comes into the pit lane. And let's see if he's gonna hand over the car to one of his teammates. Could very well be the case that we're looking at. It is indeed Koen Klopman ready to take over. I think it's going to be a well-deserved rest for Fabrice Cornelis, who might have done his final stint of this race. I would suspect that with the amount of time that he's been in the car. Michael Holsters is in as well in the 86. And interestingly, Edward, they are the Simtag E team are very, very close to the hour mark. So if they fuel save ever so slightly and stretch their stints, they might find themselves on relatively level terms with the Anash competition car, and I think that is what they're trying to do here, making sure that they are covered in terms of strategy, and then from there on maybe try and bring the race to Anash competition when we get that a little bit closer to the end.
Interesting, isn't it, to see the strategies coming through. Kevin Klotman behind the wheel. Early, though, in the stint, well before the hour mark coming through. Simtag Eats team then. Going to be, as well, something to think about in terms of how Conan will fare in this stint, because he's not got fresh tyres. He doesn't know exactly what the condition of them is when he gets into them. Of course, he sees the percentage of the number, but how does that translate to how the car drives? Only really Fabrice Cornelis will have known, but I think it's fair to say he's earned himself a well-needed break after driving for 7 consecutive hours. Hats off to him. Well, Klotman taking control and seeing what he can do in reducing the deficit to Arnaud's competition, and Jimmy and Tunes, who's had a sterling start to his stint, you have to say, extending that gap to about 7 seconds over the course of an hour. No mean feat, especially when you've got a very quick team in behind you of Simtag. All drivers about as fast as one another. So you can be sure that Klotman is going to be right on the pace, even with some slightly worn tyres that he's not used to having on.
That's a good point. Here's Philippe Febert in the 55 ART Sim Racing 1 machine, currently second in class. Oh, sorry, that's my bad. They're third, because Hansi Polmans in the Flemish SimSports yellow machine is well up the road. Broken away from the pack and is clear of the field in strong fashion. But second place in that class is the Eagle Race Simulators Esports P-Cup car of Steve Kleiss. And Steve Kleiss, who is carrying a fair amount of damage to that right front corner. You gotta wonder if that could send the overall pendulum swinging in the direction of ART Sim Racing. However, on the last lap, they were a second and a half quicker than ART Sim Racing behind them. So it's going well for Steve Kleiss at the moment. He's seemingly not too hampered by the damage. And as we've touched on in the opening hours of the race as well, Edward, aerodynamic damage and getting the car dented here and there, it's usually worse on higher speed tracks, and these slower technical tracks seems to be places where you can easily get away with it.
Yeah, I think it's... sometimes you can get away with it, but you don't really want to be relying on getting away with things. They use... oh! Huge moment into the wall. That could be suspension damage. A huge hit to the side. If that was onto the tyres as well, onto the suspension angles, that is going to be a hefty, hefty trip into the pit lane. Speaking of in the pit lane, there's Sandy Mitchell, Sim District GT3, going for second stop this stint. well, the first stop this stint rather, for the second half of this tyre's life cycle. Having a look as well towards the track temp, if we may, should let us know it isn't too high. It was 22 degrees last time we checked at the start of these final 6 hours. I think at the moment it shouldn't be too far from 22 as well, Hauser.
Good point. Let's just have a look here. 26 degrees, so it is definitely heating up. As we're about 20 minutes past 10 sim time. So it's also where you'd expect the track to start getting hotter. Tire wear is going to be getting more and more of an issue and more of a problem as well, perhaps for some of the drivers. Though they will be familiar with just how the track feels. Of course, it's going to be so rubbered in by now that still might have that little bit extra grip compared to the opening minutes of the race. We are indeed into the final 5 hours of racing here at Zolder.
I was excited to see what happens in the next few moments of racing, see what comes through in terms of the strategies. Of course, we've got the questions hanging over the head of Simtag E-Team. Is Koen Klopman going to be able to save the fuel, get them up to the all-important hour mark? Because as it stands, they're going to need a splash and dash at the end of this race. Whereas Arnaud's competition, they're in the driver's seat, they're in prime position to get a very strong end to this race and also potentially take the overall championship. This championship that has gone right the way down to the wire could be settled in the next 5 hours of racing, Asa. All of this down until the end. Two teams just duking it out for the win, for the championship. And I don't think either one of them would want it any other way.
I think that's a pretty good assumption to make. I think one we can fairly make as well. But we also just gotta take what we can learn from what happened to Flemish Sim Sports in the BLC3 class, the GT4s, that when the gaps are as small as they are, things can change at the drop of a dime, and it's just something to keep in mind for viewers, drivers, and teams alike, and broadcasters for that matter. It's impressive to see the precision being put in by Jimmy Antunes, just ever so slightly kissing the gravel. He's got it under full control. Now into the first chicane. Oh, you see what I mean there? That's a little bit much of the right-hand side curve. And it doesn't take much in such a situation for the underside of the car to take a knock, which, not knowing anything specific about what happened to the Flemish Cayman, but that's what I suspect might be the explanation to their engine blowing up.
Looking on board, I love this angle that you get from the onboard camera, just on the left front suspension. You can see the front tyre working its magic, the suspension bouncing up and down over the curbs. Really get a sense of speed as well from this low angle. Seeing the track absolutely fly by, seeing the car hitting the apexes. Really, I feel just for how much punishment the car takes through the curves, through the chicanes as well, monstering through. Then on board it looks almost pedestrian, doesn't it, in comparison? But I'm sure I can show you it's not. It's a very fast bit of kit. Even with the weight penalty that's being piled onto the car to keep it sort of more manageable in terms of pace, more in line with the other cars around it. So it's good and close. Over the curves. Good strong performance from our large competition, but it's not all over yet. It's not the race won for them. They need to nurse it through the next 4 hours and 50 minutes and focus on the job that needs to be done as Thomas Stockmans comes into the pits. Nuno Henriquez now behind the wheel of the BMW Belux car. Up into the BLC3 class lead goes Nuno then. And even though they aren't scoring any points, Sasa, this is their first race actually for the season, taking part in the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder, and look to be coming through for the race victory on their debut. Even though they aren't scoring points, they will still be classed as race victors.
And I think that's all that's in it for them. They're racing for the glory of being the victors in the end, as you say. It's and for the by far most prestigious race of this series. Well, they've chosen their moment well, haven't they? And Nuno Enriquez in the car at the moment. It's certainly looking good. Wondering if they've had their fast repair during the night as well. I don't actually think there is a way for us to actually see who's had their fast repair and who hasn't had it. But it would be interesting to look at. Now there's something to catch up to as well here. With Naveed Hussain, mind you, they suffered a disconnect for Paul King, Ignium Motorsports that is. They suffered a disconnect for Paul King earlier in the race. And that lost them some considerable time. 2-3 laps to be precise. At the moment, they are about a lap and a half behind Sim District TCR Green. And they might even be a pit stop up on him as well. I'm not quite sure of that. Edward might be able to fill me in on that in a second. But given how quick we've seen Naveed Hussain be before, would it be past them to actually be able to come up through the ranks and take something better than the third place they're holding on to at the moment?
Having a look, it's going to definitely be tricky to up the order, especially with, well, just under 5 hours still remaining to claw back. What is nearly 3 minutes worth of time is definitely a tall order that I'm not even sure Naveed Hussain could manage, especially considering how evenly matched him and Olivier Paulsink were in that early phase of the race. Olivier slightly faster on the second stint was what saw those two switch positions. And from then on, Sim District TCR Green have held firm, haven't they, till the to the lead in BLC 4. I think Naveed Hussain could theoretically try and catch up to Martin Kerfs for Flemish Sim Sport Red on account of the pit stop strategy towards the end of the race, should it work in his favour. However, that is if it works in his favour, because Naveed Hussain has been consistently pitting. That Ignium Motorsport car has been consistently pitting around about 3 to 5 laps earlier than everyone else. And over the course of 19 hours of racing, that unfortunately has added up and seen them not in the best of positions. So I think it could be more of a matter of Naveed Hussain and Ignium Motorsport fighting against the current in terms of the strategy, in terms of the pit stops, and finding it harder to make up places.
And we have it from Ben Hicks as well in chat, saying only if something goes very wrong ahead And of course, we're not wishing that upon anyone. But it's something that we would have seen before as well here, as we're on with the roof cam from the 911 Cup car of Flemish Sim Sports, the yellow 999 machine. It stays like this till the end of the race. They'll be turning that around. It'll be more something like, yeah, yeah, yeah. But a nice little camera angle this. As the aforementioned Ignium Motorsports TCR does indeed get past. Jimmy and Toons in the pits here. It looks to be a scheduled pit stop. 4 hours and 45 minutes remaining. So, it'll be interesting to see what kind of effects it's going to have for the number 2 car here, Edward, that they've now got Koen Klopman in a fresh driver. Most likely to be well rested, at least in comparison with his teammate Fabrice Cornelis after his mammoth stint. And it still hangs sort of out in the open. Are they going to be able to push through and really put the pressure onto an Irish competition? Because remember, it's the race for the championship title as well. In the end, whoever of the two gets to the line first will be crowned champions. So there is a lot at stake. The Simtag team, who's had a strong second part of the season, really strong indeed, but they did suffer on the opening few races. Suffering bad luck and maybe the transition from the radical prototypes to the Lamborghinis that require quite a difference in driving style and approach as well. And this time the driver swap and not taking the tires has put Jimmy and Toons, I'm looking at it, actually very, very similar. So I think he had 42 seconds. None of them has taken tires on the last stop, which doesn't really make sense to me. Because Koen Klopman, well, that would mean he would be running what you would call sloppy seconds. In some teams at least. And it's often not really optimal. Oh, a bit of close contact there, or at least close to close contact. Wasn't quite the touch between the Ignium TCR and what I think might have been the 81 Lamborghini. As Kenny Heremans goes through on Matty Sufi. See the number 1 PSR Lamborghini looking quite a lot better in terms of the panels, at least on the outside of the car. Let's have another look at the overtake as Kenny Heremans went the long way around. And you can see, oh, I'm sorry, it's the other way around. Heremans on the inside here, obviously. Heremans. Confused about Kenny Heremans and the fact that there was also Stefan Keremans in the race. So my apologies, but I hope you do understand the reason for confusion. Has indeed been a really good race so far. And just want to take us back, Edward, to some of the overtakes that we saw earlier in the race as well. Especially in the lead battle there in BLC 1. Some of the action we've seen has been absolutely brilliant.
I mean, you only have to look to the first lap to know what the race was going to be like, wouldn't you? So obviously, that overtake in the start of the race that saw Well, Valkyrie Esports by Francorchamps get through into the lead was brilliant, wasn't it? There was some excellent racing up at the front with Kun Plotman, that is Simtag E-Team, getting up the order as well. On Irish competition, they didn't let their heads drop, even if they dropped down the order in the first lap, down 2 places. They held on, just knuckled down with all of the action and put themselves up where they needed to be to score the points. And after, well, around about 19 and a bit hours worth of racing, they have a healthy advantage, nearly 30 seconds clear of Simtag eating I think that's the largest we've ever seen that gap.
And that says a lot, doesn't it? Because it's not really huge margins that we're talking about here. And the fact that we still have battles for positions that are going on around on the track, it says all about the closeness of the racing that we've had on display here tonight. Seth Kosemans is in the pits. He's getting tires, and then he's gonna probably go for another stint in the car. Unless he's just hopped in, of course, and I haven't noticed, in which case I apologize for my mistake. But we do our best to stay on point when it comes to who's in and for how long they've been in, etc. Here is Sven Kalbert. He's out of the car. Steph Delnews is in instead for Dynamics Racing Blue. That's the TCR Dynamics car, the 71 machine. We'll be seeing if they can get out ahead of Robin van Gogh in the Sim District TCR Orange, a car that's been through it as well in this race. Here's Ronnie Heyman on the 132 duct tape racing machine. Speaking of good-looking machines, I think this one, although it's maybe on the jokier side of things, with a big roll of duct tape on the side of it, I still think it looks pretty good, though.
Yeah, it does. It's Watercast. They seem to be looking very good, don't they, at the moment, Hassa? Even across all the fields. Got some very good drivers, very good paint jobs. Just a very good evening so far. Very good morning now, actually. Got to stop saying evening, even though that's... well, me and you are used to being in the comms box, and we do, of course, have the joys of showing a comms box later tonight in the evening, as usual, for the Simracersworld Sunday GT Masters, Simracer coin. So that'll be fun action to stay tuned for on Simracersworld TV after all's been said and done here this morning. Almost said evening again. Here this morning into midday after the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder has been and gone. For the moment, focusing on the action here. Drivers making pit stops, other drivers staying out, strategies coming through each way and every way. I'll tell you what, you can say what you like, but Simtag E-Team, they've done a good job extending their stint, able to keep it going. They've only pitted 18 times compared to most of the field ahead of them, pitting 19 times, so could be on for good end to the race for Simtag, especially when they are only 18 seconds behind Valkyrie Esport, might find themselves making a place.
There are still places to be gained across the field, Edward. I suspect there is going to be action and changes, and we'll see to it when we return from our first 5-minute breaks of this morning. We're going to take a few of those to stretch our legs and keep us supplied on whatever we need to get ourselves through the stint in working order, so to say. It will be about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere except for doing what we're doing and grabbing some snacks or just a quick stretcher. Anyways, we shall return shortly. As we rejoin from our break, we rejoin to sad news indeed that Steve Kleiss has suffered a disconnect, and that is the Eagle Race Simulators car that has lost second place due to that disconnect. It's now Thomas Protpucky in the machine. It's the two-man machine, the two-man challenge. They're doing a mammoth piece of work in that car indeed. And that wasn't the luck they needed at all, was it, Edward?
No, it isn't, and it's really unfortunate because they were doing so well. Like you said, they were up in second place. And just like that, one little hiccup is seemingly taking them out of the equation, but anything can happen, like we've seen in the chat. So Smet saying, look at Belcar 3, anything is possible, and that's definitely something to consider for Eagle Race Simulators. An effort that's been taken on by two drivers, let's not forget, splitting the duties of driving over the 24 hours. Means that if they do get second, it'll be a very good result for them. And, well, they've got cars all around them. Philip Verbe in the pits for ART Sim Racing. Decent margin ahead, but of course, in the Porsche Cup class, it's all about consistency. It's easy to make a mistake when you haven't got any ABS or TC to help you out. So consider that point made. Incidents and accidents can happen. You can already see damage on that ART Sim Racing car. They know what's at stake. They can see a chance for second place in their grasp. It's all about nursing it home now up until the end of the race. Try not to do anything silly.
And Protpucky here. And now it's always a terrible way to get called into the car as well. Oh, there's a disconnect and you have to ready yourself in seconds instead of having your schedule to kind of lean up upon. And seems to have done a fine job of getting into it here now. Philippe Fabert is back out on track. That gap is not going to be a minute and 50 seconds though, I suspect. Because they're now going to be on the same lap at least. And not too far from one another in terms of pit stop strategy as well. So most likely with the same amount of pit stops remaining. And that could mean that it's only 25 seconds separating the two. If that's the case, well, it could be worse. Not that it's optimal in any way for Eagle Race Simulators, but let's see how it plays out. It's also been mentioned in chat, it's by no means over yet. Anything can happen up ahead as well. The driver leading in class at the moment, Hans Pullmans, has such a strong fan base, always present here in chat, Edward, the Hansi Pullmans fan club. Such a well-liked gentleman, and great to see him leading. You gotta say the 999 has done a beautiful job so far of approaching this race in just the right way, and they've been there to pick up the pieces from everybody else so far.
Like you say, the 999 definitely got some support behind it. Definitely got a good race that they've run thus far. And seemingly in a strong place for the end of the race. Gap to Philip Verbe, nearly 9 minutes, Hassa, at this stage. 9 minutes almost. Between Hans Pullmans and Philip Verbe for Sim Racing. So just shows how strong Flemish and Swat Yellow have been so far this race. Shame that, of course, one of their stablemates, Flemish Sim Swat Black, out of the running with engine failure. Unfortunately, in the final 6 hours, they have been the latest driver, the latest team to take no further part of this race.
Just keeping my eyes on another close duel here at the moment with Maddie Sufi in the 13 car. About 13 seconds down on Kenny Heremans, but Heremans got passed last time we saw action here, so I think the gap is just extended from there on.
Just see as well, so the amount of damage that you get on the front end of these low slung Lamborghini GT3 cars, the Huracan, held low to the front on the sort of, you can see there's just the chunks taken out as they monster over the curbs. Almost perfectly sort of leaving imprints of the curbs themselves, doesn't it, Hassa?
It's actually true that the shape of the bump underneath the front of the car, yeah, it's actually true indeed. Though I suspect there's also been a few moments of argy-bargy, touchy-touchy between a few of the cars themselves as they try to negotiate traffic in the safest possible manner. Milan Phaetons has had a bit of an issue here that is in the QSR Racing Esports TCR machine, the 334 car. I think this is the car that's last of the running cars. Still out there on track at the moment at least. And that's an inopportune moment indeed there. Sufi's lost a few more seconds to Kenny Heremans. That gap is now 15 seconds. And Olivier Bultink, I think, has just been in the pits. Yes, he has. Which has changed the positions around again in BLC4 Edward. It seems it keeps on swinging, but for me at least, I'm no wiser on who's gonna be in the lead when the checkered flag comes around.
I think it is most likely to be Olivier Bultink. I would expect their pace they've been showing, the strategy they're running on. I think it is probably going to be Sim District TCR Green coming out on top. But it could be close, I think. Might be closer than I think the drivers are expecting as the race ticks through the time. You can see Sim District TCR Green nice and steady, nice and stable. And the lap times looking relatively quick, even as the track temperature climbs and climbs. Getting to the phase where maybe we'll even start to see some of the GT3 drivers stop the double stinting of the tyres if it gets much hotter. As we've climbed up to 28 degrees. Don't forget we started this race at 35 degrees, and I think we're well on our way to reaching those heights very soon.
Also seems the weather is a bit more on the sunny side. There are a few clouds though as I look to the sky here, but it's been blue skies for most of the morning, which will have allowed the track to soak up more of the sunshine and thus gain temperature quickly. But it is of course dynamic with the temperatures as well. So if we get clouds that covers the track, it's gonna mean that the development in track temp is gonna stale out, and as such, it could go well. It's hard to call.
Yeah, it is going to be very tricky. It's a lot easier, I think, for us as commentators to see from an outside perspective looking in on what the strategies are doing, how the race is unfolding. But even then, we don't necessarily know what the drivers are doing in the car for their strategy. They have their own insights that we don't get, which means sometimes surprises can be thrown up for us and for them later on in the race. But for the moment, I think Syndicate TCR Green are definitely looking like strong contenders, at the very least, for their class victory, just as long as they can keep this level of pace up, which they have been showing so far this race. Naveed Hussain for Ignium Motorsport, trying to close the gap, trying to get involved in the mix. I don't think there'll be anything coming through. Just real shame, isn't it, for Ignium Motorsport, because they had that disconnect early on through no fault of their own and sent them out of the fight for first place, and might mean they'll only have to settle for third.
Yeah, it's just a part of the game. In the end, it's like it happens to basically everyone. If nothing else than just once in a rare while. Thomas Layson gets in the car here for Flemish Sim Sports Yellow. It's the 999 in the pit lane at the moment. I think it's the 677 of Adrien Desbois that is leaving. He's following his teammate in the 667, who's Oscar Pai at the moment. Thomas Layson getting a fresh set of tires now. 4 hours and 15 minutes and a bit before the end of the race. So as you can see from that as well, Edward, it seems Flemish are also either they've been able to run slightly over an hour and that's gained them 42 minutes altogether on the pit strategy, or their strategy has also become skewered at some point. Just goes to show that it's so hard to avoid any sort of incidents or mistakes or disconnects, or there's just a whole heap of things that can come your way that you eventually want to avoid. But it goes to show that even the leading cars have met trouble. It basically comes down to the degree of trouble that you encounter, and not whether or not it's more a question of when than it's a question of if, isn't it?
I think it is, but of course, later on in the race, when the chances of victory become more and more apparent, you start to see those lead drivers start to back off a little bit if they see back marker traffic act a little bit erratically. Instead of thinking of, I got to get past them as soon as possible, they might start to think, I've got time, I can sit behind them a little bit, wait for things to calm down, and then go for a move that I know will be clean. And you're less likely to have these little incidents. Of course, there are times when things can happen completely outside of your control, like we've seen with mechanical failures seemingly out of nowhere for the BLC3 class leaders. And of course, disconnects coming throughout the field means that you can only really control certain things, and sometimes other things are well out of your hands and within the laps of the racing gods.
Oh, apologies, I had to mute for a very low passing helicopter that you will not be able to hear now that it's gone, but it was deafeningly loud with my open windows, of course, as well. That doesn't make it much better. I'm well aware of this, but I need fresh air for these long stints. And that's just the part of being a city resident, I guess. Although it can be annoying at times. This is actually an on-track battle for position, as Kurt van Honacker in the number 10 machine is contesting Thomas Layson in the leading 999 Porsche Cup for 11th place in the overall standings. He's giving way to Koen Klopman. Looking at the gap, by the way, between Koen Klopman and Jimmy and Toons, it's 1 minute, 1 second for the time being. And I'm wondering here, Edward, last thing I see for Simtag is a pit lane time of 35 seconds without a stop inside. So do you reckon they've been in and through the pit lane for a stop and go penalty?
Oh, I think that
Not
could
a
be
stop and go, of course. A drive-through, that's obviously what I meant, yeah.
Yeah, drive-through potentially on incident points. Instead of having to go through the pits, but not counted as actually stopping in the box. It's counted as a pit stop. So they've still only stopped 19 times, but I think made more than that amount of trips through the pit lane. Come to a replay here, Hassett.
Yeah, we're just looking at this. It mightn't be the most suspenseful replay. They have their pit stall at the very end of the pit lane. There's no recorded pit stop time on this one. And indeed, to me it looks like, yep, indeed, they're just going through. So that is a drive-through for the number 2 car. And that's extended the advantage of Jimmy and Toons to just around a minute. Certainly not what the number 2 machine needed.
So the race just gets a little bit easier for Irish competition. Of course, they had around about 27 seconds advantage after the pit stops for this this little fight, and then of course that gap was been increased by another 30 seconds on account of that drive-through penalty. But of course, if Koen Klopman and Simtag E team can pick up the penalty, so can Jimmy and Tunes and Arnage competition. And with just over 4 hours still to be run, Hassett, there's still time for dramas and accidents and incidents to occur. Arnage competition then, in definitely what you would consider the driver's seat in terms of taking the overall and class victory here this morning and well into the midday. But of course, there's always a late twist in the tail for these endurance races. Is it going to be in BLC 1?
We'll just have to see. There's a brilliant comment in chat from Hendrik de Grave. There's a question of any rain expected, and says just tears. Oh, that's good. And I think we'll be close to tears for a few drivers. Yes, we've seen how the rain is gonna look, I think, on a bit of a preview. But as I understand it, in terms of rain and iRacing, they're gonna simulate the rain in a way that it's never been done before, especially when it comes to how the rain and the water, that is, interacts with the tarmac and flows off, and the kind of the density of the tarmac itself and the graininess, all being contributing factors to how water flows off and how quickly you get aquaplaning and all these sort of things. I think it's gonna be great, but it's sort of also how it is ever so often with rain in race simulators, that everybody wants it, and then when it's there, nobody wants it anymore, because it's just so hard. And sim racing can be hard enough because you just get all of the feedback of the car having to be communicated through the steering wheel, unless you have a motion rig and base shakers and all that stuff that can help with making it that extra bit immersive in terms of translating what the car is doing into something that you can actually understand and feel. But yeah, in terms of rain, I'm really looking forward though to seeing just how iRacing does it. And I'm not gonna make any suggestions or assumptions on when it's gonna be out. I think it's gonna be some time before it's there. They like to take their time with stuff. The development squad behind iRacing, and it also makes sense. Rather have it work than come out with something that's initially going to be broken. But interesting indeed, rain is coming to iRacing. It will be there. And for a race like this, Edward, all of a sudden having rain as a factor to factor in for everyone here, and just what's that gonna mean for a race like this. What is your take on that?
I don't know what to really make of it, if I'm honest, Hester. It's yeah, in terms of the development of iRacing, of course, like you mentioned, rain potentially coming through, but at the moment, yeah, just the tiers that we'll have to, the virtual tiers that we'll have to serve its way onto the Zolder circuit for the moment, from all the drivers that have been involved in incidents and accidents. I'm quite enjoying it, to be fair, even without rain and iRacing. I'm not sure if we really need it. Of course, it'd make things exciting in these endurance races, but in terms of what it brings to other sims, I haven't done a dynamic race in a set of course Zione. I've only driven in the dry. I quite enjoy that. I've been enjoying iRacing in the dry. I don't know if really it would add enough to warrant bringing it in.
I mean, for me as an old rally fan, as someone who's done my fair bit of sim rallying as well, I don't think I'd mind really. I tend to be all right when everybody's suffering with conditions like that. So I think I'd enjoy it, and I think it would make a race like this or any 6, 8, 10, 12, 24-hour race so much more unpredictable. And at a track like the Nordschleife, at the full 24-hour layout, of course, even more so, where even in real life you have the same sort of situations, or at Spa for that matter, where it so often rains, but just on a part of the track. And those sort of conditions, the whole when do you go for wets and everything, that would be I think at least it would be a grand addition, and it would make things even more unpredictable. Imagine you have this race, and then with an hour and a half to go, it starts pouring down, and everything gets shuffled around. Everybody has to take these new conditions into consideration. You have to have a setup that works in both the dry and the wet. So wet weather basically changes everything. And I get why people don't like it as well, because it can be... And especially if it's not done well. I remember on the older Gran Turismo games that had dynamic weather, but their rain effect seemed to just be a gradual percentage, like a general loss of grip all the time, everywhere, everything was just slippery. And that's not necessarily how it is driving in the wet. You just need to find out where the grip is on track. And I think the iRacing way of modeling things with being fairly more meticulous than anything we've seen before, really. At least I'm not a programmer, I'm not working on it, so I don't really know, but this is how I've understood things, at least. I think there are chances, at least, that we'll have a better simulation of rain that we've ever seen before, and I hope that can change people's minds as well. I'm one of the excitables, at least, when it comes to this discussion here, I'll say.
Definitely, Alistair. You are you're an excitable person to be with, both in general but also in the comms box. Good to have your energy, especially for the remaining 4 hours that will be up and coming. Talking about all sorts, of course, the future of iRacing, perhaps seeing what other things are going to bring, not only the rain but maybe future cars. I'm absolutely dying here waiting for a new TCR car. Hopefully we'll have one of those coming soon. I'm sure I'm not alone in those sentiments, seeing if we can add another touring car to the mix. Maybe as well other British track, seeing if you can get maybe maybe Thruxton coming onto our racing. I know that's rumoured to be coming through, as well as perhaps Knock Hill, which I'm certain will please all of the Scotsmen everywhere in iRacing, adding that circuit to the iRacing roster. Trying to think what other circuits people would want into iRacing. If you could have any circuit that isn't currently on iRacing house, so which would you put in?
I'm thinking. I'm gonna be thinking. I'm gonna be thinking long and hard for a few more seconds before I have an answer to that. There's a lot of tracks that I really enjoy and like. Maybe something like Albert Park. I wouldn't mind. It's a great track. It's a great track for racing as well. But other than that, the joking side of me, and as a Dane, I want to say Jyllandsringen, and probably not many people know what Jyllandsringen is outside of Denmark, but every single Dane out there will know very well indeed what Jyllandsringen is. It's only the best racetrack in the world. So Jyllandsringen, I'd probably say. It's a mod. It's out there as a mod for Assetto Corsa. I think you can find it on the lovely old webpage that is Race Department. So if you want to take my word on it and try it out, then have a go around Jyllandsringen in Assetto Corsa one day. But no, seriously, there are a lot of great tracks. Something like Paul Ricard as well, with the endurance racing they're doing there, or Portimao as well, I think would be a great addition to iRacing. You know, some of the tracks that naturally support the racing formats that are in iRacing as well, I think would be, if we're being realistic at least, would be what makes most sense. In terms of cars we need, that added TCR machine has been coming for a long time. I've heard tales of the programmers working on the Master 3 TCR machine that never really materialized in real life either, which would maybe explain my excuses while just why it hasn't come to iRacing yet, because that's some time ago by now, and it would have made great sense. Also, seeing how iRacing has been pretty good at putting in development into some of the other classes, we've seen a healthy addition of GT4 machines. We've seen a good influx of GT3s lately as well, also with GT3 set to take over for GTE in the long run in real world endurance racing. I think it's a way to be on the forefront of what's coming in that regard as well.
I think you've just about covered every single racetrack that I was thinking of there, Hass. I'm really looking forward to, well, not looking forward to, there hasn't really been anything said about it, but excited about potentially getting Podium out on the iRacing service. It's like it's very fun to watch broadcast on, to watch racing at. Hopefully you'll be able to get behind the wheel and do some yourself, because the elevation changes look so good from the cameras to the side of the circuit. Just makes you want to get on board and take part in it yourself. Then again, I'm still waiting on Knock Hill. They've scanned it. They've said that it'll be coming, but then there's just been radio silence for a little while. So hopefully we'll see that come through. They announced, I think, that they'd got scans of Knock Hill way back when they'd also managed to get Hockenheim, Red Bull Ring, the Hungaroring, and Knock Hill. And they've gradually released each one each season. I think Hockenheim was first, then it was the Red Bull Ring, then it was the Hungaroring. Hopefully for 2022, they'll finally bring us Knock Hill. Finally. I hope. I pray.
And I think Peter Mackay is praying alongside you. He would be absolutely thrilled. It's a place that he knows like the back pocket of his favorite jeans, I'd say. Having visited the place many times. Peter Mackay, of course, long-time trackside speaker and commentator at Knock Hill. Robin van Gog's just come out from a triple stint in the TCR. He says he would not recommend. And I don't think that Fabrice Cornelis would recommend a septuplet stint, seven times, or was it even an eighth full.
I think it was 7, yeah.
7 hour stint behind the wheel of the Lamborghini GT3 machine.
Yeah, and actually, Robin, as we can see you in the chat, driver of a TCR car, give us some insight. Have you taken rear tyres? And if so, when did you do? Or are you banking on keeping them up until the end of the race? From my experience in the car, this was a little while ago, but endurance racing, those rear tyres do last a long time. So please let us know what's going on with the rear end of that TCR car. Not for any strange reasons, though I want to know about your rear end, but mainly for race strategy. What are the tyres doing?
Gonna cast our eyes up ahead here. Jimmy and Toon still in the car. Sam Checkered has taken over for Simtag. They find themselves just over 2 laps down all of a sudden.
Yeah, about 1.5 laps down, I actually think, from Sam Checkered. Not ideal. But of course, Jimmy and Tune's expected to come into the pits, so shouldn't be that far back for long. As we have a replay here, so what's going on with QSR Racing Esports?
Nothing particular. It's a pit lane pass, I'm afraid. So it's me being misled, if you will. For a short second there at least. Thomas Leisen is now 2.7 seconds behind Kurt van Honacker, so they've had a change for position between the two. I'm looking at this Flemish car thinking, have they had their fast repair? No, they haven't, because there's a big bulge on the right-hand side, our right-hand side of the hood. Of course, if we go to the roof cam, we can see it as well when it's actually on the left-hand side. Nothing's changed on that machine as the Duct Tape Racing TCR exits the pit. And Thomas Leisen wants to cut back through. I'm not quite sure they were telekinetically locked to one another, as you often have to be. I think for me, to hell with the clairvoyance and their ways of trying to communicate by mind. I think race drivers and sim racers, maybe even in particular, have to develop the skills to almost like Jedi-like levels where getting that understanding of what someone's about to do is really one of the key traits that can make or break an endurance racer. You can be really, really fast over a few laps. You can be really good in battling with your own class of cars, but once you got this traffic and the difference in speed, you also got to take into consideration the characteristics of the car that you're either being overtaken by or coming up to overtake. There are so many layers and so much to take into consideration in those situations, aren't there?
So Thomas Leisen on board with the 999. Just listen to that engine. Flat 6. Screwing its way through the second Zolder as it has done for the past 20 hours. Only 4 more to go. And with 7 minutes advantage, it's looking very good, isn't it, for Flemish Simracersworld Yellow. In short of domination of the BLC2 class. Extending their advantage as well, let's not forget. In Kingston, they had about 6 minutes, didn't they, for the 6 hours over the course of 2 hours since we've been live. They've extended it by a minute, which shows that rather content of maintaining the gap, they're seeking to extend it and doing a very good job at that.
they want to just keep it going, I think, and just keep the rhythm they've been pumping out. And most drivers know this as well, that if you slow down too much, you find yourself dozing off and maybe not needing to concentrate just as hard as you're used to. And that itself can then be what creeps under your skin and forces in the mistakes of just not being as focused as you could have been in a situation. I've tried that on numerous occasions myself, and was part of the learning curve that I had to go through when doing my first endurance races. I thought that, well, if we want to keep the car alive for longer, then just go that little bit slower and make sure that we don't make the mistakes. But then when you slow down too much, you find other sorts of mistakes creeping in as well, and it's really altogether it's a difficult beast to tame in the end, Edward, and it's something that you really have to learn. It's something you have to practice. I think it's something that rarely just comes as a natural ability for anyone, really.
I was just watching the car in awe, really. I'm just amazed that Thomas Lace and have been able to keep this pace up for so long, Hasser. It's tricky to do so, even in a car that, let's not forget, no clutch drop, no ABS, no assists whatsoever. But they've kept on going. They've soldiered on and not really having to deal with too much strife. Obviously don't want to jinx it, touch wood. Thankfully I've got a wooden desk to hand so that I don't jinx any of the Simracersworld yellow drivers, because you don't want to see them drop out of top spot, considering the race that they've had, the great drive that they've been putting on. 999 as well, fan favourite of the YouTube chat across all of the races this season. Going up to Simtag E-Team and Oscar Pye in the Valkyrie Esports team. And I think, having a look at the lap times, it is, yeah, Oscar Pye, Valkyrie Esport, reeling in Michael Holsters. This is a fight, of course, for 6th place. Simtag E-Team 86 against Valkyrie Esport by Francorchamps, the 667. Lap by lap, the gap coming down and down. Oscar Pye in hot pursuit of Michael Holsters, who I think actually Michael is needed to come into the pits regardless. So I think you might see... Actually, no, Michael Holsters isn't expected to come into the pits. Just having a look at the pit times, the run through, and it's actually Michael Holsters came in on lap 7.55. Oscar Pye came in on lap 7.52. So it was my mistake, actually. Both these drivers expected to come into the pits relatively soon. As there's a bit of a slide going on up in front. That's the Porsche, I think, the 51, is it? Or 55, rather. Philippe Weber, ALT Sim Racing. Still in 2nd place, but slides like that aren't going to do the tyres any good. Could be just the nature of the track, Hasser, as well. Hotting up, meaning that there's less grip. The driver's starting to come to terms with that now.
Well, exactly that. And that is the dynamic aspect already in play. As we discussed rain not too long ago. Track temp certainly a thing to take into mind here, as Oscar Pye is trying to negotiate the traffic as quickly as he can. The gap up ahead is certainly decreasing. It's around 7 seconds now, and they've been eating into that advantage over the last few laps. Expect them to get close, as there's a battle for 6th place overall on our hands. Michael Holsters in the Simtag car up ahead. Here he is. Both of these cars carrying a bit of damage. And it's a question mostly, I guess, of who's worse for the wear, basically.
Just watching the time come down. I think that's probably what Michael Holst is doing as well. Watching the relative, seeing Oscar Pie is on a charge. Of course, the pit stops set to come through soon. Most interestingly, though, Michael Holster's last pit stop was much shorter, which tells us older tyres, whereas Oscar Pie was stationary for about 1 minute 10 seconds. So it's fair to assume, I think, Hasse, that Oscar's got fresher rubber. Michael Holster's is on older tyres, so when they come through the pits, it'll go the other way around. Michael Holsters will have a longer pit stop, Oscar Pie will have a shorter one, and then maybe it'll be the turn of Simtag E-Team to be a little bit quicker on the next stint and try and reel in Valkyrie Esport.
That's a good point indeed. As we see the gap creep underneath 6 seconds. You can see Oscar Pie in the background. There he is. Creeping up on Michael Holster's Jarno de Haus in the pits now. He had a fuel-only stop for his last one, but he also has a comfortable cushion. To Scott McFall, currently driving the Sim District GT3 by BMS Vibe Esports Machine. Olivier Fenerk is in the pits as well, so we've had another switch for the lead in BLC3. Nuno Enriquez is back on past in the 100 BMW for BMW B-Lux. Flemish Sim Sports White is in as well. They are 10th in BLC1, that's 10th overall as well. Some of the lower order BLC1 machines will be seeing if they can make their way through on Thomas Layson, basically. Although Andre de Brouwer in the GeForce Experience car here still has 2 laps to make up on Layson up ahead. Layson putting in quicker lap times at the moment. That's not gonna matter all too much in the end. Someone we haven't seen here in the morning or noon hours as we've passed 11 o'clock Central European time, that is. It's the mighty Pink Panther Racing Porsche here, piloted by Sef Kosemans.
As I've been muted, I've done it, Hasse. I've made the cardinal sin of being muted and talking. Hopefully, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, I was talking lovely things about Sef Koseman's mighty Pink Panther Racing paint job. Nice and simple, but good effective use of colour and spec map means it's easy to spot, easy to distinguish. And then you've got car just in behind, Lawrence De Witt, the lone McLaren. Greenleaf Racing, big up state by having a very green paint. Even though they aren't in the fastest car in that class, I'm sure they're having a very good time behind the wheel. So here we go. Jimmy and June's Arnash competition into the pits. Okay, we're on lap 755. Makes this pit stop on. Trying to work out what lap they're on now. 795. For our large competition. Just started lap 796. Up onto the jacks. Means the tyres will be put on. Same as well as Sam Kiter did in behind. Also opting to take tyres. I think we are seeing drivers more often than not start to take tyres themselves as the track temperature heats up, even though, of course, it's gotten a little bit cloudier, has to, you have to say. It's not as bright as it was, say, an hour or even half an hour ago.
No, that's a good point.
Up to 30 degrees still.
Yeah, air temp still just 18 degrees. It's taken a bit of time to really heat up the air, but certainly in terms of the asphalt temperatures, they are creeping up. Thomas Prodpakis in the pits as well for Eagle Race Simulators up ahead. It's a multitude of laps ahead of Alan Day for Sim Formula Europe. And then I'm afraid Pierre-Yves Desaut has had some kind of issue as he spun his Cayman. Just put it off track without any wall contact. It's been a slight mishap for Olivier Fenerk as well. And then Jan Bruins has had a problem in his TCR. He's touched by the Flemish machine all the way around 360 and keeps it rolling. Very nice car control on the gravel there for Jan Bruins. That might be a problem for Flemish, as I'm afraid they could be looking at a penalty for avoidable car contact there, Edward. But that'll be in the hands of the stewards, of course.
Yeah, the stewards, that no arrest. Huge shout out to them and all the effort they've done for all of this season, especially this race. I don't know if they have had any stewards that operate in shift, or if it is the same team that stayed awake for the past 20 hours. It's no matter what it is, you can see Martin Kirst down the inside. Definitely, I think, caused the contact. Needs to get it down on the inside. When you try and make a pass, you've got to make sure it is made cleanly. And all of a sudden, if that is the case, if they have a drive-through penalty, stop and go, opens the door wide for an Ignium Motorsport to try and get back up a position into P2. And we said earlier, it might be a case of them looking at just consolidating P3. Actually, all of a sudden, with a potential penalty hanging over the Flemish Motorsport's red car, they can see P2.
And that is a very good point there. Still only 20 seconds in it between Olivier Bultink and Martin Kerfs for Flemish there. And the lead battle in BLC4. So they'll most certainly be hoping that that they don't get a penalty for that one, that they can get away with a warning. Of course, in terms of consequences, it wasn't all too bad, was it? But I don't think that's going to weigh too heavily with the stewards. They seem to be a little more focused on looking at the rule set itself. And I'm afraid that's going to go down. It's an avoidable contact, but we'll have to see. Either way, that battle between Michael Holsters and Oscar Pai is very much still raging on. You can see Holsters taking the hairpin there. Pai is diving up the inside of one of the lap Lamborghinis. Got a TCR to get past here that might slow him down ever so slightly towards the final chicane. Gap's around 3.5 seconds, so he's half the gap since last time we had a look with this battle. Holsters is doing a good job of keeping them in front, but I don't think he'll be able to hang on for long here. Be interesting to follow, Edward.
Yeah, it would be very intriguing to see how it works, how all of this fight starts to materialise. Sorry, Hassett.
Yeah, I was just a little bit. I just saw this out the back of our eyes, or the back of the screen, basically. With Andre de Brouwer having a bit of a moment at the exit of turn 1 there. Luckily, nothing more than a scare.
Here it is. So driver's still into grips. Car is getting a little bit harder to control with tyres, of course. Now, Oscar Pye definitely with very good pace. Right up in behind Michael Holster's Simtag E team. Fresher tyres. Seems to be the faster car as well at the moment. Still yet to pit though, which is intriguing. Gonna find out how the drivers fare in terms of strategy when that comes to fruition. Expect Michael Holsters to have the longer of the two stops by taking tyres, and is Oscar Pye able to double stint even the track temperature around about 30 degrees, maybe even climbing just above as it gets a little bit brighter now. Both those drivers, though, definitely expecting them in any moment now, Hassa, realistically.
Yeah, at about 40 laps per stint for the Lamborghinis, it would be about time. They seem to have even stretched this one getting closer to 50 laps here at least. It could be within something they're trying to do in terms of strategy to have the shortest possible final stop when they come around. I do expect to see them in shortly. You wonder if it would make sense for Oscar Pye to have come in instead of hanging out behind these lapped Lamborghinis. It's the number 1 PSR car driven by Lucas Romano at the moment. And then I think it is the G-Force car of Andre de Brouwer. 2.3 seconds. Now that'll be the Simtag car there right ahead. So it's really coming down now. Oscar Pye, you can smell the blood up ahead. It'll be like a shark on the prowl, hunting for positions here. Although they'll do wisely to remember, Edward, that they'll have the advantage on the pit stop to come. But overall, I'm not quite sure how that's going to work out for them. We've got about 3.5 hours left of the race, plus 7 minutes or so. 6 to be a little bit more precise. And it all depends if they can double stint on the next one or not, basically. And whoever can is going to look at a big advantage in a battle like the one they're having amongst themselves right now.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of a fight together. As well, the traffic playing its part, getting involved, having a little bit of extra spice added to the already delicious race that we have been treated to so far. But Hassa, as we come close within the next 5 minutes, we will go for our next break, I think. I'm trying to think, actually, is it in half an hour? No, it is in half an hour, not in 5 minutes. At least I think I'm trying to work out. It's still relatively early for me. I'm a student. I don't usually wake up until about 12 o'clock. So 10 o'clock in the UK is a little bit early for me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not... I've been up for a few hours, and I would regularly have as well here. I'm afraid Alexander Vras has had a bit of a moment. Oh, he hits the curb too hard in the first chicane, goes all the way around and kisses the barrier. That's not even hard enough to cause another dent. Oh, and Elon Day, winner of the real-life 24 Hours of Zolder this year. He certainly has his accolades in order. And there he is. To be fair as well, a lot of the drivers in this series, Edward, has experience from either the real-life Belcar series or other real-life racing series. It just goes to show that I've, as I mentioned last night as well, the bridge between sim racing and real-life racing is being a bridge. It's getting easier and easier to cross. And the gulf between the two is getting shorter and shorter, which in terms of just how much you can translate from one to the other, and it's something that I've spoken with your good mate Jacko about. Jack Oliphant does indeed have plenty of real life track experience of his own, and the experience of just how it translates from real life to the sim. It sounded like there was a bit of contact. Oscar Pi has entered the pit lane just as he got past on Michael Holster, so he was coming up to Michael Holster. He's then jumped into the pits. We're watching a replay, and my apologies for that. We're back with live pictures. Pi here in the pit lane, just in a few more laps earlier. A few laps earlier, my apologies, than Michael Holster. Got confused there for a second. That's what happens. It's a lot of talking to do.
Plenty of talking for me and Hasse for the next 3.5 hours. Because like you said, that fight was closing down between Oscar Pi and Michael Holsters. Michael going for a few more laps before his next pit stop. Simtag team extending their stint slightly compared to the competition. Definitely been saving plenty of fuel, making the strategy work out. Could see them very handily towards the end of the race. In terms of having that shorter final stop, maybe making up positions right at the end of the race. And track position is everything at Zolder. It's not the easiest circuit to make overtakes, especially when the pace is so close together. You do need to rely on mistakes from those drivers that you're racing with, and potentially slightly favourable flows with the traffic, hampering the drivers just ahead of you to give you the run into the corners. Of course, that in itself makes the overtake that little bit scarier and sketchier when you've got backmarker traffic to negotiate in addition to making the move. But that hasn't stopped the likes of Simtag E-Team trying it. Don't forget, they tried to make it and succeeded making it 3 wide through this turn. Turn 2, didn't they, Hasse? Just in the first 6 hours, down the inside of Jimmy N Tunes, threading it 3 wide with the TCR car on the inside as well. So there's plenty of scope for maybe exciting, brave moves, but maybe moves that you wouldn't make normally in an endurance race.
Yeah, but that's also what confidence gives you, the confidence to make such a move at an early stage of a race, knowing it's all on the line. It's just the confidence of doing such a move in a safe manner, in a controlled manner, and not overcooking it and binning it in front of the entire field, which would have been a sight to behold. It's something we've seen happen on many occasions in our sim racing careers, I think, and few worse things to be on the receiving end of as well. As you're coming down the Camel Straight, that's a classic place. As you hit that kink, someone touches, and all you see is a cloud of smoke ahead, basically, until it goes wrong.
Yeah, and that's one of the scariest things, is if you've got a cloud of smoke just up in front of you very close. It's especially with new smoke that was added to iRacing, I think season before last, meant that it was suddenly a lot harder to see exactly what was going on, and meant the drivers maybe needed to have had an adjustment phase. I think now everyone sort of realised that if there's an incident in front, you can't see what's going on, it's best to slow down instead of keep your foot flat to the floor and hope you come through as a hero and make up loads of time. See two Flemish Simsport cars together on the track. Button Curves getting passed by Thomas Layson. Flemish Simsport yellow going through on Flemish Simsport red. Shame, of course, they don't have Flemish Simsports black up there with them. The Porsche Cayman that was leading BLC3, let's not forget, suffered very strange engine failure. Nothing seemingly triggering it, it just went on its own, maybe over a bump, but they'd been taking those curves the same all race long apparently, so it was unfortunate. But of course that has meant all of a sudden on their debut race of this season, on their first entrance to the Virtual Belcar for the 24 Hours of Zolder, NW Belux leading BLC3, even though they won't score points. They'll definitely take the glory from the race victory, should they be able to hold on for the next 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Three and a half hours indeed, or just in the vicinity or so of that. Button Cavs still in the picture. With events that has unfolded over the last few laps or so has sort of settled whatever racing we've been had here and there. And saying that, Lawrence de Witt's just about 7 seconds clear of Michael Fernando. So Fernando's gonna hope that he can close that in. And the it looks almost like a beetle around the front with the knock that it's taken right in the middle of the front bumper. But when you see it from the side, it looks really cute and Herbie-esque. There it is. But Michael Fernando's got the pace right now, it seems at least. Although, judging from the last lap, the two drivers were within 0.03 of a second of one another. So extremely close they are on pace as well. And we'll see just how it all adds up in the end. It's one of those things that are so difficult to really call out here. Simtag E-Team 86 car is in the pits at the moment. I think he's in for tires? Either tires or repairs. Yeah, he's up on the jacks. Indeed.
We were saying we were expecting them to come through for a slightly longer stop compared to the car they were racing with, Oscar Pai at Valkyrie Esport. Obviously out to sync each other with the tyre stops. So now it's time for Jeremy Vatlet, the Simtag E-Team, the 86 car, to chase down Oscar Pai, Valkyrie Esport by Francorchamps Miniatures. Out into the Villeneuve chicane. All the tyres, it's all about nursing the car through for this part of the race. And then thinking, what will they do for the final 3 hours or so, or 3.5 hours, because they're probably going to take tyres for their next pit stop, which would see them probably pitting in at around about the 2.5 hours, maybe 2 3/4. So then do they do one single and then like a 1.5? Do they try a sort of a 2 and a 2.5 or 2 1/4? Because those tyres will have to go a long, long way. There's so many things to consider. I'm not sure what really would be the game plan, Haas. I'm not sure what you would think in terms of the strategy for Simtag. They've obviously come in now. Difference in tyre strategies, but what would be the optimal?
It's a good question, but we did see double stinting pretty much from the start of the race when the track was just that little bit hotter than it is now. So I suspect it'll be possible to do the double stints. In that case, you'd, I think, want to do the double as quickly as you can. Here's Oscar Pie, sends it up the inside of the Greenleaf McLaren. Well, that was a bit of a dicey moment. But just getting back to the question at hand, Edward, I do think that they would prefer to get the double stint out of the way before the track heats up too much, and then have the choice of taking tires or not on that final stop in the race. And then be it down to whether they need it or not. Of course, if the gaps stands as they are now, it's just 25 seconds. This really isn't a lot. And it takes about 30 seconds for a tire change. So Oscar Pie, I don't think he's actually managed to get past if they are a set of tires behind. But yet again, it's so hard to sit here and do that sort of guesswork on just what the teams are planning to do, and just so we don't see the data on the tires. We don't know just how worn they are when they come in after a double.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out the different strategies in my head, probably like the drivers are doing themselves, because we've got Oscar Pie, who is on all the tyres at the moment, expect to take fresh set at his next stop, which would open the door to a potentially 2.5 hour remaining distance of the race.
Oh!
That is huge. A big impact on the rear of Martin Kerf's car. Flamer Simsport Red. Huge hit from... That was one of the RP Motorsport cars. Didn't actually quite catch which one that was.
It was Lucas Romano.
Romano, who already himself has had a moment himself by his lonesome. Into the wall is the car driving straight, picking up marbles. Oh dear, is that just the car not being controllable or something, perhaps? Because it was already a little bit twitchy. Is it just trying to stop for the corner, not in control? Or was there something a little bit more sinister at play? I'm not entirely sure. We can really tell from there, Hasse.
No, it's going to be guesswork at best, I'm afraid, Edward. We're not going to be able to really see the steering wheel of the Lamborghini from our camera angle there. And as such, it's going to be hard to... call that one. But it looked like the car had taken some damage. It looked a little strange how Lucas Romano's car reacted under braking. Look at this. And there's a car on his right hand side. There's another Audi in it as well. So I think part of it is that Lucas Romano wants to get out of the way somehow. And he picks up Martin Kerf's sort of as collateral in that situation. Luckily for Flemish Simsports Red, it doesn't look to me as if the car is really bearing any marks of it. It's incredible sometimes what can happen to these TCRs without really damaging anything.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. You can see race control getting above Pete Limpkins. White flag, so drive-through penalty. Coming through for the RP Motorsports car. Martin Kerf's then for Flemish Simsport Reds. Again, losing out just a touch in terms of time to Olivier Boltink. Also getting reeled in by Naveed Hussein on account of that incident. Again, another reason why Ignia Motorsport can see second place opening up for them. Still on the cards. No longer a lap down from P2 as well. We're getting close, Asa, to the 3 hour mark. which means, of course, we will be approaching the next break for myself and you. But until then, still have some great company, not only with ourselves, but also some excellent racing. And soon, I think Jasper Schoenakers will have some company of himself, because Lawrence de Witt for Greenleaf Racing seems to be closing in just a bit, lap by lap. The McLaren getting closer to P4 in BLC3 class.
Just looking through it here. Yeah, that's interesting.
So, Lawrence de Witt
yeah,
closing on Jasper.
That is actually true. It's the other way around. It's Lawrence de Witt and Michael. Yeah. It's Michael Fernando. Was close before, but he's closing.
But it's switched around now. I think actually it was Fernando ahead of de Witt, wasn't it? Or at least it was the Mighty Pink Panther car ahead of Greenleaf. I think both of them have switched out the driver.
Yeah, it happened as the Pink Panther car was leaving the pit lane. Lawrence de Witt just sneaking past in the McLaren. But Michael Fernando seemingly a little bit quicker on track at the moment. 0.3 quicker on his last lap. As de Witt is in some traffic up ahead. That's the Sim District TCR, the orange machine. And there's been a problem. Oh, that's Peter Lemkins, who's now in the PSR machine. So, no additional problems, it seems, for Martin Kefs.
Just watching the times coming through from different drivers, different strategies for the various teams. Big moment for Cedric Valtz's number 5 JWS Motorsport, getting it all wrong through the curb, getting a help as well up the rear for good measure. Losing time, not any positions, of course. They're kind of in their own little bubble, unfortunately, Hassett. Although, watching the lap times coming through, the thing I'm really focusing on is the little battle. Not really close on track, but still a battle nevertheless between Jaron Bartlett and Oscar Pye, Valkyrie Sport and Simtag E-Team. Last time around, Jaron was slightly faster. On account of having fresher tyres, of course, working in his favour. And expect to see towards the end of Oscar Pye's stint, with the hotter track temperatures, the tyres start to fall slightly off the cliff of performance.
That's a good point indeed. Again, it's going to be guesswork at best, because we know the tires tend to level off after having sort of scrubbed off the initial pace advantage that a fresh set of tires will bring you. And you can sort of keep the pace in, and it seems for quite a while, before they then really fall off the cliff, which is what you certainly want to try and avoid in a race like this. Track temp still 32 degrees. It doesn't look to really be heating up. 12 o'clock sim time. And 3 hours 15 minutes remaining of this 24 hours of Zolder. 3 hours and 15 minutes to soldier on for the drivers in the different classes around the fields. They'll be getting into that part of the race where you really begin to get your focus on and say, okay, we're in such and such position, but if we have a perfect race from here on, we might just be able to catch up to this and this car and such. And you set yourself a few goals. I think partially also to keep the motivation as high as possible when you get to the end of such a long race. And if you're a little bit by yourself on an island, of course it doesn't feel this way with the traffic being a constant factor. But indeed, it's important to get that extra motivation and that renewed focus it can bring to the drivers as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it does bring, obviously, a little bit of extra focus. A little bit more in terms of, as well, seeing the drivers with that bonus going a little bit faster sometimes. It's amazing what the end of a 24-hour race can do to the drivers' minds, get them properly dialed in as well. Lawrence DeVitt, Greenleaf Racing. I was going to say extending his advantage to Michael Fernando, but not really by much, is it? The lap time is still fairly even between the pair of them. Just to follow in through again, looking at the lap times, looking at the pace differences. Jimmy and Tunes, Arnage Competition extending his advantage, even though it's well over a minute. Doesn't hurt to go about 4 tenths faster per lap. Because all of a sudden, the rest of it has been caught up now. Michael Fernando having a very good final half of the Zolder circuit. Closing that gap down now was over 3 seconds. As Lawrence DeVitt goes straight on and into the pit lane. So all of a sudden we'll see Michael Fernando, Mighty Pink Panther Racing, promoted back up the order, promoted back up into P5. So the difference in strategy definitely apparent for 5th place in BLC3. I think we also might be seeing a difference in strategy, difference in actually when drivers are pitting all across the fields. Olivier Boulting and Martin Curves definitely shining examples of that. Olivier Boulting coming into the pits more often than not around about, well, now at this stage of the race, just working it out in my head. Carry the 1, ignore the 2. About 20 laps different from one another. So, huge differential between the TCR cars when they opt for their pit stops. Means that we can't reliably predict when they are to come in for their pit stops, as like you were able to at the start of the race.
No, that's exactly right. No, I'm sorry. I was just anticipating another batch of Nutella-filled croissants to be delivered to the broadcasting booth here, as I am feeling a pinch of hunger again. But it is also about lunchtime here, isn't it? So the Hobbit in me hasn't had a second breakfast today, and of course that'll upset anyone, wouldn't it? But yeah, it's this part of the race where you really try to just cling on to the last bit of energy as well for the drivers. The last 3 hours of one of these races, it's really a good example of how one's feeling of time can be so relative, because it feels like, well, there's not a lot of time left in the race, but 3 hours, Edward, we still have a regular Belcar round left. This would be the green flag, basically, for one of the normal races that are Friday night rounds. And as such, you know, in those terms, if you're still running, if you're not all the way out of it and half an hour behind the class leader, you really just have to keep your focus on. Because anything can happen up ahead.
On track position. Ronald Van Uittrek, RP Motorsport, getting through on Olivier Van Eyck. That is, of course, 2 cars in different classes. Fighting out. And actually, that's I think the cleanest car we've seen all race from RP Motorsport from BT. Guessing that they've taken their fast repair. Look at it. It's definitely the shiniest, the cleanest that we've seen any Lamborghini after the first hour, pretty much.
Yeah, indeed. It's understandable as such as well, given the challenges at hand. It's a safe pass done on the PLC 3 leader. By the way, a lap and just about a lap and 2 seconds is the advantage from Nuno Enriquez to Olivier Van Eyck at the moment. Although Van Eyck was in just 5 laps later. And it won't be too long, I think, until the 2 BMWs are indeed due a pit stop. But Data, as we've spoken about before, Edward, I don't think they're going to be pushing too hard to gain that lap back and get onto the tail of Nuno Enriquez. You know, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. They'll take whatever comes their way. But I think they have their sights firmly set on where they are now. And the realization that the BMW B-Lux team is not eligible to score points today, and as such, they'll be in a position to take the BLC title here at the Checkered flag if they can just make it around for 3 hours and 8 minutes remaining of this race.
Yeah, they need to make sure they stay out of trouble with traffic like they have just done now. Make sure and battle it through. Nice and handily. And then class leader approaching. And Tunes fixing on by. A replay here. Nice Layson going around the outside of... Oh my word, that was well, very heart and mouth stuff. The 999 leading in the Simracersworld yellow, leading as well in the BLC2 class. Didn't want to afford any dangers, as you've seen. Oh, Thomas get a little bit too excited over the first curb you don't want to hit. You want to hit the second one instead. But with all of that, I think that was the incidents all caught up with Hasse. A little bit of a scary moment for the Porsches, but seemed to be relatively safe from any damage.
The problem with the Porsches in a situation like that is that you can so easily damage the engine hanging so far over the rear of the car. It doesn't take much contact at the rear of the car to pick up small pieces of engine damage here and there. And we've seen on the Flemish GT4 machine that has a little bit more padding towards the rear what kind of issues that can entail. So they'll be crossing their fingers that they haven't damaged some kind of critical component there in the back end of the car.
Yeah, that's what you're going to be hoping for, is that nothing's been broken, nothing's going to go bang on you, like we've already seen happen to one of the Porsches, granted in the GT4 class. And Porsche Cayman, just a little bit too much over the curb, it seemed, that unsettled the engine, caused it to suddenly erupt into smoke. And up in smoke went the hopes and dreams of Simracersworld Black, the LC3 class leaders. Don't want that to happen, of course, to any more drivers. We've had enough heartbreak for one 24-hour race. I'm fairly certain you'll agree with that, Hasse. I think Hasse took that time to stuff his mouth full of Nutella-filled croissant, the lucky so-and-so, who's able to get fed and probably fanned. He's got people either side of him with big palm tree leaves fanning him while he dines on grapes, and he's waited on hand and foot, whereas there's me in my student accommodation slaving away for your enjoyment here. Haas is enjoying that.
Yeah, but muted to the stream because I was trying to keep my dignity, but I was indeed stuffing my face with delicious Telefield croissants. I'll tell you what, Edward, my man cave resides in the corner end of my living room, which is kind of cozy, but I wouldn't be able to accommodate one, even two, fan-wielding persons that could be cooling me down. It's not that necessary at this time of the year, to be honest, as well. So we're getting into the months of winter. Certainly not winter here on track, though. The action has been heating up over the last few laps here. Elan Day has had a bit of a moment as well, as his car goes one way, then the other, and across the gravel to pick up a slowdown penalty. You can see him locking up the brakes. And Stella is reminding the drivers to just take it easy there. There's only 3 hours left. We're coming close to our penultimate 5-minute break, which means that we are getting close to the end of the race as well. First 3 hours of this morning has passed by quickly. So, Edward, I think we were both expecting that we weren't going to see exactly the same level of action as in the opening 3 hours of the race, and yeah, it has been that way, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not been as action-packed as the first 6, this final 6, but of course, that can all change. We've seen plenty of times 24-hour races in the past seem to be all a foregone conclusion. Then within the final 15 minutes, when the strategies all coalesce together and the drivers seem to all get on the same bit of track together, everything just goes mental. All of the drivers lose their cools, lose their heads, and we get a brilliant, amazing finish where me and Hasse will inevitably scream our voices hoarse and maybe not have enough left in the tank for other broadcasts later on in the evening. But we'll hope that we'll at least be able to be ready for the broadcast tonight. We will, of course, as well hope that the action hots up a little bit more as we do approach the final 3 hours of racing here for the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder. 21 hours almost already been and gone. Race that's seen excellent fighting up across all classes. A race that at the moment has in class leader in BL1, Jimmy Antunes, leading ahead of Sam Koitset. And Celia Lansons, that's Arnage Competition, leading Simtag E Team 2, leading GTE Racing in BL1. Then down to BL2, you've got Thomas Layson piloting the Flemish Simsport Yellow 999. This man, Roy Mars, in the 55 ART Sim Racing 1. That's second place in BL2. And then Thomas Poporocki, Eagle Race Simulators Esports, number 3 car, in third place in BL2. Then, of course, running down through BL3 class, Nuno Henriquez for BMW Belux, first outing in the Virtual Belcar Series for the 24 Hours of Zolder. Then a great job taking advantage of some misfortune of their competitors, but have still, nevertheless, done a great job to put themselves in the position to take advantage. They lead ahead of Olivier Van Herk's Theta Network Esports team. And then third place, you got Alex Byans for B Sim Racing GT4. Then, last but not least, you've got the BL4 TCR class. Olivier Bolting leading the way. Sim District TCR Green by BMS Esports. Number 45 heading that class ahead of Flemish Simsport Red. Currently Martin Kerst behind the wheel of the 69 Audi RS3 LMS TCR car. And then you've got Naveed Hussain for Ignium Motorsport down in third place. And with that, Hasse, we've ticked over to the final 3 hours of racing. Ticked over, 21 hours gone here at the Zolder circuit. So I think it's high time me and you go for a well-earned rest and get ourselves set up. Eat all of our Nutella-filled croissants. Have a nice big drink and get ourselves sorted for the remaining 3 hours.
Back from a break we are, ready for an hour and a half more. It'll be the final break next time around, and it will take you to the checkered flag. Still on board with Thomas Layson. I'll quickly fling up my event viewer, see if we've missed anything important. Oh, there's a problem for Thomas Layson there for a second. Diede de Vlaming getting through in the number 10 car as he goes sideways. Ooh, that's a bit of a dodgy situation, but he seems to live to fight another day. Layson comes into the pits here, and the car's all over the place. And I'm wondering if it's just the tires. I didn't get to see what lap they were last in on. But last time in they had a pit time of 36 seconds. It seems like it was just fuel. So an interesting development, to say the very least. I hope you're all still good. Thomas Layson, as I said, in the pit lane now. We'll see if he jumps out the car, leaves it to a teammate, or what kind of position they're going to be looking at being in as they come back out the pits. Oscar Pai is still ahead of the Simtag 86 car, now driven by Jeroen Wadlet. That is Jeroen. And indeed, 7 seconds or so the advantage for Valkyrie Esports, the 667, as we've mentioned before, a car that has done very, very well for itself earlier in the race, and having encountered problems along the way as well. Cedric Wouters and JWS Motorsports is in the pits at the moment. 2 hours and 48 minutes of racing left on the clock here. Got Martin Kefs around 45 seconds down on Jens Hoosens, but I also think an extra pit stop down. Less than a lap on Naveed Hussein, who might be looking to actually see if he can get the Ignam car passed on Flemish Sim Sports Red. The car on the picture. And if that's going to be a possibility, we're going to have to see about that later in the race. The gap's about 1 minute and 20 seconds. So, nothing certain in that regard. A new set of tires, I think, for Thomas Layson. He's back out. Did look like it was necessary.
3 hours, Hasse. This is it. This is what we are waiting for. We're seeing strategies start to come together, I think. This is the time when drivers get a little bit closer in preparation for the final hour, that final all-important stint where it's out of all of the drivers' hands apart from those in the car. They can only sit and wait to find out what will come from all of their 24 hours of blood, sweat and tears. On board with Jeroen Wadlet. 86 Simtag E-Team car. Closing in, or at least attempting to close in on Oscar Pai. You can see the margin is only around about 5 seconds. He's been reeling it in lap by lap. Corner by corner, those faster, fresher tyres working wonders underneath this Simtag E-Team 86. Just got some traffic to negotiate, which is holding him up just a touch here, Hasse. Made him lose about a second there.
And that just shows how little it takes to lose a second. If you're really held up, it's often much more, 3 to even 5 seconds you can lose on a single lap. Oh my word. And by the sounds of it, a lot of drivers really beginning to feel the fatigue as well. I think a lot of teams also take fairly different approaches to how they split up the night team stints. Some teams go for a steady rotation. Other teams have designated drivers that take care of the daytime stints, and some that rest longer coming into the night, then stay up the entirety of the night. And when the night's over, they will have done their part, leave it back to the day boys to finish the race. A lot of different approaches are available there, and it's really down to preference in the end.
Just watching, see now the traffic again. Is he going to catch Jeroen Vattler at the worst possible point? Just coming out of the field of chicane. It will be through those right-handers. Again, Jeroen has to wait on the throttle. Can't go through. Has to lift off slightly, then gets full throttle in the exit. Going up towards the hairpin. Slowest corner on the circuit. Only going down to 70 kilometers an hour. Only 70 kilometers an hour through almost 90-degree hairpin, as you do. Pushing it through. Final couple of bends. Again, the gap is sort of ebbing and flowing, but I think in terms of clear air pace, it is in favour of Jeroen Vattler. Or Vattler even, sorry.
Oh, there's been a problem for Naveed Hussein, I'm afraid. And it might have been a major one, let's see, involved with Louis Genevois, I guess it is. Oh, he comes around in contact with the 677. The Valkyrie rookie team is then off the track, comes back on. Look at that front end though for Ignium. That's major damage. That's major damage to the front end of the Ignium Audi. Oh, that's not good. Naveed Hussein is not thrilled with the situation. Here's the look from on board. Gets a bit of a push. And then into the direction of the Lambo. Nothing he can do about it, really. And that might be a problem for Ignium Motorsports in the end of the race.
Especially with that damage. I think they've already taken a fast repair Hassa.
Yeah, and that could be engine damage. That could well be engine damage. They have to really keep an eye on engine temperatures and all that stuff. They have to make sure that they downshift maybe a little bit later and just make sure to treat the engine in a gentle manner, I think, because they're gonna carry that stuff around with them as well. Back to live pictures we go.
Definitely having to lift and coast, not only to save fuel, but also save the engine for Naveed Hussein up until their next pit stop. Dear oh dear, things were looking good for them as well. They were really closing in, trying to find a way on Martin Curves, Flemish Simsport Red. You could see Ignium Motorsport were definitely looking to try and take P2 back for themselves. But with a little incident like that, tap up the rear, really opened up a little bit more of a clearer fight between Flemish Simsport Red and Ignium Motorsport. Might have stopped their charge for the moment.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for them, I'm afraid. Very much so. Jeroen Vattler, as we were cruising on board with him before, he's closing the gap up to Oscar Pye. And he's doing so at a really good pace. Right about now, it's 4.3 seconds. That's certainly coming down, using the advantage of fresher tires on this stint.
See Rattler sending it on GT4 BMW, and then also now having to send on one of the hardest cars to send it on, the Porsche Cup car, because it's so fast in a straight line, not so quick through the corners. So Jeroen Vattler has to go the long way around the outside, gets the move done in time for turn 2. I think that was Thomas Layson definitely backing out of that one, getting out of the way, realises no point fighting with cars in a faster class, especially when you can see on his relative that there's a fight going on between P7 and P6. No sense getting involved in it.
Certainly, and you can see a fast repair having been spent as well, so they've used that fast repair now coming into the final 3 hours. And they're gonna bet on having to, or being able to go the distance for the final bit of the race here. With a clean car, certainly aiding them on their travels here for Thomas Layson. You could see it looked like something was wrong with the car as he was coming into the pits. It didn't react at all like he was used to. And as such, I think a wise decision to then take the fast repair instead.
Yeah, very smart, of course. Just get the car in the best state as possible. If it's in a bad way, makes sense to repair it. No sense driving around a battered and bruised car. Of course, that completely removes your safety net. Now that you've taken the fast repair, you don't have anything to fall back on should the worst happen in this final stretch of the race. Final 2 hours and 40 minutes. Nice Layson. 999 Simracersworld yellow car. Brilliant drive, hasn't it been for that team? Dominating the VLC2 class. Shame though that they weren't kept as honest as they might have been from, of course, JWS Motorsport, which encountered difficulties during the night that saw them unable to continue. The Flemish Simsport Yellow rather, have definitely taken to this race very well. There's a reason why we often see Flemish Simsport cars taking part and doing well in the Virtual Belcar. Seem to come alive when it counts in these endurance races.
Yeah, absolutely, but their general level of consistency is also really high, I think, and it's something that shines through in these sorts of races. It's a team of well grown up and mature drivers. They know how to race, and they especially know how to race when they have to keep the car running for a long time, and even with a team of experts, you can see on the case of the Flemish black car, the GT4 Porsche Cayman that blew its engine. That's no way of feeling safe in any way. Bad luck can strike on anyone, and basically at any time as well, which is one of the big charming points of racing altogether. Some brilliant good lines here from Thomas Layson. Really looks on points. I think he has been enjoying having a fresh car for himself, all of a sudden feeling the poise of the machine when turning in. Just all of these little quirks that you get rid of, and you get the machine that you had at the start of the race back again, at least so long that it lasts. And let's hope that it lasts. Flemish Simsports yellow until the checkered flag would deserve this. It would be a great win for them as well. This 999 Porsche has given us a lot in terms of racing as well over the course of the season. They've been involved in so much good stuff and in a good battle across the season, though a hard one to pick up with the 11 JWS Motorsports Porsche Cup machine that has been dominant throughout the season. They were dominating this race as well until they weren't. And another good example of that even the best retire from time to time. Do you reckon they would have stayed in it if there was more of a championship fight for the overall title there in class? Or not the overall title, the in-class title, of course. That's what I meant, Edward.
I think perhaps, but as well, if the car is completely toast and you're going to have lengthy repairs of an hour or so, then, you know, it doesn't really make too much sense to go around through the laps without getting much from it. So we can see Thomas Layson in the 999 on board. We've had some Red Laps, oh, but overcooks it. Monsters over the curb. Then all of a sudden, versus what's yellow, might get a little bit more damage on it. We're going to see how the car is faring from an outboard shot in terms of front end, because it did hit the curb at fair speed, even if Thomas tried to slow it down as much as he could before the inevitable bump and rear end air time.
Yeah, certainly, and you can see the bump on the front end of the car as well. Right hand side, just a slight dent, and the fender's been raised. You can see it from the roof cam as well. If we go back to that camera angle real quick for you here, you can see that on the right hand side of the hood, sort of a slight bulge over there, and that would most probably be from everything underneath that just being pushed up a few centimeters after that hefty hit on the curb.
Yeah, it definitely did have some heft, but getting through nicely regardless. Following Oscar High, and in the background you can see the number 86 Gavin Battle in hot pursuit. Oscar High gets the move done after waiting his time through the chicane. All of a sudden, now it's shown Bartlett's turn, and he can see cars going too wide through the Villeneuve chicane. That's not what he wants to see when he's coming to the back markers. Got to get through down on the inside of the BRAAB BMW. And then has Porsche Cup and TCRs to worry about. Oscar definitely having to slow down though, losing time, allowing Jean Bartlett this occasion at least to catch up. Make up some ground into the final chicane now. Oh, gives a bit of a nudge to the Porsche, closing speed on the exit. This is a little bit of miscommunication as Oscar Pie dives into the pits. Now, Joran Rattler has clear-ish track space to contend with. I think realised that there was plenty of traffic upcoming, and as well as that, probably ran out of fuel at the opportune time. Sees him dive into the pit lane. Simtag E-Team staying out. Bodes well, of course, for their final pit stop, that they can go a little bit longer here. It means that the last stop won't be so long. And they'll just be gifted some time at the end of the race, which is always good.
It's Hosens here in the TCR machine that we did see get passed by some traffic a moment ago. Nothing special in that. They would have tried that a few, let's say, on a few tenths of occasion. By now, I'm looking here. Jens Hosens is on lap 757, the leading car of Carlos Diegues at the moment. Diegues is on lap 842. So at the end of it, I think they will have put 100 laps into the TCRs, and that just goes to show just how many overtakes that you're gonna do as a faster class car in a race like this. It's a lot of times that you have to string it together correctly, and it's a lot of times where you can indeed make mistakes as well. Here we had a problem for PSR and the number 10 car here of Peter Lemkins. No, that's the number 1 machine, I'm sorry. Of course it is. Oh, had a bit of overspeed into the hairpin as he slides out and off. No problem though, except for the time lost on track. It could have been much worse for Peter Lemkins in that situation. Brab is in the pits. Sibo Betterbrooks ready to take over. And the gap between Jens Hosens and Martin Kerfs, by the way, in that Flemish Sim Sports red Audi is 45 seconds or so. But mind you, Jens Hosens and Sim District TCR green is a pit stop ahead, at least to the best of our knowledge. So there are these 45 seconds plus a pit stop behind. That is at least what we're expecting to be the case here in BLC4. And also just looking in here, Nolan Lemeray is back in the 667 machine. A minute and a half down on Jeroen Vatlet. And Vatlet was in the pits on lap 795. He'll be in probably actually on this lap, this or the next one. Oh no, of course he's going to be a few laps down, so not exactly, but he's going to be in within not too long. And you can see it's Nolan Lemeray on the tail here trying to unlap himself in the 667. And just how they will be against one another after that pit stop coming up for the Simtag E-Team 86 car, well, we're just going to have to see. Brab. It's getting flashed
well,
here.
Yeah, just seen Jeroen Vatlet. We expect them to not take tyres on this stop, so they'll probably spend around about 40 or so seconds station, about 42 the average for a just fuel stint or fuel stop, so they might come out. Let's have a look. What is the gap now? 1 minute 31, basically a full lap. You can see there, might come out with say 20 or so seconds advantage.
But that'll be 20 seconds of advantage coming out to a stint on worn tires then against someone who might have taken...
I think they have, yeah.
Yeah, they
Valkyrie's
did take tires on their last stop.
Tires.
Yeah, Valkyrie did take tires on that last stop, so whether it's gonna mean something big or not, well, that's still to be seen. My prediction is that we haven't seen the last of this battle just yet. I think this one is gonna one of those that could indeed keep on going all the way to the checkered flag here. 2.5 hours remaining of this race out of the 24 on the clock when we started at about 3:15 Central European time last afternoon.
There is plenty of action still to come, of course. Just waiting really on Simtag E-Team to go for their pit stop. No tyres about to be taken. So Nolan Lemeray will go past, but won't be a pass for position because he is one lap down on Jeroen Vatlet. That's just the nature of the pit stop phase at this particular moment of the race. Brakes coming on, so no trip to the pit lane just yet for the Simtag E-Team.
I'm just looking here because they were in on lap 795 and they're on 834 now. And we're expecting these Lambos to be able to do around 40 laps on a stint. Oh, he's on the inside of Pink Panther Racing, the MPPR.net machine. Mighty Pink Panther Racing, of course. And it is Mighty Pink, that car. And you can see Nolan Lemeray wanting to take every bit of advantage. They know it as well. The race is really on between these two, even with the lap that's between them here, Edward.
I think it's going to go right down to the wire between these two. We'll only realistically know what will happen right until the end of the race, and even then, we might not still know what's going on up until the final 10 minutes, because let's not forget, Simtag E-Team extending the stint, extending their race, means that their final stop won't be as long. They'll be able to save some time, but of course, tyres are being taken at different points, which might be more advantageous for Valkyrie Esport. All of this to go on in the minds of the drivers and the strategists in the background. As into the pits now comes Simtag E-Team, the 86 car, going down pit road, pit lane for their 21st stop of the race. course, no tyres expected to be taken. So it'll be quicker than the pit time done by Nolan Lemery and Valkyrie Esport. But where, oh where, will Joran come out? How much advantage will he have?
Well, it was 20 seconds on your prediction, Edward. I think that is not going to be too far from it. They'll be leaving the pits in about 12 seconds from now. If it is indeed the case that they're not taking tires. If not, we'll be seeing the car going on to the jacks in a few seconds from now. Nope, no tires. So as expected, Jeroen Vatnet comes out of the pits. Of course, stays ahead of Nolan Lemery, who is coming up towards the final chicane. So that looks to be just about those 20 seconds you predicted, Edward. So that's a pretty solid call in my book.
I think those 20 seconds, Hassa, are about 2 seconds out. I think it's 22 seconds our timing software is telling us.
22 seconds. So yeah, close enough for me. Close enough for me indeed. But certainly also a situation where I predict Nolan Lemery is gonna... And the pendulum swinging his way on the fresh rubber here. And that could swing back then for the next stint, as they're going long, double stinting. Second team has the fresher tires, but will then be the ones to chase. And that's exactly why it's going to be so hard to predict just who's going to come out on top in the end here. By the way, Edward, it's about a minute's worth of advantage between Carlos Dieguez and Sam Checkered out there at the head of the field. Getting in there for good measure. Beautiful Lanage competition. Number 23 machine here, cutting through the traffic.
Yeah, will this start to change? Of course, we saw Simtag E-Tune drop off because they had the drive-through penalty from too many incident points. Will we see that from our large competition? Have they been able to keep it clean up until now? And will we see them dive in for an unscheduled trip down the pit lane? That could be a late twist in the tail. Especially considering you can easily pick up incident points just from the smallest bits of contact with other cars. Things that you wouldn't expect to be 4Xs can sometimes be registered as such, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a not great position, shall we say.
Yeah, that's a very good point here. Welcome back to any rejoiners, by the way. Should you happen to be tuning back in for the final hours of the race, we have got 2 hours and 20 minutes on the clock now. And it's ticking down at a constant rate as time has a habit of doing. And Carlos Dieguez is taking those laps around as he has a habit of doing as well. He's doing brilliantly at the moment. And look at this, one of those clusters of traffic. We've mentioned it before. This is one of those situations that will arise from basically out of nowhere. And if you get caught up at this in a bad place on track specifically, it can be such a challenge to negotiate safely.
Yeah, it is all about, especially for class leaders, negotiating back markers, traffic, slower safely. And I think that's what we've seen our large competition do very well so far this race. Getting through all of the troubles, the trials, the tribulations. Nice and well. You can see the car hardly any damage to the front here on taking fast repairs. Also just in terms of driving the car to a nice and stable degree. Showing while they are leading the race and set as well as it stands. I believe Hasser to take the championship should the race finish as it would now.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. 50.
Obviously, Hasser, you've been here since the start of the season. Just how strong has this Arnage competition entry been throughout all of the rounds?
They've been superbly strong indeed. Actually, over the first few races, both Arnage and the number 2 Simtag E-Team car was dealing with sort of a run of bad luck that ended up smiling upon the car behind him right now. That's Senna Lansens in the GTE Racing 99 machine. They led the championship early days, but it's been a strong return for both Arnage and for Simtag as well. It's been coming back on him. Actually, I'm not quite sure Arnage was even there for the first race. Is something I can quickly find out though. That itself, of course, would be quite the... yeah, they didn't score, at least. I don't think they were even on the grid for the race at Hockenheim, but they won at Spa, they won at Le Mans. They had a good finish at the Nürburgring and VIR as well, with podium places in both of those occasions. Now let's see how it ends up. But then when you compare it to the Simtag team, who scored points at Hockenheim, 8 points, what I believe was a 6th place finish. And then Spa, they scored 12 points there, a 4th place I think for them. Le Mans, 19 points. And then 2 wins at the Nürburgring and Virginia as well for Simtag. Now having taken the lead late in the season, they might just lose it in the end.
Yeah, might just lose on out, but they have been the class of the field, haven't they? The Arnage competition. So they would be worthy winners from their performance here tonight. Just need to guide it through for these final 2 and a bit hours. Amazing, isn't it, how fast the race can go by. All of those hours put in, probably days worth of practice by the drivers in preparation for this event. It's been a long time coming. All of a sudden it culminates in this, the final stages of the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder. All of the classes providing their own interesting little battles, their interesting little fights, their stories, of course. TCR dominated by Igni Motorsport's early pace, and then of course Hall of Kings disconnect, which saw them drop back out of the fight for first. And then subsequent incidents sort of pockmarking their very unfortunate evening. But where Igni faltered, Sim District TCR Green really came to the forefront, haven't they, Hasser, and put in a very excellent performance up at the front of BLC 4. And if you're talking about misfortune for leaders in a class, it goes without saying that Diamond Sim Sports Black and BLC 3, they were looking like they had it absolutely nailed down, but an engine blowout saw the end of their race and their championship hopes, and everything seems set now with Theta Network Esports to come through and take the glory in that championship, even though they'll finish behind BMW Belux, who for their first time racing in the Virtual Belcar for this 24 Hours of Zolder, haven't done too bad on their debut, winning, or at least set to win their class should the race finish as it does now.
Yeah, indeed, worth noting that even if BMW Belux was eligible to score points, it wouldn't mean the world for the standings as it stands right now in BLC 3, and would still be enough for Data to win the title, coming home in 3rd place, or in 2nd place, my apologies. And on the points, it's looking like it's going to be a win for him here. Senna Lanssen's doing a good job of following Carlos Dieguez around.
Senna Lanssen's been on board with for GTE Racing. Tucked in nicely behind the leader, isn't he? But not really needing or wanting to make any moves, Haas. So is this probably part of the strategy saving fuel, do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Just follow the leaders around. They know that Diegas is carrying a good pace with them through traffic as well. If they can stay close enough, maybe a few doors is going to open up here and there as they're trying to negotiate the traffic as well. That's another bonus, but of course, yeah, the slipstream and being able to carry a little extra speed on the straights, lift that little bit earlier, save that little extra fuel. It might be just what GT is after right here.
As well, just watching as well. I think one of the closest little sort of tussles on track, you would say. 13, Steve Kleiss and Ricardo Nikolewski for RT Sim Racing. Yep, just about 14 seconds. You can see it visualized there as going through turn one is Nikolewski. Coming out of the final corner was Steve Kleiss. And as well, even with fresh tyres, the fight for the BLC1 class fight for sixth place isn't really getting any closer, is it, Hassa? You can see that even with fresher tyres, Belcar Esports aren't making the gains they were hoping for on Simtag E-Team.
No, that's a good point, but I think that advantage of having the fresh tires is just gonna be getting bigger and bigger as the stint goes on. So expect maybe Nolan Lemeray and Valkyrie Esports to be able to pick up the pace or miss the damage maybe just a little bit too much for the car to remain competitive as it is. It might be the case as well. We'll see here. They're gaining a little bit now, but that's of course because of the traffic having to be negotiated by Jeroen Wadlet. Plenty of popping and banging there from the Audi-sourced V10 engine. Shares almost all its components, if not every single one of them, with the Audi R8 GT3 machine. The two sound alike, but not completely the same, Edward.
Yeah, it's obviously never the same, but of course you can use things from earlier on in the race, little things that as the race goes on, use it to your advantage, even if things change, certain things always stay the same.
The sun will always rise in the east, indeed. And as we said that on the last lap, Edward, it's been a 3-second net gain for Nolan Lemeray here. Usually I'd say that's because of the traffic, but could be that Nolan's just been having to... And that's the thing as well. Sometimes when trying to compare pace and trends as well throughout the field, it can be quite a challenge actually, because you never really know if what you're seeing is actual pace or if someone's lost time by being held up in traffic and actually are going a few seconds slower than their potential lap pace, their potential race pace. And yeah, it's just sometimes you come to make assumptions that turn out to be wrong because, well, someone's just being held up, or it could be many things, and so many factors to take into consideration. Getting closer and closer to those final 2 hours. And do you think we'll see the final driver swap for most of the teams there on the 2-hour mark here?
Maybe. I think drivers, if they haven't done so already, they will probably put in their fastest driver for the final part of this race. Get themselves the best chance of, well, taking as many points as possible, or securing the positions that they find themselves in at this stage. Try not to lose anything. Having a look for the timers coming through. Well, we might expect Valkyrie's tyre advantage to come through a little bit more. But I don't think it's really showing itself just yet. And of course, you mentioned you don't know what the pace is with drivers getting caught up in traffic or not, but the driver's ability to negotiate the traffic quickly and safely is a skill in itself.
And mentioning negotiating traffic quickly, Edward, if you were to give a few tips and tricks on how to do just that, what are the most important points to keep in mind when going around in traffic, according to you at least?
Just be predictable. You don't want to sort of throw up any surprises. You don't want to sort of be half committed with where you're going. If you're the slower car, make clear where you're going to be. Stick to the racing line. It's the duty of the faster cars to make the move safely. Then if you're the faster car, if you go for the move, make clear intentions. Don't bother with all this nonsense flashing the lights for no reason. Just make clear your intention by the body language of your car rather than the flashing of your lights. And then just make sure you stick the move.
Oh, Eddie, we've had a problem here for Benjamin de Papa. Is that a blown engine as well?
Something's gone there with Greenleaf Racing, Hassett. Pulling over to the side of the road, milling off to the pits.
Absolutely so. That is a big shame to see. Maybe someone can tell us a bit about just what happened in chat there, because there was no smoke, there was no... There's nothing really evident here. A bit of an excursion here from Simracersworld. That's in traffic.
Oh dear, plenty of incidents going through there, Hassett.
Yeah.
And is this the stage of the race where you think tiredness might set in for the drivers after, racing for 24 hours? Mistakes creeping in?
Yeah, as it would be for us as well, I think, by now. Here's Steve Kleiss. 13 seconds, still the gap between himself and Ricardo.
I think is
use
it up to have another munch.
No, I was just sometimes I don't know. I bound my Discord mute buttons and OBS mute buttons to align, and all of a sudden it didn't register in Discord, causing you to think I was away when I wasn't. The confusion is complete here, ladies and gentlemen. But that's the cards we're dealing. That's what we got to deal with, isn't it? And I was just mentioning the fact that it's still 13 seconds, Edward, between Steve Kleiss and the machine up ahead there of Ricardo Michalewski.
So tasty fights in the Porsche Cups in BLC2. Could be going down to the wire. There's even damage to the front end of number 3 Eagle Racing is Esports Porsche Cup car. Doesn't seem to be slowing them down one bit, even though they're keeping out of the way of faster traffic. Whilst Eagle's just getting through for our competition. You can see the straight line speed of the Porsche Cup much faster, but through the corners just can't match the sheer pace, the grip of the Lamborghini. Down now towards turn 1 they all go. And I'm just curious as to what's gone on with Greenleaf Racing still.
I think what happened to them is that they ran out of fuel, as we've also had them called here by Manix David. Missed the pit box, missed the pit lane, and ran out of fuel in turn 3, which is... it's what happens when the crew chief will be in for at least half an hour or so in the corner of shame, I'm afraid, after such a bummer. Kim Behate now back in the Flemish Sim Sports red machine, by the way, chasing down Jens Hoosens, but still with a fair disadvantage. And then we've had a problem here for Guus Franken. So Franken, the number 1 PSR machine, he's had his issue here in turn 1. Oh, just too late on turn in, and the car over-rotates. No real harm done, except for maybe to the tires in that situation. We're keeping an eye on this battle. ART Sim Racing 1, Eagle Race Simulators. 13.5 seconds, still status quo, as they're matching one another perfectly on track for pace at the moment.
Yeah, they are so evenly matched, these drivers. We were talking about how close various drivers have been in terms of pace. Let's not forget, when we joined into the comms box, leaders in BLC 1 were, well, less than half a second away from one another, which translated to gap less than 1,000th a lap over the course of the race till that stage. Means that, of course, we were in for some excellent racing. Slightly gone away now as Arnold's competition have really ramped the pace up, Hasta, you've got to say. As soon as we've gotten into this last stage of the race, they have been untouchable at the top of BLC 1.
Yeah, they have, and it's been just consistency on a level where no one's really been able to touch it. And I think that's what's been bringing it in their direction for that, just that little bit extra they've had. It was interesting to see at the start of the race, Edward, because to me it looked like they were the team to really say, look, we're not going to get involved in these squabbles in the first 4 hours of the race. We're just going to sit back, relax, and let the others battle it out, stay in contention, and as soon as the opportunity arises, they're gonna come through and take a stranglehold on the race. It hasn't quite been the stranglehold for the entirety of the race, but it's certainly been good so far.
7 look as well as we are on board with Leverate, that we are approaching the final 2 hours, Hassa, where the drivers focus on, well, executing their strategies, getting up to the end of the race, and starting to spring, I guess, the trap that might have been laid out for their competitors. And all of, say, the 20 or so hours, the 22 hours preparing for the end is going to start to come to fruition, because that is essentially what this race has been. 22 hours, maybe 23 hours of preparing, and then all of a sudden it's a sprint race to the finish.
I think for many drivers it would have been a sprint race throughout on feeling. Basically, maybe we've come into the part where it's only just really started to settle down for some of the drivers, and for many it really isn't, as we see there are still battles going on with cars on the same laps that could indeed still make contact with one another and duke it out for positions here over the last 2 hours. So but it's always a thing that you want to master, if you can, of course, the art of putting yourself in a good position safely, and then being able to approach the final 1 or 2 hours from the best possible position. It's so much easier said than done, though, and I think that is the main thing to remember, that there are so many variables, and most of them are out of your own control, especially with traffic being one of them. And in that regard, it's always also just a fair bit of luck playing in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of drivers say that you make your own luck, and I'm probably one that would agree that you can obviously put yourself in the positions to capitalise on things that others would consider lucky, to gain on others' misfortune, but of course you need to get yourselves in the place to take advantage of those situations regardless. And you do that just by driving better than everyone else. So it sounds simple when you put it like, but trust me, when you're racing against, well, so many other drivers, it's a lot harder than it seems. And I'm sure the first drivers to tell you that will be everyone involved in this 24 hours of Zolder. Been a real tricky race for certain drivers, even the ones that it seem like plain sailing for. These are Flemish Simsport yellow, Sim District TCR green. It's been anything but plain sailing even for them at the front of the classes. They've had their own fights to deal with. Obviously, Flemish Simsport yellow duking it out with JWS Motorsport for most of the race. So as well, Sim District TCR green having to keep themselves ahead of Flemish Simsport red and Ignium Motorsport. Definitely part of the pressure on. Speaking of Ignium Motorsport, actually, I think I see them closing down the margins. I think that's them closing down the margins at least to the hair, if my eyes aren't deceiving me.
That might just be the case. Paul King here, 12.6 seconds. And mind you, Paul King had the pit stop there. On there, he's basically just come out from that pit stop. That's very, very, very interesting. And that means that battle for second in TCR by no means settled whatsoever. We spoke about the fact that Ignium might be able to make a return here, but they certainly looks to be doing it here.
I think it all depends on when the drivers make their next pit stop. Ideally, for Paul King and Ignium Motorsport, they want to pit in half an hour's time because, well, tyres, well, and the fuel, most importantly, the fuel lasts 1.5 hours or thereabouts around this Zolder circuit. So to pit with 1.5 hours to go, 1.5 hours of fuel in the tank, means that you won't need to make any further pit stops. Whereas we expect the likes of, well, I don't actually know who we expect to come into the pits again, to be honest. I think they all might be able to get away with it. Could be intriguing though, Hassa, to watch all of this unfold come to fruition, because the front three have all made their pit stops at wildly different times in the TCR class.
It's a good point. It's been a stop and go for speeding in the pits for Flemish Red. And that is the reason they are all of a sudden so close to one another on track. Info here in chat from Hendrik de Grave. Also answering... Just answering a few questions there in Dutch. A good little bit of a story about the Flemish Red car. They're all hobby pilots in their spare time. And they will literally take you flying. Not by means of punting you to the moon in iRacing, but rather safer means in an actual airplane. And I'll say as much that I've been promised a bit of a flight should I come around to that part of the world someday. Let me just put it like this: it hasn't made my ambitions or want to come around on the Flemish parts any smaller. I'd love to go flying in one of those small sports planes one day. That would be really, really cool. Also really cool to see that we have a battle developing on our hands here. With the stop and go, I'm wondering if Kimbe Hayde and Flemish Simsport Red did take a pit stop with tires, and I'm not quite sure if they did that, but it would have made sense. Not all, it's just Kim. Oh, Hendrik, I'm eternally confused. There are some, oh, it's him, and then Bram van Eyften, and Maddie Sufi? Isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so I'm not completely off. A lot of stuff to keep track of indeed in the end. I'm bound to fail once in a while, as we all are, but human beings.
They all though, drivers that seem to have robotic precision. With chicane, just going on board with Adam Pinzex for BMW Belux. 2 and a bit seconds clear, not 2 and a bit seconds, 2 and a bit minutes rather. 2 minutes 13 seconds clear of the remainder of the class drivers. What a way to make an impression on your debut. They're going to be setting themselves up for a very good season should they opt to continue in the Virtual Belcar Series for the next season's worth of racing. Definitely going to be a team to watch should they, after winning the 24 Hours of Zolder, opt to do a full season of racing. It would be good to see them out on track, because they seem to be definitely a competitor that can shake things up at the sharp end.
Yeah, very much so. It's the sort of competition we'd love to see in, because it really, as you say, spices things up at the pointy end of affairs, which has a tendency to make things even more interesting. And when you add interesting to something that's already interesting, it becomes even more interesting, and that's good. Hopefully we'll see him back for 2022, as hopefully we'll see Virtual Belcar Racing return in the new year as well. An absolute send over the chicane, and yet it's completely controlled. And that was exactly what the limits are for the BMW M4 GT4 machine that he's expertly piloting. And they've all been doing a great job, to be honest, as a team. Seem to be really well drilled and on a very similar level as well. They had their bits and bobs of bad luck early in the race, and then they've just fought back and sort of kept their cool, as the bad luck has been coming to everybody else since.
Yeah, and some people might say, oh, it's beginner's luck, they've had it so well up in front, but again, make your own luck. You would have think maybe if you're on your first race, you're easy to make mistakes and get involved in incidents, but with the ability that all their drivers are showing, they're very wise to endurance style racing and showing that the strangers are coming out on top even in a newer race, at least championship for them. 24 Hours is older. Not a circuit often used in endurance style events either, so need to approach it a lot different to how you would a sprint. All of them doing most to adapt though, aren't they, Hassa?
Yeah, absolutely so, and that's just what you need to be able to do in a race like this as well. You gotta have the entire palette of skills basically in your repertoire as a driver, and then sort of pick the approach that works in the situation. For Adam Pinches right now, it's mostly about keeping it safe. He needs to, of course, keep his cool and keep it speedy to the best of his abilities as well. But I think the key word here is safe, and trying to minimize risks while still going quickly indeed. Because the problem also is that if you start slowing down, I've mentioned about it as well, it can force errors out of concentration. But you'll also, all of a sudden, your car is going to be doing something slightly differently than all the other cars have been used to for the entirety of the race. That itself sounds like a minuscule detail, but that it can throw your entire race in the bin if someone else misunderstands what you're doing and ends up putting you in the wall. So there are so many things to consider, have into consideration, if you will. And I've said it on a few occasions with the danger of repeating myself, but it is just the truth. It is just the God-honest truth of these endurance races. That you really have to be versatile, is what I'm trying to say, I think it is.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. As looking through, just on the inside goes number 55. The ART Sim Racing Porsche Cup car. And actually has it looking further up the field. I think Valkyrie Esports and Simtag are getting a little bit close together now.
Well, that is
All of a sudden,
interesting.
the tyre advantage coming through for Valkyrie.
Yeah, and we're gonna throw our attention to it. Yeah, the gap's down to 10.3 seconds now. Beginning to swing in the direction of Nolan Lemaire. On his last lap did a 29.91, just a second from from their fastest lap in the race altogether. But certainly not too shabby at all.
As that was Adam coming into the pits. I thought we saw a streak of a white BMW, which we did. So, Bruno Velix going into the pits. Or I believe their second to last pit stop. Won't be able to make 2 hours worth of fuel last to the end. Right. Valkyrie Esports definitely trying to close that gap down. They'll probably get close, but maybe not enough to make a move. Kasser, and I want to see if we can have a little goosey gander at the track temperatures.
Yeah, we certainly can. We certainly can. It's interesting to see just how much it's risen, if at all. Yeah, it's back up to 35 where we started the race. With a few hours still left to drive here, or just in the vicinity of it at least, it could be even hotter than when we started the race, which means we'll be getting into temperature ranges that the drivers haven't really experienced yet. It's not because it's going to be anything groundbreaking as such, just a little bit less grip, a little bit more wear on the tires, and also it'll be that little bit easier for drivers to push too hard and overheat the tires. Now that's something that in the world of iRacing I think I've often heard, especially newcomers to the sim, think they've worn down their tires in no time and they must have been doing something completely wrong, when the fact of the matter is a little bit more benign and simple, is that they're just overheated. The thing is that when you're constantly going around and if your car is set up to heat up the tires that little bit too much, it can be so difficult to cool them down again. And as such, it's very easy for it to feel like the tires are hammered into the ground, when, as a matter of fact, they might just be that little bit too hot. And backing off well for a few laps usually also helps in that regard. So hotter track temps. Yeah, sorry.
As well, I've just noticed Nolan Lemaire, Valkyrie Esports, has got fresh tyres on at the moment. So we'll be probably able to go for another run around, but that is going to then another run around the circuit is going to take them to trying to work it out now. Half an hour remaining in the race. Do they opt to stay on this set right up until the end, or do they opt for the strategy of, right, we're closing in on during that look, we know that they are likely to take tyres until the end of the race. Do we take tyres till the end of the race, or do we gamble and stay on this set when the track temperature is the highest it's ever been? If I was Valkyrie Esports, I'd opt for tyres probably now at the same time, stay on the same strategy, put your fastest driver in and just go for it.
That's a very, very good question. They are coming towards the... they will... yeah, it's a good question, because
they're going to last 2.5 hours.
No, but they want to maximize what they've been running on as well now. And
if the tyres are going to last that long.
The thing is that with the track temp, as we were having the graphics out, the track temp actually came down from 35 to 34 degrees. I think it has a lot to do with the cloud cover. and just how much sunshine we get. And as such, I think even the drivers might be at a loss here, because if they assume that it gets hotter, then all of a sudden it cools down to 30 or 32 degrees again, and that their strategy might be off then, and if they choose to switch, they could have turned out that they could have changed. It's so hard to call that, I think.
Another consideration is what we're seeing at the moment. Tyres, after nearly 2 hours worth of racing, we're seeing it from Simtag E-Team at the moment. They're so much slower. The pace really falls off after 2 hours. Imagine Nolan Lemray, he's going to take his tyres past 2 hours. He's going to go to, 2.5 hours, where they'll be so worn, and he'll be a sitting duck for Simtag E-Team should they opt to take tyres.
Yeah, it's true. They're not gonna go all the way on one set of tires. They're gonna have to opt to take tires. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be worth it.
Probably at this next pit stop, that'll be the fastest one to do, because it doesn't make much sense to get a fresh pair of boots on for essentially a splash and dash, half an hour's worth of fuel.
No, that is a good point. Hendrik de Grave predicts that our Flemish beer one would end up being from toilet to toilet. Hope it's just visiting the small house and not getting too drunk there. I don't know about you Flemish guys, but as a Dane, I can control myself, he said.
So that's a funny joke, you're controlling yourself.
Not sure I would be able to control myself at a Flemish beer house. Pub crawl. Flemish beer culture, also one of the most special parts of Flemish culture, and I think one of the parts of their own culture that the Flemish hold most dear as well. I've yet to meet a Flemish person who isn't in any way interested in beer, and I think to say that you don't like beer or don't drink beer, I'm just gonna look at you like, I don't understand those words. They make no sense to me. Such is the love of beer. Is that a dare? No, that's not a dare. It's not a dare that I'm willing to make in any way. Especially since my heavy drinking days are behind me, dare I say. It's not that often I go out and have these binges anymore. It used to be a little more often when I was younger. I turned 31 on Thursday here, so I might not be... I wouldn't categorize myself as old, Edward, but I'm not 21 anymore either, and I feel like I feel that by now.
I'm 23 and I feel ancient because I see everyone younger to be getting involved in sim racing. I'm like, oh god, is this what it felt like when I was starting sim racing? And yeah, it probably did for those around me, but yeah, I'm not too much of a heavy drinker, never really was, but then again, I was much more happier behind the wheel of a virtual race car than I was ever in a nightclub at a bar, because too noisy, and plus people when they're drunk are annoying. This is pretty much your tolerance for nonsense is definitely greatly reduced when you're in the company of drunk people and you're the only sober one having to look after them.
Oh yeah, that's never funny. If you're in the company of drunk people, hurry up and get drunk yourself. It's the best piece of advice I can give in that situation. Otherwise,
I have to be mother hen for the group.
Yeah, I would imagine Edward May is a pretty good mother hen in the end, running around trying to control his drunk friends and to not getting into too much trouble in the end. Thank you, Thomas, by the way, and a lovely little cheerful tone of the broadcast and in chat as well here for the final hour and a half. Yeah, that's what I'm realizing, Thomas, as well. It's only getting downhill from here.
Definitely as well, Has. I've just noticed as well. Hopefully, at some stage in the future, we can have the Simracers World meetup that takes place at Zolder, or has at least taken place at Zolder in the previous years. It's been able to be held, but of course, global events have put paid to that. Maybe in 2022 we can see about getting something arranged. Because from what I've heard of people involved, it was a very fun time. The old meet and greet and barbecue, and the drink that accompanied it.
Yeah, that would be a fun time indeed. I'd love to have that happen. That much is certain. I'd love to go to Oudenaarde and have a glimpse of the legendary cobbles. Especially the old Kapelmuur, which is for me the most iconic climb in cycling anywhere, basically. You can show me any French Alp or Pyrenees or Dolomites in Italy, a lot of famous mountain passes. Can't call the Kapelmuur a mountain pass. It's about 1 kilometer long. It's steep. It's got some terrible, terrible cobblestones. And then a chapel all the way at the top of it.
Oh, that's it. Sorry to go across you there, but news coming in. There's been a huge crash for the number 2 car. Drama.
Oh my word.
With damage. Steering is bent and they have no fast repair.
Let's see what happened here. They came around. Oh, that's a heavy impact. And we're gonna have to see another one just as the cycling talk is getting loose. Oh, that's just a chip on the on the left rear corner, I'm sorry, of the TCR. And you can sort of see the car even just crab away from the wall there. Let's just go for another view here as he tries to go around the outside. I'm not sure the TCR was fully on with that. A little bit of a risky move from Koen Clubman, but on the other hand, it did look like the Audi had seen him. I'm not sure that was actually the case. Big drama for the number 2 car. Lost more time here. I'm just looking to see, he's been in the pits already. He's come out again after some repairs. So the car should be okay now. But Renzo Erlenbrook, by the way, for GTE Racing, just 1 minute and 15 seconds down. Could they be in for a second place finish here at Zolder? It would be late and great if they were to make it. They've driven a very, very good race. I haven't really seen them in trouble once here, Edward.
No, it's been very good for GTE Racing. Can they hold on? Came into the pits pretty much on the same lap that Koen Klopman did. So now it's all a matter on the lap times. And last time around, Koen Klopman did a 1 minute 32.2. Renzo did a 1 minute 29.7. So well over 2 seconds a lap faster last time around. Of course, traffic could be playing its part in that. But the GTE Racing driver can definitely sense the podium, well, the podium's definitely on there, occupying that spot rather handily, but maybe even second place could be on seemingly from absolutely nowhere.
And that's actually one of those situations where I would have said, oh, it's always dangerous to pass someone on the outside exiting a corner, especially with a front wheel drive car like the TCR that you're trying to overtake. You know it's gonna understeer. You know it's not gonna have the downforce that you do, even at speed. And you just know that even though it looks like it's going relatively slowly when you're coming up in a Lambo GT3, it's gonna come across. And you're, I think, in my opinion at least, just better off just maybe holding off that little bit of a second, trying to get a good run down the next straight, and then go for the cutback on the car ahead. The cutback, one of the safest ways to negotiate traffic in a multi-class race. Rarely does it go wrong. Of course, it does come with its own pitfalls and such, but the cutback trademark, a safe way to pass.
Watching this through now, this could be huge late dramas. with, well, what, 1.5 hours just about still to go. 24 hours of Zolder in the Virtual Belcar Series. Like we said, always throws up one last late surprise. Could this be it? Lorenzo Eulenbroek to try and take P2. Can Simtag hold on? It's going to be a battle through the pits and on the track as well in terms of Gunn Klopman nursing that number 2 Simtag E-Team car up until the finish, and then on the flip side, all-out attack from the 99 GT racing car. I can't really choose one or the other to come out on top here, Haas, so it's going to be very close.
Yeah, it is going to be... looking on the lap times, they are indeed suffering from the effects of that incident. Simtag will be hoping that they can bring it on home, like Jimmy Page. By the way, Paul King here, 16 seconds down on Kimbe Haidt. Pace advantage over the last lap, at least, if that's anything to go by, was in the direction of Kimbe Haidt. As we say that, got a bunch of traffic coming up to pass him by, and that's not gonna make it any easier to keep the pace. So this one could kick off all of a sudden. Then we have Jeroen Wadlet still being chased down by Nolan Lemarais. The gap is 8.3 seconds. So Lemarais is closing it. But will it be enough? And just what is going to decide this one? And I think it's going to come down to strategy. And as we mentioned before, Edward, just how they approach the tires over the final hour and a half of this race that we're going to be going into in just a few minutes here, which means that we're going to be taking our final break as well. We're going to be just preparing the last cup of coffee, the last supper, as Nolan Lemarais comes in for... It's not going to be his last pit stop, but it's not going to be too far from it either here. And certainly, I think you can expect this to be the last tires that they'll put on. And then they'll be in for a short-esque fuel splash and dash about 30 minutes from the end of the race.
So, intriguing to see Nolan Lemarais into the pits. Valkyrie spot by Frank Minchers. Obviously taking on board some fuel. Are they going to take tyres though? I think me and you, Hess, or at least I was of the opinion that it makes sense to take tyres because, well, if they were to pit now, keep these tyres on, they're going to have a final 30 minutes where they have to make the choice to either take tyres or not. Lemarais for Valkyrie Esports. Can't quite see this from my end if the car is up on the jacks or not. Taking on board the fuel.
It's sort of inside that TCR Audi. They seem to be sharing their pit booth that doesn't take tires. So that's a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a gamble, I feel like, from Valkyrie Esports. But they might feel like they have to take this gamble to get the better of Jeroen Wadlet in the Simtag car. Mind you, 35 laps have they been putting in now. They have only been doing that one stint on those tires now. So you would expect the tires to be okay to do another stint. But that final 30 minutes, if they really fall over the cliff in the last 30 minutes of the race, they could really be suffering with that as well, Edward. We're going to leave that as a cliffhanger as we go to our last break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go too far away, and we'll see you on the flip side. Ladies and gents, we're back for the final 1 hour and 23 minutes of this 24 hours of Zolder. The season finale of this 2021 Season 2 of the Virtual Belcar Series. My name is Hankook. I'm joined by Edward May in the booth. And it's been an interesting race so far, to say the very, very least. It's been brilliant, I have to say. It's been brilliant having you along for it as well, Edward, before we get into all the sentimental stuff. With the chaos that ensued too long ago here for Koen Klopman. He found himself in the wall. The gap down to Renzo Erlenbroek has fallen by around 7 or 8 seconds in the last 7 or 8 minutes. Which means, incidentally, if it keeps on being a trend, it's gonna become very, very close indeed between Simtag and the number 2 car and GT Racing here.
Yes, it really will. Not seeing anything though that's actually, you got to be too worried about Koen Klopman. Seems to be managing the pace even with the damage, losing time but not massively, so it's still there for Koen Klopman to hold on. It's not all over yet for Simtag team. They aren't losing time hand over fist, but they can't afford to hemorrhage too much more. This current rate of catching will not be enough for Renzo Erlenbroek and GT Racing. But of course, that can all change. So should potentially the damage have an adverse effect on the tyre performance as well. Less downforce means you're leaning on the tyres more. Maybe we'll see Simtag team struggle a little bit later on in the stint. But for now, things aren't great, but they seem to be still manageable.
Yeah, manageable, but only just if the last lap is anything to go by here, Edward. They lost 0.9 of a second. We have about 70 laps remaining of the race. They don't have 70 seconds to give off. They have 67. So
don't forget as well, it's the traffic that's helping Koen Klopman a lot here, because a lot of the time the lap times aren't able to be as quick as they should be, because of course Renzo Erlenbroek has traffic to negotiate, and when you are in the front of a 2-car fight for position, it's always easier to come out on top because of traffic.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But it could also swing the other way. It's not a lot of bad luck that'll be required to run into for Koen Klopman in traffic. For instance, here he's behind the Brab car all the way around the corner. It's those little things that might make the big difference in the end. So, it's gonna be too close for me to be able to call it. It wouldn't be beyond Koen Klopman being able to hold on to the position and keep second place all the way to the line, but he really needs to keep himself super honest on his A game. And really, you can see his pushing as well. He's using every bit of tarmac. Mind you, his steering is a little bit bent as well. You know as well as I do, Edward, that is never a nice thing, and to have all your muscle memory having to be ever so slightly changed, since the steering angles that you're going to do in different corners are going to be a little bit different, and everything is just going to be that slight bit different. And that's not going to help him out too much here, I'm afraid. We're going to see how it stands at the end of things here. Nolan Lemeray is 27 seconds clear of the 86th Simtag car. We've been following this battle as well. The 86 has had a driver change. It's now Janos Schiener who's in the car, and I think he'll be in till the end of the race. I'd be surprised to see them change drivers within this final hour and 20 minutes. And mind you, Nolan Lemeray did not take tires. They opted to stay out. And now, having that 27-second cushion, they lost 4/10. No, actually, they gained 4/10 of a second over the last lap. Could be traffic. There's a bit of traffic here up ahead. I think that's the 912 machine of B-Sim Racing. And it's Formula Sim Racing in the 24 Porsche Cup machine right ahead of there.
Ideally, Hasse will know more about the fight for second place at the hour mark. The interval is staying at around about 1 minute and 6 seconds, as it has been in terms of the fight for. Oh, there's a little bit of a kiss, a little bit of argy-bargy in terms of the battle for second place in VLC 1. We'll know more at the hour mark, which is rapidly approaching. Not long left to go in this 24 hours of Zolder. Him here for Flemish Team Sport Red as well. Under a little bit of pressure from Paul King. Not immediate pressure, of course. Is nearly 18 seconds, the margin. But definitely starting to sweat, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's right. Paul King's lost a bit of time on this last lap. Might be down to the fact that he's been passed by multiple cars as well. On the traffic. When he had a bit of an incident there, a sketchy moment down in Villeneuve as well. That's probably a bit of the explanation coming through. But what a grand season it's been, Edward. We've had some of the title fights go all the way to the last round. Speaking of that, we've got Formula 1 coming up from... I can't even... those oil states in the Middle East. I have to sort of confuse one with the other. They all seem to want to outdo each other all the time. Are we at the Qatari Grand Prix this weekend?
I believe so, yeah. The Qatar Grand Prix, where there's... already drama going on there and the race hasn't even started. Of course, with qualifying and I'm not sure if you're aware, how's still a little bit of fight, because again, nothing's ever simple in the wonderful world of Formula 1. Not going to touch on it too much, but of course there's always something going on in that paddock.
Yeah, certainly, but it's been an interesting season of Formula 1 to say the least. Now I know tempers have been running high, and fans of one will say, oh, the other has done this and that, and fans of the other will say the same thing, but with the opposite prefix. You know, it's for me, I think it's so great to see that we have a championship battle that is yet to be decided, because the many last seasons hasn't really been interesting in the way that this is, and it casts your mind back to some of the great seasons of years gone by. 2008, for instance, was a really good one indeed. 1997, fantastic World Championship back then as well. I think we might be in for one of those. And also just in terms of the drivers, there's a lot of social media nowadays. Is a strange place indeed, to say the very least. But I feel like for me, what I'm missing is the perspective of just how high the level is right now, and just how lucky we are to see two drivers of the caliber that both Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen undeniably is, having a go at one another in machinery that's not too far from one another as well. In a I was about to say fair and honest shout at the championship title. I don't think anything's really ever completely fair and honest in Formula 1, with every team trying to extract the most from the gray zones of the legislation and all these sorts of things that is like borderline cheating, and it's not really, and you know, just like the Ferrari engine saga from a few years ago that's still hurting the prancing ponies. But indeed, I found myself not really being too partial in the terms of following the big Formula 1 drivers fight between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, but just really enjoying the drama, enjoying the entertainment that has been on display for this season. And of course, a part of the entertainment has been the controversies as well. But I also think that every great season of F1 should come with its own bit of controversy here and there, and And we certainly haven't been short of that this season either, but in my opinion, it's been great.
Yeah, it has been. It's been sort of, well, the soap opera at 200 miles an hour, isn't it? A very exciting season with plenty of drama, of course. Maybe even more so now that Netflix has suddenly turned up. The past few seasons have had so much drama all of a sudden, both on and off the racetrack. I'm certain that that's gotten plenty more new fans to the sport, which of course has been a good thing. Maybe also a bit of a less good thing with sort of more armchair experts coming through and talking on all the social medias about all this, that and the other. And sometimes that can get tiring, and sometimes it is good to also spend a little time away from social media and just watch the races and ignore whatever Twitter's nattering on about, which I think is something we can all agree on is probably good to just ignore Twitter and all these other websites that anyone can post nonsense to.
Indeed, 2021 and everyone's suddenly an expert on everything. And that's just the reality you gotta live with all of a sudden if you go into those spheres. I spent very little time on that sort of stuff myself. I would much rather read or listen or watch and learn. Actually learn than, yeah. Enough said about that. That's also a subject that I have strong opinions on, so we'll leave them for some other time. And then we've had the Macau Grand Prix. That's actually interesting. I haven't stumbled upon any news from that as well. But it happened indeed, Edward. I think the whole Netflix coming to F1 and the way that the whole image of Formula One since Liberty Media took over, I'm not quite sure I'm a huge fan of that. Even all the data that we seem to get and posting graphs of such and such a percentage chance of an overtake happening, all that stuff. Don't even go there, just let the racing happen. Get a great commentator and get him to explain, or maybe not explain, but just scream at the mic like Murray Walker used to do. God bless and rest his divine soul. A missed man indeed, Murray Walker. I'm not sure I'm always the biggest fan of David Croft, but that's what it is. Again, opinions are strong. We've been commentating here for some hours now, Edward. We're getting into the phase where our mouths are beginning to slip, and the stuff that we'd usually be a little bit more diplomatic about maybe begins to sort of spill for a little bit, I mean, which is in itself a little bit interesting.
With you, though.
Please keep it civil in chat, though, if you do decide to get opinions out there as well.
I'm with you. I'm not the biggest fan of David Croft. I think we'll probably miss him when he's gone, which is something to always remember. You don't know what you've got until it's gone a lot. I remember back when Michael Schumacher was dominating the championship, people were really up in arms about it, and then all of a sudden, now that he's no longer racing, he's loved by everyone. So I reckon in however many years down the line, when Lewis Hamilton finally retires from Formula One as well, everyone that's constantly moaning about him will, I think, realise that they were lucky to be watching Formula One at a time when they were able to see one of the greatest of all time at work, and especially if he can come through for an 8th World Championship, which will be something nobody has ever done before. Definitely one to look forward to. Then, of course, you've got Max Verstappen winning his first championship. Now, no matter what happens this season, it's going to be a cracking finish regardless. And I think a lot of Formula One fans that are new to the sport don't realise how lucky they have it with this season, the past couple as well, because it's been a very close championship with close fight between drivers that aren't teammates. Yeah, which is Indeed. Always good.
But then again, the Hamilton-Rosberg season was also that was a great season. So a fight between teammates can be just as interesting, if not even more interesting in the end, because the fact they'll be in the same machinery. So if they're close on track, well, chances are it'll just be all the more spicy. Regarding the quality of Lewis Hamilton, I think it's undeniable. I think he just possesses certain qualities, except for his, of course, the obvious talents that he has. He's an exceptionally skillful driver, that's one thing. But I don't find anyone else able to master the art of deception on the radio and stuff like that in any way like he does. Of course, with his team of race engineers and strategists and such, I don't think it's something he does all on his own. But it's the mark of a great champion to master some of these aspects of racing just better than anyone else. And I mean better than anyone that I can think of in the history of motor racing, basically. Of course, it's something that you haven't had to master back in the day in the same way that you have to master now. But still, I'm sometimes baffled by the fact nobody knows whether Hamilton's tires are really gone or whether they're fresh, and what does it mean if they're gone, or what does it mean if they're dead, or what does it mean if they're over, you know, like we're left guessing in the end, and that's a part of the repertoire of Lewis Hamilton that I don't hear people talking about very often, but to me it strikes me as one of the best and also one of the most entertaining parts of Lewis Hamilton as a driver.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time people don't realise that the drivers know what they are said on the radio is broadcast to not only everyone watching, but also to rivals, and that information will obviously get fed to the drivers around Lewis, and they can opt to do things accordingly and play into his hands if his tyres are actually in a good state. But maybe people have gotten on to the fact that when he says, Bono, my tyres are gone, and then he goes and purple sectors, that maybe things are going on in the background. But I'll tell you what, another thing that did sort of leave me in awe was that race at Brazil. It was amazing to watch the fight between Hamilton and Verstappen, one that I think we were sorely missing, and great to see. Even if the stewards didn't really act on whatever on earth was going on at the circuit, it was still didn't really matter in the end, did it? Because the result was the same, even if the 5-second penalty would have been applied to Verstappen. It still meant that Hamilton got ahead. But now we come to Qatar and the final 2 rounds of the championship afterwards, where it's wide open, anyone's guess. But I'll tell you what, Mercedes, they seem to be looking very quick with that new engine they've put in Hamilton, which I think is a bit of a masterstroke from them.
Yeah, very much so. There's a bit of talk in chat here about full hand control racing from Jeremy de Boever, and I'd like to have a bit of elaboration on that. If it's that like hand throttle and brakes and stuff, or I don't expect him to be driving on a PlayStation controller. I've seen people do that in iRacing before, and that looked so difficult. But I know it's possible to get a sort of hand clutch throttle brake system mounted on your wheel of choice. It's a custom option, and I know a lot of drivers that has been suffering from one kind of disability or the other, of an impairment or whatever. It's been an accident, or it can be so many things. Jason Watt, the Danish race driver of some years ago, some viewers might remember him. He was a prominent name in Formula 3 as well, was close to making his way into Formula 1. In the late 90s, he had a motorcycling accident, and a fun little story, a little anecdote here. There was actually my uncle was out taking pictures for that photo shoot when he sadly crashed, had a bad accident, broke his back, and has been in a wheelchair ever since. That didn't hold him back from racing though, and he's I think he's actually won the Danish touring car championship with his hand-controlled car. I'm not quite sure on that. We'll see if I can dig up some statistics on it and some facts, because this is indeed some years ago by now. But I certainly know for a fact that it's very much a possibility, very much a thing, and a very nice one indeed, a very, very great one. Because it's often a bit of a problem being able to be inclusive towards people with different sorts of impairments and stuff that make it difficult to, for instance, push the throttle or brake pedal in a race car, and indeed, in the same way that wheelchair basketball is also a great sport in that respect. There's indeed a hand-controlled steering wheel. And I gotta say here, Jeremy the Boover, it's not something that you really recognize in any way when watching him drive. He's as smooth as anyone out there. And those hands are gonna be used to doing quite a lot of work, aren't they, Edward, if they aren't only operating the pedal shifts on the gears, but also the brake or the throttle brake, well, clutch and whatever else is going on.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job, isn't he, in the Alpine Motorsport IDB Racing Cup. Good to see him up there using sort of clutch for braking and throttle. You've got hand clutch on either side, so you can use one hand for acceleration, one hand for braking. It's definitely, if you're used to driving it one way, so then go the other way is definitely an adjustment period, but see Johnny DeVova doesn't need to worry about that. He's having a great time out there, just doing what he does best, pounding out the laps. Speaking of pounding out the laps, Zolder is getting closer and closer to Kuhn Klopman. Gap now under 1 minute, Hassa. We're watching it come through, and I think the number 99 is definitely going to be on for a bit of a charge here.
Absolutely. Good point from Hendrik de Grave here. I actually didn't know that either about Jeremy, and I've commented on Jeremy Racing on countless occasions, and I've never noticed anything, and that just says it all about a driver who's I think used to working with what he has to work with. Imagining there's not a lot of travel in a hand clutch like that. So that must be hard getting used to when thinking about it. But ever so cool in the end to hear that it's working out for him, and that it's something that Jeremy's able to do on the deepest of respect, especially when it comes to racing in real life like that. Because one thing is doing it in the sim, but taking a car to a track, racing with those sorts of controls and with everything going on, and that has to be a little bit more difficult, I think, because you use your feet when in a car to sort of move around a little bit less, don't you?
Yeah, I think it is obviously sometimes easier. Obviously, you have a bit more. I don't know, really. It depends. Like, I think for me, being able to use one foot for braking, other one for accelerating, easier for me. But then, of course, you can have a bit more finer control with your hands. So I can see why it's not so much of a setback, at least in terms of racing, once you're used to it. Of course, the other thing you get is feedback through the pedals. If you've got a kit with you, you can get feedback from your pedals through your feet, which help you through the corners. I'm not sure if you can get the same sort of feedback through your hands with the clutch pedals, though.
That's a good question. I actually don't think. I wouldn't know. I remember having a word about that's something entirely different, but the whole motion rigs and stuff. I would certainly love to try that out one day. I'm an absolute sucker for tech, but the size of my wallet, I'm afraid, has been limiting me, and the size of my living room, for that matter, as well. I've got a playseat challenge stuffed in the corner of the room with a Logitech G29 on it. It's plenty to have fun, but I gotta admit, one day, maybe when the wife and I have found ourselves a nice house in the countryside with plenty of space. It would be great to really invest in a cool, high quality rig. Also because, first of all, things rarely get more expensive as they trickle down, and second of all, what you can actually do with it. It's gonna be an expanding thing as well, which is pretty cool. We've had a few incidents that we haven't mentioned, Edward, and all of the conversational stuff that's been going on here. Sim Formula Europe, Ward Mallards, a bit of a ballet pirouette. He swings himself around back onto the marbles. Just see how much rubber has been accumulated there off the racing line. That's quite impressive. And then Dimitri Coulon has had a bit of an issue for himself as well, I'm afraid. It's the 677 Valkyrie Esports rookie car. Just cutting it through the first chicane.
Roland Lemeray for Valkyrie Esports. A team that did take a bit of a gamble, Hasse, of course, opting not to take any tyres at their most recent pit stop. Likely trying to take this set up until the end now. Expect to see them coming in for their final pit stop within the next 25 or so minutes. And that's the question of, are they going to take tyres then? Or will they hold out up until the end? Don't forget they're going to have Simtag E-Team close in behind. They have taken tyres. And they will be going up until the end of the race. 30 seconds, the gap between 6th and 7th. 48 seconds, the gap between 2nd and 3rd. Who we are following now, GTE Racing, Renzo Eulenbroek. Pursuing down Kuhn Kloppmann. Simtag E-Team that had some late dramas, didn't they, Hasse? With a little mistake. Saw them smash into the wall. We're trying to overtake a TCR car through this corner here around the outside. Didn't work out for them. And all of a sudden, that's put question marks on their ability to hold on to P2 with just under an hour remaining. 55 minutes to go here at Zolder.
Within the final hour, this is always when the magic happens, really. It's when it has to happen for a lot of drivers as well. Mind you, the gap from Kuhn Kloppmann here to Renzo Eulenbroek is down to 48 seconds on this lap. I think with Renzo being held up quite considerably, it looks, in traffic. Might have been the same story for Kuhn Kloppmann further up. But it was a 1.5 seconds of net gain here. And I don't think, if that's the story, if that's how it's going to go, Edward, I don't think the Simtag E-Team is going to be able to stay in front here. 55 minutes of racing here. It's going to be about 40 laps or so. And at that rate, it's going to end up being terribly, terribly close between the two.
It is going to be, I think, touch and go between the pair for the end. Just looking at the difference in lap times. Second faster from Renzo. It might be almost a second difference coming on to the final lap of the race. Renzo could be able to catch Kuhn, but passing is, well, certainly something else entirely, not in the least, here at Zolder on a very narrow, twisty, turny circuit, where you need to be very clever, very shrewd in your driving to create opportunities for yourself. Can Renzo do just that? Got plenty of clear track space up in front, as you can see here. To focus on, you have to focus on the task that is P2 just up the road. By just up the road, I mean about 45 seconds up the road, so not quite just up the road, about half a lap around the circuit. We'll find Kuhn Kloppmann moving through the corners here at Zolder.
A bit of traffic to contend with here for Ricardo Michalewski and ART Sim Racing. trying to stay clear of Eagle Race Simulator's P-Cup. Steve Klaus, P3 at the moment, 15.75 seconds in arrears here. Finding themselves in that position because of the disconnect. Now, impressive to see that the two-man team of Eagle Race Simulators, having made it so far, and only succumbing in this battle with the ART, basically because of technical issues, and it would have been well clear and ahead on track had it not been for that disconnect. Not to take anything away from ERT Sim Racing, who's been driving a good race as well, but it must be painful indeed. They're doing, I think, their utmost to catch up. They did manage to claw back half a second on the last lap here, so of course with it being around 16 seconds, it seems to be swinging back and forth. They could be making it back indeed, and if they do, I think that's going to be a grand scrap here for second place in BLC2 as well. And just a swift mention here on my part, and apologies that we haven't been able to use the class leaders display. It just tells me that Robin DeVille is the leader, which I'm afraid, not to make a mockery, Robin DeVille was indeed the leader in BLC3 when his engine blew up. But why my class display seems to think so, I really don't have a single clue about that. Mikulewski, I think, having a bit of trouble negotiating this round of traffic, seems to be holding him up. And then at the same time, you look back at Steve Klaus and realize, well, Klaus is being held up as well by traffic of his own. And that's a thing to remember if you're being frustrated while passing lap cars and traffic and the likes, that it's the same for everyone in the end. And of course, once in a while it does feel like it all goes against you, but then at other times you feel like it's all just a breeze and you're just walking through it and you're just that lucky with the timing. So as I said earlier, I'll gladly say it again, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Usually it ends up sort of in the balance, and that's in the grand scheme of things.
Now,
driver change, yeah.
For the final lap,
That's it.
not for the final lap, but for the final stint, Hasse. The final stint for our race leaders.
But interesting to see the driver change. I'm sort of surprised about that.
I think they're probably taking tyres. It might make sense to, of course, change driver as well.
Yeah, if they're taking tires anyway, they might just, and they're under no real threat from the Simtag team behind, so it's probably also a case of just...
Not taking tyres.
Oh, okay.
It was just tiredness from, potentially.
There can be so many. We might need to visit the small house or something. Lord knows, they can afford themselves the luxury of having a bit of luxury in that regard, and I think they've done just that here. Jimmy and Toons in the car, just under 15 minutes left to race, and he'll be the designated man to bring it to the line for Anage competition in the 23 car that, knock on wood and knock the table and spit over my right shoulder and all this superstitious stuff, is looking set to claim the 2020 Season 2 Virtual Belcar overall driver's title. And BLC 1, aside from the fact that they're also well on their way to winning this, the 24 hours of Zolder, the final and very much most prestigious round of the season indeed. A bit of an issue here for Chris van Hoek. Oh, that is truly airborne for the 912 here, Edward. That was that looked sort of a little bit wonky.
Oh, yeah, big moment there. Rear of the car, bouncing down, bottoming out, spearing off to the right-hand side of the circuit. There it is. Just haven't been able to catch a break 9:12 still up in the podium places. As we come to Julian Tunes, Arnage competition. 4 minutes clear of the rest of the field of their nearest competitor, Kuhn Klopman, Simtag E-Team number 2, who we are expected to make another pit stop before the end of the race just yet. Same with GTE Racing. They're likely to make a further pit stop as well. Gap now 41 seconds. And with about, 47 minutes on the clock. Everything is on the table here between these two. Renzo Oldenburg, Kuhn Klopman. Only a 10th difference between the pair of them last time around. I know it wasn't only a 10th, I was looking at the fastest laps. It was more than that. It was, well over a second, Hassa, the difference in lap time last time through. So Renzo very much on a bit of a charge here.
Yeah, absolutely so. Renzo Ellenbrook doing a very, very good job of trying to at least pressure the Simtag team. And I think in a situation like this, it's just a case of doing your utmost, doing your best to see what you can do. And you'll just have to take what's on your plate at the end of the race. I remember having done the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. That was actually this year, where I sort of got net coated off in turn 1. Didn't damage the car through sheer luck and just kissing the soft barrier, but we were in the middle of the GTE field when came back through the field over the race. Had a few hair-racingly close calls, but my teammate as well having a spin at one of the parts that has walls in the final sector where there's walls and on both sides of the tarmac really cost us time, and we end up finishing in second place by 9 seconds. And it was just a little bit hard to swallow, but on the other hand we also just knew that we'd done everything we could to really try and haul in the result. We really wanted to win. None of us has ever won a special event in iRacing before, an official special event, and as such, it was so close, yet so far away. 9 seconds after 6 hours. A lot of water having flown underneath the bridge, but yeah. It's just a bit of an anecdote that I think tells the story of how a lot of these drivers will be feeling at the end of the race when you have a chance to maybe come up and put that pressure on to a driver up ahead. Well, if it succeeds or not, that'll be... and that is what it is, but you want to feel as a driver that you've done your utmost and done everything you could in order to... at least do your part of the bidding here as Renzo Erlenbrook comes into the pit. That was... I wonder if it was okay with the rate of slowing down as he came past the yellow cone there, but I would have been a little bit frightened to go on that quickly, to be honest. But 39 seconds, it's what the clock is saying as Renzo Erlenbrook comes into the pits. Klopman is coming out the pits right now. I don't think any of them will be taking tires here, though. And Edward, with a track temp of 36 degrees, drivers will have to be smooth here at the end of the race to make the rubber last underneath them.
Yeah, intriguing. Let's watch all of this come through from GTE Racing. Trying to save all of that time in the pit stops. Nice and quick time stationary, saving another second compared to Kuhn Klopman. All of these little times adding up, or rather subtracting from the advantage that Simtag E-Team have at this stage of the race. 45 minutes still to go. 37 seconds, the gap. It's coming down.
And it's been accelerating. That pit stop really aided Renzo Erlenbrook. He took every chance he could, I feel like, to optimize. And he certainly did. And it seems like a driver on a mission here, Renzo Erlenbrook. Also one of those gentlemen with plenty of real-life experience. So I think a large part of the field will have indeed here much more real-life experience from a track than I do, at least. I've been in a go-kart 3 or 4 times in my life, and never really in a proper high-performance one, just in one of those relatively cheap rental ones that you drive as a kid and still feel like you're flying because, hey, 60 or 80k an hour is pretty damn fast when you're 10 or 12 years old, so being fair enough. But sorry, Edward, I feel like I did cut you up there.
No, no worries. As I was just about to mention, I'm keeping my eyes peeled for the TCR class and seeing when they come in for their next pit stops as well. Cognizant of the fact that I think in terms of off tracks, Ignium Motorsport are close to getting their next drive-through penalty. Just having a look, they're sitting on 59 off tracks or incident points. And that, of course, means every 20 incidents, you just have to take a trip through the pit lane. So Ignium could find the little fight to try and get up into the top 2 spots, taken away from them a touch. As well, though, waiting on Kimber and Olivier Bulsink to make their next pit stops as well. Watching through the field, actually, if this is correct, I think it is one of the cleanest drivers out there. One of the cleanest races or teams out there is actually JWS Motorsport. Jorn van den Akker has only got, I'll have a look, 6 off tracks, I think.
That's pretty impressive. If that's for the entirety of the 24 hours. That's been a very, very clean run indeed. We've had a change of drivers in the 999 Flemish Sim Sports yellow Porsche Cup machine. It's been taken over by Hugo Schrouet. It's the aforementioned Jeremy de Boever up the road, but that's not a in-class battle. And we have Maddie Sufi, about 22 seconds clear of Dirk Bout. Except for that, I think the closest battle, indeed on track at the moment at least, is the battle for second place in PLC 1, and that gap is coming down very, very rapidly here, Edward. It's down to 32.7 seconds.
Oh, it's getting closer, so this is it. The pressure is starting to mount. Koen Klopman, I think it's also down to the fact, with that damage, he's using the tyres more. He's not getting the same level of performance that Renzo Erlenbrook is getting from his tyres. And all of a sudden, the gap will come down more and more, but we know how good Koen Klopman is at defending. We've seen it time and time again. Can he use those skills against Renzo Erlenbrook in the final few moments of this Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder that is providing us with one last little bit of drama before all of the racing is said and done this evening. Or not this evening. Actually, yes, this afternoon now. We're into the afternoon here in the UK. So, if I say this afternoon.
Yeah, even though we might get confused once in a while, Edward, it is indeed the afternoon now for both of us, and so we're well into the final hour here. Just under 40 minutes remaining in the race here, and Stella is getting wildly excited too. There's been an influx of people in the stairway. Probably just people having, you know, their Sunday guests over. That's a proper Belgian watchdog. She will make herself known to anyone who dares enter the hallway, basically. It's just hard not to laugh of sometimes. But I bet she thinks she's doing a really important job. And Klopman doing an important job of keeping it on the grey bits for now, at least. He'll be feeling the pressure. His last lap was a 131.8. And I think the rise in track temp is going to be hurting the cars that are running with damage more as well. Because effectively, what you get is a reduction in mechanical grip, but the aerodynamic grip stays the same. So obviously the cars that has working aerodynamics, or better working aerodynamics, are going to get hurt less by the rise in temps than those who are more dependent upon their mechanical grip. Which, at least, it makes sense to me. I don't know if it's true, but but in my logic, it follows through, and it could be the explanation. So we're not seeing great differences in the traffic they're facing at the moment, but the time is rattling away for Koen Klopman, and at this rate, I'm afraid he's gonna come short, and I think he's gonna get caught, and he could even be getting caught with about 10 minutes to go. Could be earlier even. That of course depends on the rate of capture, if that increases or stays the same. But a lot of stuff to take into consideration in that battle for second place. It's going to be going all the way to the line, or all the way to the point where Renzo Eulenbrook catches up to and passes Koen Klopman. The mighty Pink Panther GT4 gets a bit of a flash here. This is the time for Renzo Eulenbrook here, Edward, to cash in on every single time he's been patient and nice to drivers in traffic. Now he has the right just to send it. It's an express delivery, you could say. And he's in a full rush here. At least when compared to many of the other cars on track who might be facing themselves in a situation with several laps, both to the car in front and the car behind. Which is a different situation to be in than when you're just under half a minute down on second place overall, and with a real shot of reeling him in. And I also predict this is really where the final bits of excitement is going to come from in this race here.
I'm just so excited to see this unfold. It's getting closer by the moment. Koen Klopman, Simtag E-Team reeling, or getting reeled in by Renzo Eulenbrook. My. It was just one little mistake. If not for that attempted overtake round the outside of the TCR car coming out of the Villeneuve chicane, this could have been an entirely different race. But what's done is done, and now it's up to Simtag to hold on, hold firm if they can, and nurse the car through for this, the final 35 minutes. They're going to be watching the clock, watching the relative come down. And the sweat will definitely be starting to pool in the cockpit of the number 2 Lamborghini, I think, has to.
Yeah, if they'll be keeping a very close eye on the gap. And if Koen doesn't himself, which I'm not quite sure he does, but the team will indeed. I'm not sure how much they'll be telling him. Because there's a limit to how much you want to tell your driver that he's being caught. You just don't want to cause that extra stress and that distraction that it could be as well, mentally. That, oh, no, I'm getting caught and I need to push, and the chances are you'll just be starting to make more mistakes, especially at this late into such a long race with fatigue setting in as well. Whereas Renzo Eulenbrook, At least I imagine he finds himself in a position of focus now, where all that focus comes to him naturally, because he can see that he's reeling in the driver up ahead, and every message he gets from the team is going to be a positive one for him. And the other end, it's certainly easier being the chaser in that regard, especially when you're catching up. It's such a different feeling. Gives you motivation, gives you focus, gives you the mental drive to stay at it. But indeed, he's coming up to a grand old line of cars here. In a congested zone indeed. So just how much is that going to cost him on the next couple of laps here? We're going to have to see. Gap's 26.5 seconds now. Goes through on the Flemish Lambo. It's not going to get held up too bad by the Porsche here, but the TCRs up ahead could be what's causing a bit of coagulation here, if you will, of the racetrack. Oh, he's going to... I just thought he was going to go for it down the middle there. It would have been a big, big send indeed. He's going to go up the inside of the Eagle Simulator's machine. Mind you, they're in a battle of their own as well. Although at the moment they're a minute and 14 seconds down on Ricardo Michalewski. I think they've had an extra pit stop. And I think as well, Edward, that when Michalewski takes that pit stop, at some point, it's going to be quite soon, I imagine, that it's going to be very, very, very close indeed. He was in on lap 857. We're in 890 now. I cannot imagine it being much more than a few laps of fuel left in the car for Ricardo Michalewski. Could be an advantage for him that he's going to have less laps to do, and as such he's going to have less fuel to put in the car when he comes in, and that could be the saving grace for him. Erlenbrook isn't catching anymore, and I suspect that's because of the traffic, even though it seems he's cleared it as well. But on the last lap he gained, but he gained less than has been the tendency for last few laps, though he's back, at least for now, in clear air. Mind you, traffic is a constant here, and it's about constantly managing. So we'll have to just keep focus, and there's still half an hour left. There's 25.7 seconds between Koen Klopman and Renzo Erlenbrook. It very, very much swings in the balance here, I think, Edward.
Oh, it's so close between it's close at the moment, but it will be come the end. You can count on that as long as the pace stays the same between Klopman, Renzo Erlenbrook. Second and third, closer and closer, lap after lap. Another second taken out of the equation by Erlenbrook. 30 minutes remain. That's 30 minutes for Renzo to close the gap. 30 minutes for Klopman to try and hold on if he can. All the while, like you said, Michalewski in the LT Sim Racing 1 car in the Porsche Cup class needs to try and nurse the margin, nurse the gap he's been able to build up. I think it should be all right in terms of the strategy. We'll take a short pit stop, and you can't see that going too badly for him and his team, so everything's A-OK for ART Sim Racing. Watching as well, Kim Hay coming through for his final pit stop, in and out of the pits. Came into the pits in second place, came out of the pits in second place. Everything A-OK for Flemish Sim Sports Red.
Yeah, so it seems that they're pretty much home and dry, I think. This is the case for most of the drivers. Is Hankook here 35 seconds down on the Brab car of Abel Court. I don't think he's going to be able to make up that sort of time here. Dirk Bouts just 5 seconds clear of Matty Sufi though. Dirk Bouts, who've gained 22 positions in the space of this race. That might not be completely true. I suspect the timing tower is playing games with my mind here, and it can quit it for all I care. But all jokes aside, just looking at the lap times, it's swinging in the direction of Dirk Bouts right now. He's opening up the gap down to Matty Sufi. With that said, I think there's been a slight issue here for Christoph Hermans, the duct tape racing car. I'm afraid it really looks like it needs some of that. The front end of that Audi absolutely mauled, I'm afraid. It's one of those teams that I think will just be happy to see the checkered flag. Do you reckon some of the teams won't be happy to see the checkered flag here? Edward would say, oh, I was hoping we were gonna go for another 24.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some drivers that have been enjoying their time up in the race. Others that might be glad to see the back of this after driving around it for 24 hours. I think the thought of one more lap might make them physically unwell, but I'm glad to have all of them out on the circuit for, like we said, the final half hour's worth of racing here. 23 seconds now, the margin between second and third in VLC 1 class. Watching as well, Dirk Bouts, Matthew Sufi, PSR by RPM and Simsport White start to come close together. Plenty to look forward for and to. Keeping my eyes on the fight between Nikolevsky and Steve. But again, ALT Sim Racing not coming into the pits in the Porsche Cups. Just watching Dirk Bouts. Have a look at the lap times coming through. 1 minute 32.2. About the same for Matthew Sufi as well. Now back up to this fight, Hasser. It's not getting any more pleasant for Kuhn as the laps go by.
That certainly isn't. His last lap, Edward, was a 1:31.81. Renzo Erlenbrook did a 1:30.21. And the gap is diminishing rather quickly by now. It's down to just under 22 seconds between second and third overall. We've had a pit stop for Pierre-Yves Desaut. It's been a rather long one as well. I wonder if there's been a problem for the Desipit racing team late in the race. Only would have seemed like it. Impressively as well, all the while Edward up ahead. Jimmy and Toons is half a second quicker than Renzo Erlenbrook. And actually a fair bit more over the last lap here. He was 1.3 seconds quicker than the driver in third. Ken van Heidong doing some good pace as well in fourth place. But he's just about 2 laps down on Renzo Erlenbroek, so he's struggling to find that sort of time to regain that much is for sure. Here Nuno Enriquez, I think, has had a short off-track excursion, but no more than that as well, so we'll keep our eyes peeled to where the action is really going to come from here. Renzo Erlenbroek on board with the brilliant door cam, the suspension cam if you will. I'll tell you what, Edward, I don't know if you've ever seen the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 in real life, but I've been lucky enough to both see it really, really up close in the local Porsche, Lamborghini and Bentley dealership, but also hear it at the Copenhagen Classic Grand Prix where they had, and that was not even the GT3 version, that was the souped up Super Trofeo, which I reckon is it's even more insane to listen to. That was quite the racket, to say the very least. I was for once happy that I had some kind of ear protection with me there, because that is the loudest car that I have ever heard.
Yeah, I was able to, fortunate enough actually to go to a round of British GT this year, and down to Snetterton to watch so many GT3 cars out on Checkered. So catch up, have a good chinwag with a good friend of mine, Andy McCune, who's on commentary duty and has been on commentary duty for the whole of that season. And I'll tell you what, the Lamborghini is such a wonderful sounding car, but there are so many great, amazing sounding GT3s there. I mean, the Aston Martin sounds lovely. You've also got, of course, the Mercedes, sort of the AMG GT3s. They sound so nice as well, hearing them go by. Plenty of lovely sounding GT3 machines. You don't really get to appreciate how nice they actually sound until you're actually their trackside.
That is very much true, and it's I think it's the case with even though there are sims that sound great, nothing really has captured that full experience, both either trackside or indeed in the car. I think, and I don't own a CC myself, so I haven't had that much first-hand experience with it. But when I've seen other people play it on streams and such, it seems like the in-cockpit audio is so immersive in terms of all the rattling and the bumping and the crackling and the screeching and just all these small sounds from stuff that moves around, stuff moves around in a race car. Quite a lot of it isn't necessarily all that well fastened, of course. It needs to be light before anything. And it's a thing that I wish for the developers of iRacing to also sort of implement along the way here, of course, with the new sound engine was taken into use, what is that, just under a year ago or so. It's certainly a step in the right direction. It would be great to have an addition of extra cockpit sounds, maybe a bit late in the race to go on to those sorts of segues, and you know, you never know when you when or where you end up anywhere with those sorts of conversations. We're gonna stay on point, Edward, because the gap between Koen Klapman and Renzo Erlenbroek, just from speaking about a few other things and taking a few minutes, it's now down to 17.5 seconds. And on the last lap, it was another 1.5 seconds gained by Renzo Erlenbroek. So this is only going one way. There's 19 minutes remaining, 17 seconds to go. But the trend is that I only think he'll still only just be able to catch him. And one thing is catching up, another thing is getting past. We don't know exactly how much straight line speed Koen Klubman is missing out on, although I fear it's quite substantial with the damage that he's carrying. But that's of course going to make it quite a lot easier for Renzo Erlenbroek should he catch up. We'll have to follow it closely as ever. Into the final 20 minutes we are.
Not long left to go. 20 minutes remain. 16 seconds. The gap. Koen Klubman, Renzo Erlenbroek. It's touch and go between the pair of them for the race lead. Well, not race lead, getting carried away with myself there for second place in class. Of course, it doesn't really matter too much to Simtag E team if they finish second or third in terms of the championship, because of course they will be, as it stands, losing out on the championship to Arnage competition. And they'll be finishing second, I think, regardless if they finish second or third. But I think for pride, they'll definitely want to stay in the position they were probably expecting to finish the race in, if not for the little bit of contact that we saw in that last hour. Just coming up now, or that we're well into now. 17 minutes, Hassa. 14 seconds.
Yeah, that's only going to go one way at this sort of pace. That last lap has not been good for Koen Klubman. We're just going to have a look at the track conditions. Track temps up to 38 degrees. I think that the thesis about the hotter it gets, the worse it gets for the cars with damage. That seems to be staying sort of true, at least for now. As the evidence seems to support it, but it's by no means conclusive, of course. It's 13.5 seconds now. Be interesting to see. I'm not... Usually, I'll tell you what, it's rare that I use the track map for something like this, but for once, pay attention to car number 2 and the number 99 behind it. So we're trying to figure out just where they are.
Car number 2 going through Villeneuve chicane. Car number 99 coming out of the first chicane.
So there's
towards Villeneuve.
Still a few cars in between, as Renzo Erlenbroek is beginning to catch up.
Coming up to a lot of traffic as well.
Yeah.
That's going to, of course, mean that his next couple of laps will be slower, but then Renzo will suffer the traffic and have to negotiate it as well. So that could be the difference maker, Hassa, is how well both these two drivers negotiate the traffic.
I think Renzo Erlenbroek has shown us here over this last stint that he's been taking no compromises, and he's been super committed, also showing that and showing his intent from the very earliest moment to everyone, just saying, you know what, I'm gonna pass, and that's how it is, and you're just gonna let me. And it seemed to have worked really well for him. I think everybody realizes as well that, okay, here comes a car that's really going for it, and that's really got something to achieve here and something to actually make up, which isn't the case for everyone at this point of the race. For most of them, it's going to be just about seeing the checkered flag safely, and they don't want to take those kind of chances, and you're so much more inclined to just letting Erlenbroek sail through there. Of course, you could say the same for Koen Klubman, but I think as spoke to Ronald about quickly in text there during the last break. We also mentioned the fact that he thought that it was going to hurt Koen Klubman and the Simtag E team number 2 car in traffic with the reduction in top speed and the reduction in grip and all that stuff, making overtaking just that little bit harder, a little bit sketchier as well. And I think they're also suffering the effects of that, Edward. It's closing in rapidly at the moment, even with the traffic, as Erlenbroek is catching up to a lot of it as well. It's now coming down towards 10 seconds. The last lap for Koen Klubman a little bit quicker on the one before it. But then again, now he's lost another half a second. He's doing 32 dead on his last lap. Whereas Renzo Erlenbrook is on a 1:30.19. So 0.8 of a second was the gain on that last lap. Still 14 minutes of racing remaining here. And I'll tell you what, it's really going to have to be a heroic performance, I think, if Koen Klubman here is indeed going to be able to stay ahead and hold on to second place here. 13 minutes to go.
Still to play for. All on the table as we have 10 seconds. Very soon, Renzo will start to see Koen Klubman not just on the relative, but on the track as well. And that will probably spur him on even that little bit more if he needed any more encouragement, which I'm fairly certain he probably doesn't, but just in case he did, he'll have that target way away up the road, but definitely visible for him to get on with chasing. Oh my Hassa, this is down to the wire. One of the fastest drivers on track at the moment is actually Renzo Eulenbroek. Not many more quicker than him. If they are, it's not by much.
Well, basically, right now it's only Kim van Hooydonk who gets anywhere close to it. He's 3/300ths of a second quicker on that last lap, but he could have been in open and clear air. Van Hooydonk is actually on a very, very good pace at the moment as well. It's like the Sim District GT3 car working well here at the end of the race. You can just see corner for corner the gap is coming down, and as he then accelerates onto the straights, it's bleeding off again. A big pack of traffic here ahead of Renzo Erlenbroek, so it'll be interesting to see just how he negotiates it. And how much is the traffic going to clear ahead of him as well? Oh, there's one of the Flemish cars going to the inside of the 911B Sim Racing TCR. Stays nicely off the racing line for Renzo Erlenbroek to get past. One cutback on the Flemish red TCR machine. Up ahead there is the Greenleaf McLaren. And I suspect that is there's at least one Porsche Cup and Kim van Hooydonk as well. So Van Hooydonk, who's lapping quicker actually than Erlenbroek at the moment. He's more or less right in front of him as well. And it's going to be interesting because Koen Klubman isn't going to be happy to let Kim van Hooydonk get on through. But at the same time, Renzo Erlenbroek is going to want him to get out of the way as quickly as possible, either behind him and let off, or in front of Koen Klubman, because he's going to be acting as a shield for Klubman. And that could also be a thing to have to take into consideration. It's the ART Sim Racing Porsche there of Ricardo Michalewski. And between the two, here's Eli Goldstein, who's had a bit of a spinner in the 667 Valkyrie sports car. That's actually Goldstein coming out the pits now again, only a few seconds ahead of Jana Schiener here in the Simtag 86 car. And oh my word here, Edward, that could be a battle for position as well for 6th place, as they're separated by no more than 4.5 seconds here. 10 minutes from the end of the race.
Janos has fresher tyres, let's not forget that. Eli Goldstein opting for a late pit stop. Coming through now towards the last stage of the race. It's all to play for. And Renzo and Klotman close up together. We said in the last 10 minutes it all suddenly erupts with action, and we've got that here, right now. If you are enjoying all of the action on Simracersworld TV, make sure to hit the like, make sure to tell us how much this race has been keeping you entertained on the edge of your seat for the past 24 hours of racing, or well, 23 hours, 51 minutes. Steve Clyde's for Eagle Race Simulators. Going to be staying in P3, I think. Well, caught as well. P3 in BLC3. So much going on, isn't there? There's all happening at once. Janos has closed in as well to Ellie Goldstein. Oh, Hasser, it's all coming together.
It is all coming together. If not all of it, then fair few bits are indeed coming together here at the end of the race. 6.6 seconds for Klopman.
Matthew Sufi as well, closing in on the Bouts.
Yeah, that's true. Bouts, who had good pace there early in the stint, might have been held up by traffic here. And I think... Oh, he's coming into the pits! He's under fuel, I'm afraid, and that looks like a late splash and dash to me. Either that or a drive-through because of incident points. I cannot tell you which of the two it is.
It's not for incidents, it's for fuel, Hasser.
Flemish going for fastest lap here at the end. That's interesting to see if they'll be able to pull it off as well.
Thought they already had fastest lap.
Let's see. I think that might be resting with Bodevine Kuster on the 130.3. Again, Hugo Chouret or Flemish Sim Sports Yellow. All in all, it seems their fastest lap so far, at least to the best of my knowledge, is a 130.59.
Be amazed if they can do it on a nearly 40-degree track temp. Considering that, I think 130.3 was done when it was a little bit cooler in the night.
Thomas tells me they're going to fastest lap, and teammate, that's Hansi Pohlmans, comes in. No, Thomas! Yeah, I will not. I will tell us. It's more like if anybody plays Dungeons and Dragons, it's more like a wild mage. It's more like that uncontrollable sort of magic that happens without me really wanting to. I'm really sad about that curse. It's my curse to bear in the end. Hugo Chouret here seems to be... Is he looking for clear track space? That's not going to be easy to find at this point. Maybe behind a Lamborghini, just to get a bit of the slipstream. Let's see. Meanwhile, Janos Schiener still 3.6 seconds behind Elik Goldstein, but it's 3.7 between Koen Klopman and Renzo Erlenbroek, who can now clearly see Klopman up ahead. There's Kim van Huydonk in between the two. Look at this. Van Huydonk, who's a few laps down, but on very good pace at the moment. In the green 145 Lamborghini, directly ahead of Erlenbroek, and then the car entering the chicanes here. That is the Simtag car in second. Oh, and they're out of fuel! Flemish is out of fuel! I thought he was holding back! And the curse has indeed struck! Hugo Chouret had to come in. Luckily, not enough of a curse to really hurt him in any way, but isn't going to be any fastest lap immediately here. Let's see what the traffic in front of them seems to be a little bit difficult to deal with now. The gap's 2.1 second. As they're
This is going to come right down to the final lap, I think, Hasser. 4 minutes to go. The gap, 1.5 seconds. Headlights flashing. Renzo can see the target just up the road.
Oh, Hansi might have been joking, I'm not sure. I should learn where to Who to believe as sources? It's a kek moment, isn't it? Shame we don't have kek emojis for chat.
Never trust YouTube chat. This is what they should teach you day one. Never listen to YouTube chat. They teach you that day one in Commentator Academy. Did you not? Were you not paying attention for that class?
I never went to commentator. I'm an autodidact. Oh, is that? Oh, that's Clubman with a bit of trouble there on the exit. And that's going to seal the deal here into the chicane for second place. Clubman's going to go to defend it. Oh, this is when it gets close. But 3 minutes. I think it's going to be 3 minutes too much. Oh, and Clubman goes around and they're both in the wall. And I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. The Lamborghini seems to be crabbing. Look at Clubman is all over the place. He might have the meatball flag. And what are the stewards going to say to this? This is absolutely insane. Renzo Eilenbrook with no front bonnet here. How is that car handling? Not very well, it seems. And we're gonna have another look at it here. Immediately, I'm gonna calm my tits. I need my voice for later today. But, oh my word. There is the touch, it's the slide, and I don't think Renzo Eilenbrook has any sort of chance to expect it. And they both make contact with the wall.
Let's have a look on board, Renzo. You can see its touch on the gravel, on the dirt, on the exit. The rear of the car goes, locking the brakes. Very smart from Cohen to try and keep the car in a predictable trajectory. But with that damage, I think both of them with meatballs having to nurse the car into the pits. It's going to be a case of, I think, who's got the most damage rather than who's the fastest car. Now all of a sudden, definite crabbing.
Look at it going, Clubman. The problem is, can he even? Because yes, he probably has the meatball, but he's so close to the checkered flag.
Could be able to go through. Yes.
Yes,
depends
he could.
on when the checkered flag falls for Jimmy Antunes, if there's an extra lap.
Erlenbrook is going quicker, and he's coming up again to overtake him again. It's 5.5 seconds. He's closing.
Into the pits. So it's Renzo. They both have meatballs, Hassa.
Both of them having to pit in with the... This is going to be a race in the pit lane for the mechanics. They're only going to take the required. That's obviously for sure. But this is a race like nothing I've ever seen before. We're into the final minute of racing. Second and third place into the pit lane together for what I think will be required repairs. And if none of them finish this one, it's going to be a question of who has the best... Oh, it's a drive-through!
Both of them driving through. So both of them with penalties, drive-through penalties, has that potentially saved Clubman a little bit of time. 4 seconds, the margin that has to be made up because they both go through at the same speed.
And where is Jimmy Antunes and all of this? Is going to be the last lap for him, is it? No, I think they're going to have one more to do.
One extra.
Yeah, they're going to have one more lap to do after this one.
Oh my word, Hassa, it's all exploded. I think we need to have one final look at that little incident before we come down to another fight erupting. Gene Goldstein and Janos, let's have a look. Outboard shot. Just a touch on the dirt, as you can see. It's just a little bit too hard trying to fight with a car that has already got damage.
And it's a heavy impact. It's a heavy impact there. The gap is coming down ever so quickly. Erlenbrook able to go much quicker. He's not suffering the same degree of suspension damage on his vehicle, but he's not having an easy time controlling it either. But look at Kuhn Clubman, it's all over the place. And they're gonna get overtaken by basically everyone here. Clubman is gonna be, he's gonna be gutted that he's seeing the white flag and not the checkered. Because had it been the checkered, I think he might have just held on to it. Look at this, he's going defensive.
This is going to be one of the strangest battles I've seen to an end of the race. Both cars with huge damage. Renzo Erlenbrook, does he have the top end?
What?
He thinks, does he think that's the end?
No. Oh, it is the end. No, that's
it is the end. We haven't had the checkered flag up here. But that's it.
The checkered flag is out. What? But it is now? for Jimmy and Toons, who wins the race. And I'm not sure what has happened to Renzo Erlenbrook. Has he crossed it? Has he not? I'm not quite sure.
It's not the end of the race. They're still going.
They're still going.
Going.
Something has happened to Renzo Erlenbrook, be that fuel, be that his engine. Something has happened in the final moments. As if the drama wouldn't be enough, he's coasting, and he's almost at a standstill. I think they were expecting the race to end there, Edward. I think that's simply it. They were expecting the race to end, and it hasn't come to an end, and they're having to coast around basically at the lowest possible throttle input, really nursing it around, just hoping to see the checkered flag here. This is absolutely insane. And of course,
look at how close it is for 6th place, Hasse. Eddie Goldstein, Janos Zona, this is it from the end. The 6th place, Janos right up behind Eli Goldstein. Valkyrie Esports trying to hold on, coming into the last chance for a move down the inside. It's a late lunge from the 86. Have they got the move done? Sliding on the exit, hard on the power, side by side through the final two bends. So this is it for 6th place. Right at the end of 24 hours, it comes down to this. Two drivers into the final two corners. So late on the race. What a send from the 667. Goldstein is just going to hold on with battered tyres, but an amazing drive. Brilliant stuff from both of them. Right at the death. Across the line they go. What a finish to the 24 hours of Zolder. The Virtual Belcar brings up brilliance yet again.
I am absolutely lost for words and maybe voice ever so slightly as well. I have never ever seen anything like this. This is by far the biggest last lap drama that you couldn't have, Hollywood couldn't have scripted this, Edward. What a race finish.
I think I need to lie down, Hasse. I think I need a beer, and it's only it's not 4, it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I need a beer. Oh my word. That is, I think everyone deserves a beer, or your alcoholic, or even or non-alcoholic favourite beverage of choice, because hard work out there. Stay hydrated. Bluminek, what a race we've been treated to. Hasse, talk us through the finishing order.
A large competition wins it in BLC 1, ahead of Koen Klubman in the Simtag E-Team number 2 car. And one of the strangest, most highly dramatic and insane finishes I have ever seen. GTE Racing ends up 3rd, with Sims District GT3 4th, JWS Motorsports ending up in 5th place in the number 5 car, Valkyrie Esports in 6th, with Simtag the 86 car in 7th, ahead of the Valkyrie Esports Rookie Machine, Flemish Simsports White, then PSR by RPM, RP Motorsports, GeForce Experience Esports Blue, and RP Motorsports by BT. Jesus. Still trying to catch my breath after that one. Edward, over to you for the results in BLC 2.
Oh, I'm feeling lightheaded, but I'll soldier on. You can see in BLC 2, Flemish Simsports Yellow, who did end up taking the fastest lap at the death. Hugo Jure for Flemish Simsports Yellow taking those extra points ahead of ART Sim Racing from Eagle Race Simulators, and in 4th place Sim Formula Europe. Then of course we have some non-finishers, JWS Motorsport and Revolution Racing Enduro. And Hasse, I'll let you talk us through the BLC 3 class.
With pleasure indeed, Edward. It's BMW Belux who takes the win on track, but it's Data Network Esports who picks up 25 points and the title in BLC 3, ahead of Brab, finishing on the podium with Mighty Pink Panther Racing in 4th, ahead of Greenleaf Racing, B-Sim Racing GT4, and the Decipit Racing team as well. And a big shout out goes to Flemish Simsports Black, who had it all in their hands when their engine blew up and it was all lost on the ground. Race win, championship title, and also heartbreak for the Flemish boys in BLC 3. With that, Edward, we're down to the final class results. It's BLC 4.
So, Sim District TCR Green by BMS Esports coming out on top in a hard-fought campaign against Flemish Simsport Red. Ignium Motorsport, after their great pace shown at the start, couldn't hold on. Disconnects and incidents plaguing their race, but they still come home for a very strong podium finish. Head of Dynamics Racing Blue, Sim District TCR Orange, Duct Tape Racing, and QSR Racing Esports. And Hasse, that is all of the classified finishers for the 2021 Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder.
It is indeed, and it leaves us with a few interviews to do by now, which we're gonna delve directly into. So let's see who has indeed joined us. No one has, so we'll see. There might not be anyone to talk to at the end here. People might be tired and having to go. We'll have to see. We'll give him a minute or two, but we're tired and having to go as well, to be honest. So please don't be too long. But we are, of course, available for chats for the winning teams. And we would indeed like to see at least a representative from, if possible, in the interview rating room of the SRW TV Discord channel. With that said, Edward, that is, I still cannot really find the words to describe what I've just seen in the finale of this race. That was absolutely amazing. From catching up between the two PLC1 cars, and then the incident, the chase back, and the white flag, and then almost running out of fuel. It really had it all, didn't it?
It was, well, absolute insanity, wasn't it? That was some great racing across all the classes. And all of a sudden, right at the end, it exploded into action. So much excitement. And I'm still in shock. We had some great stuff as well between Goldstein and Zynor. Valkyrie Spot and Simtag battling at the line into the final few corners. They were side by side for the last sector all the way through, right up until the line. Not an evening, but what a 24 hours it has been, Hasse. I'm glad to have shared it with you and everyone in the YouTube chat. It's been with us, keeping us company. And you know what, Hasse, I can see a driver is waiting in the interview waiting room. I'll let you have a chat with our National Competition's very own Jimmy and Tunes.
Indeed. Well, bring him in and we shall chat with our race winner here. Indeed, Jimmy and Tunes. Welcome to the commentary booth. It's been a long 24 hours. It's been a long season, and you stand here as not only race winners, but as overall champions as well here with an Arch competition. Tell me a bit about how the race went from your perspective and how it feels to be champion.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, we knew that we had to finish in front of Simtag before coming in this weekend. So having a good quali was very important. And then we just managed the race, honestly. We managed to finish the race with only 18 incidents, so no drive-through for us. I guess that's why we went so much faster than them. And yeah, obviously it was a very good race. I had a lot of fun during the night also. We couldn't see anything because there is no lights here, but yeah, it was very fun.
And it seemed like in the earliest stint of the race, you drove a sort of a held-back approach, and it looked relatively conservative to me, and it looks to me as well here at the end of the race that was the right strategic call to make. Is that a right assumption that you took it relatively easy on the opening hour or so?
Yeah, the plan was to do one extra lap every stint, so we just stay behind and save fuel and save tires, and I guess that was the good strategy. just to, when you are behind waiting for them to make mistakes, just saving tires and fuel. I think that's a good way to do a long race. I mean, it's a 24-hour race, so yeah, we don't need to be P1 in the first 2 laps.
Well, what a beautiful race, Jimmy and Toons. Thanks for joining us here for the post-race chat. And before I let you go and celebrate with the team your new one championship, is there anyone you'd like to give a thanks or a shout out to live on the stream?
Yeah, obviously, thanks to the team for having the trust in us, and also thanks to Loctite because they joined us only for this race. And I hope that we will stick together for the next season.
Well, thanks for taking the time to chat with us here, Jimmy. It's been a pleasure having a talk to you. It's been a pleasure watching you and Anaj race as well. We hope to see you again for the next season of Belcar Action. And yeah, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And thanks for you guys. Thanks to you guys also for the broadcast. It was awesome.
Thank you very much indeed. We do appreciate the kind words. And with that, that's Jimmy and Tunis, and we're going to bring in a man that knows this series very well indeed. He's going to have a chat with Ed May. This is Kim Behade.
Kim Behade, good to have you in the comms box. That was one heck of a race, and congratulations on taking P2 on the road at the end of the 24 hours. Just talk us through the emotions you must be feeling after going through such a hard-fought campaign.
Hi guys, yeah, mixed emotions. I think it was in our class, I think the top 3 were really exciting. We didn't expect it. We started the race with a certain strategy, and we had the goal for P3 because we thought Ignium and District Green would be a little too fast for us considering the last races we had. So P3 was the target, and then the strategy was quite on point during the night. But then unfortunately some incidents happened. We made a mistake here and there and got involved in some accidents, and then it all got mixed up. So suddenly we were leading, then we were again P2, then it's again looking not losing out to P3. So mixed feelings, but all in all happy to be one place above what we had in mind till finishing.
Yeah, and of course with that you seal second place in the Belcar 4 class. Was that coming into this season your aim to get at least in the top 3 for the overall finishing results for the season?
We were P2 in the standings, and the objective was to maintain it and in the championship, because I think it was a lot would have to happen for us to be able to catch District Green in the championship. So all in all happy, yeah, but it's a little mixed feelings because the last few races Igniums joined the championship halfway. And then the last races, they won the races, we ended up P2. So we could have had some wins if they didn't join. So it's quite double, but all in all, happy to have them. It was a great fight. I think all the top 3 in TCR had some bad luck this race. And if that wouldn't have happened, I think we would have been having a really tight fight for the top 3 positions.
And then the question that I've been dying to ask any driver of TCR all race long: did you keep those rear tyres on from the start until the end? Because I know they don't tend to do much. They're just kind of along for the ride. Did you keep them on?
Well, no, because when you do a pit stop and you have to fill the tank up entirely, there's enough time to change the 4 tires. So it doesn't really make a difference if you only take the front. Yeah, so you can take the 4 tires when you have to take all the fuel. So only in the end, when we had to do the last pit stop, only then we decided to let the tires remain on the car. We didn't change them, and that I felt it in the last few laps. But otherwise, we always changed the 4 tires.
Because I remember back, I think it was when the TCR was first out, you would only do the front tires because you could just about fit it in, and by taking rear tires, your stop was that little bit longer. But good to know, actually, for a future reference, that TCR, you can do all of them at once. Thank you, Kim, for that, and congratulations on your second place finish and securing that in the championship overall as well. before we say goodbye to you, is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to on the broadcast?
Yeah, first of all, Furaco, our sponsor, who made it possible for our 4 cars to participate in this season. And then, of course, the entire team and our guest drivers that came along to help us for the 24-hour race. All of them, they did a fantastic job. Really proud of them. So, yeah, that's it.
And with that, Kim will exit the comms box, Hasse, and we have room for another interview of your choice, Hasse. You can,
Christoph Raas. So I believe now I'm torn. Christoph Raas, please. You're in the 911, right?
911 999.
Yes. So the 999, who for once will be saying yeah.
Yes, indeed.
At the end of a race, which is beautiful to see indeed, Christoph. A nice win here. It's been a good season for you so far, and what a way to round it off with a win at the 24 Hours of Zolder here.
Yeah, it's amazing. I couldn't imagine it. We've actually learned a lot from our very first season in Virtual Belcar in this Porsche Cup. We've improved quite a lot to be possible to challenge the JWS machine. So it's been great. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, and it seemed that you found some pace that haven't really been on display for any other part of the season. Really, was it just extra practice, or are there any secrets you'd rather not unravel to your speed here, the 24 hours?
There are no real secrets from my part. I think it's mostly getting used to this car because it's a really special one. Getting used to the setup and those things. So yeah, both Hans and me really got into the things, but also from my side I got an upgrade in pedals, so I went from a Logitech to a Fanatec, so that also does quite a lot actually.
That makes I can tell you from old and personal experience, I've done that exact transition and it makes a huge difference when you don't have the ABS, so there's a performance gain right there indeed. And if any, a performance gain that makes sense in sim racing. Anyway, Christoph, what a beautiful race. And just want to ask, did you take any special approach to the early parts of the race, or was it just basically a 24-hour sprint race for you in terms of how you went into the race?
Actually, it's very similar to just the other races in the championship. Those are also 3-hour races where I usually do the start. So yeah, it's just a mindset of keeping it clean, but also keeping the pace up, knowing that we had pole just to keep GWS behind. We knew that would be just an impressive fight.
Indeed, an impressive fight. It was a good fight all the way through. And with JWS pulling out midway through, it opened up the door for you to come through safely and claim a win. A big congratulations from us in the booth. Thank you for taking the time to chat. And before, as well with the other lads, before you get the chance to celebrate with the gentlemen on the team, is there anyone you'd like to give a thanks or a shout out to?
Oh yeah, there are a few important people because as you mentioned, we managed to keep it clean. So of course to the team, to my teammates Hans, Thomas and Hugo, they did an amazing job. Even Thomas and Hugo who were here to support us. So a big shout out to them. But also our entire Flemish crew. We had an amazing 24 hours altogether, an amazing season. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, we managed to do this, and we hope to leave them a good impression to build further on it for the next season.
Well, indeed, good stuff. And from us here, a big congratulations, as said before, and thanks for taking the time to have a post-race chat with us.
Just a quick addition to that. Also,
yes?
Thank you for commentating the entire season, and as well to Race Control.
Oh yes, indeed. Well, to Race Control, indeed, I have to say that's a double from here. They've done a massive job throughout the season, and great with the judgment all the way around as well. One of the most consistent implications of live stewarding I've seen. That's a big extra kudos from here. Thanks to Christoph Raas. And with that, we'll throw in our last guest for today. I think it's going to be a man who was in a two-man team. We've been a two-man team as well, Edward, so we know a bit of what it's all about. But so does Steve Kleiss.
Yeah, welcome, Steve. That was a monumental effort from the pair of you. Two drivers in the car for 24 hours. You must be feeling absolutely shattered after this.
Hello, guys. I'm totally broken. That's for sure. And I'm not the only one. Thomas is the same, and he drives with VR and a direct drive. So his first race with the direct drive, he was like, "Okay, I'm totally out of the game now."
A very, very sweaty man. Then after all's been said and done, talk us through those from your perspective, because it was looking like you were in for a bit of a battle towards the end for second place, but it just didn't materialize.
Yeah, well, we approached the race like we always do with minimal preparation. I only started to practice on Friday because I simply don't have the time, and we were like, okay, we skipped the other 2 races. This is the 24 hours. So we paid for the season, and then we needed a teammate, which we didn't find. And then was like, okay, are we going to do it with 2? Well, let's just do it and see where we end. We just wanted to run the race, and we did not have any hope for a result. And as it progressed, it got better and better, and it was tough, but yeah, we never thought we would make the end. And yeah, like you say, we were battling for second. I tried very hard, but it was not possible. With the disconnect I had, we threw it away. I gambled a little bit in the end with no change of tires and stuff, but yeah, it was it was not meant to be.
I know you said you didn't know if you were going to be coming here to come out with a result, but you got P3. Excellent drive, mate. That was a very fun job watching you all out on the track, and congratulations as well on your podium at the end of 24 hours worth of racing. And before we say goodbye to you, I know you're very tired, but is there anyone that comes to mind that you would like to give a shout out to here on Simracersworld TV?
Well, there's just one person. That's my teammate, Thomas. Thank you very much, man.
And thank you, Steve, for joining us for final word after what was been a brilliant race.
See you next time, guys. Thanks.
I was almost finished there, Edward, in directness of the answer. Beautiful indeed from Steve Kleiss. That's going to be the last words as well from this broadcast of the 24 hours of Zolder. It concludes this season, this year's worth as well of Belcar racing. That makes me sort of sad, actually. I hadn't really considered that fact altogether, that there won't be more Belcar until next year. Anyway, it's been such a pleasure having you all along in chat, along with us watching. It's been great having you along as well, Edward. Thank you so much for joining me in the commentary booth. I have truly enjoyed it. And do leave us a like if you have enjoyed what you've seen here on Simracersworld TV. Subscribe for more. A big thanks to the sponsors of the Virtual Belcar Series that you can see on screen and in the description. And with that said, from Hasse Römer and Edward May, until next time, take care, have fun, and bye-bye.